I really enjoyed coming to the discussion sections last week. It was a blast, actually, and I'll probably come back at some point. They'll give you guys a break. Now that we're turning to Hamlet, let me recommend two versions of it. There are probably more movie versions of Hamlet than any other Shakespeare play. The one with Kenneth Branagh, I highly recommend. It's the only one that attempts to do the whole of the play, all 4 hours or whatever it takes to perform it. And it is worth seeing that the play works when you do the whole of it. Branagh has his moments of craziness, and there's some bad moments of casting. Billy Crystal is a gravedigger, Robin Williams is Osric, but Charlton Heston's great as the player king, and on the whole, it's a good, solid version. It has Derek Jacobi as Claudius in a stunningly good performance, but Derek Jacobi was himself a wonderful Hamlet, and the other film I would recommend is the BBC version, which is Derek Jacobi as Hamlet, and has Patrick Stewart as Claudius, another fabulous performance as Claudius. So those are the two that I think I would recommend. I should be recommending Olivier's Hamlet, but I think it's a little too dreamy, but that would be the third I'd recommend. But, you know, there's an Ethan Hawke modern dress Hamlet. I watched the Kuzintsev version, the Russian version, which is called Gamlet, by the way, the way the Russians transcribed it. If you want to see Gamlet, then I recommend the Russian version. One other thing, I will be handing out or sending out paper topics for the second assignment. I would have had it done already, but I couldn't come in yesterday. Again, we're going to recommend that you come up with your own topic, and we'll ask you to clear it with your TF. But I'll also give you some fairly straightforward topics about individual plays, and we're also going to propose some grand summary topic if you'd like to do it. But anyway, I may get those out to you later today. The latest would be by Thursday, so give you plenty of time to get started on thinking about the papers. So we now turn from the incredibly complicated and perplexing Merchant of Venice to the comparative simplicity of Hamlet. No, actually, now we're going to the toughest of all Shakespeare's plays. And I'm going to try to help you understand it in the context of this course, and particularly in the context of Shakespeare's understanding of what we call the Renaissance and its politics. And in particular, I'm going to offer you Hamlet as a Renaissance man. Now, if I were politically correct, I would have said an early modern person. But Renaissance man just sounds a lot better to me. It kind of sounds cool, so let's use that term. And we all have a vague idea what a Renaissance man is. It's Leonardo da Vinci. It's a jack of all trades. It's a guy who's a great painter and a scientist and a war engineer and all these things. Michelangelo would be another example, a sculptor, a painter, an architect, a poet, and so on. And that ideal is actually held up within the play itself. On page 66, so this is Act 3, Scene 1, where this is the way Ophelia speaks of Hamlet. It's about line 152 in Act 3, Scene 1. Oh, what a noble mind is here o'erthrown, the courtiers, soldiers, scholars, eye, tongue, sword, the expectancy and rose of the fair state, the glass of fashion and the mold of form, the observed of all observers, quite down. And notice there that Ophelia sees Hamlet's nobility as a kind of comprehensiveness. He is a courtier, he's a soldier, he's a scholar. He combines all the best aspects of Renaissance life. And I believe that's the way Shakespeare offers him. But I also think that's the source of Hamlet's tragedy, the ultimate source, that he does try to be everything, and in a way that attempt at comprehensiveness cancels out. And so I want to suggest something about the Renaissance that produces the tragedy of Hamlet, so much so that I think we could call Hamlet the tragedy of Renaissance man. I think one reason it is so preeminent among tragedies, even among Shakespeare's tragedies, is in some ways it has the most comprehensiveness as the tragedy of Renaissance man. Now, we've been talking a lot about the Renaissance here, this rebirth of classical antiquity. It took many aspects. We talked about the recovery of ancient sculpture, how stunning it was after centuries of Christian medieval sculpture to see these pagan figures, these naked men and women in ancient sculpture. It didn't take long for Renaissance artists to start imitating that. I think Tullio Lombardo's statue of Adam is considered the first freestanding nude statue since antiquity. And you can see it in New York. It's in the Metropolitan Museum in New York. Though the last time I was there, I think they're restoring it, so it wasn't available. But it also involved literature, and typically one of the great dates associated with the Renaissance is 1453, the fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Turks. And at that moment, all the Greek scholars in Constantinople, or as many as could get out, fled westward, some only as far as Crete, but many came all the way to Italy, and especially to Florence. And they brought with them their knowledge of ancient Greek and their ancient Greek texts. Ancient Greek was not known in Western Europe during the Middle Ages. And so, for example, Aristotle was known, but in Latin translations. Plato was not known. Virgil was known because the Aeneid's in Latin. Homer was not known. He was known of. Medieval figures refer to him. Dante refers to him. But Dante had never read the Iliad or the Odyssey because the Greek texts were often Byzantium. In Constantinople, they were not available in Western Europe. So one aspect of the Renaissance was this great eruption of ancient Greek texts. For the first time, Plato was available in the West, Homer, and this really was transformed things almost overnight. And as we've seen in Machiavelli, there's this program of reviving ancient politics, ancient methods of warfare. And so you see that all over the Renaissance. And it was a challenge because in many ways this ancient Greek world and now this fuller understanding of the ancient Roman world was antithetical to many of the principles of the Middle Ages. Always remember the difference between the meek shall inherit the earth and the Greek shall inherit the earth. Now, I exaggerate this for pedagogical purposes. There were many ways in which the classical ideas could be reconciled with Christianity. A movement like Stoicism, for example, which we'll see in Horatio in Hamlet, could easily be made compatible with Christianity. There are many passages in ancient philosophy that argue for maintaining the control of reason over the passions, and that could fit in with Christian ideas about controlling the passions. The uncontrolled fury of the Homeric hero did not go unquestioned even within the classical world. And so, in fact, there were many efforts to bring about some kind of larger synthesis. That's the really interesting thing about the Renaissance I want to stress. It was not a period in which, for example, Europe abandoned Christianity and returned to classical antiquity. No, that's not what happened. There always was a revival of classical antiquity within an established Christian civilization. And that led some people to think, well, maybe we can create a larger synthesis. And you find really interesting reflections of this in Renaissance art. If you ever go to Perugia, there's a little, I would call it almost a secular chapel. It was the Cambio del Exchange or something. It was the little stock exchange. And Perugino, the greatest painter from Perugia, and Raphael's teacher, by the way, did this amazing little chapel of the classical and the Christian virtues all put together in one ensemble. If you go to Florence, the Palazzo Vecchio, one floor is decorated in classical motifs and one floor is decorated in Christian motifs. At times it becomes almost absurd. In Siena, absolutely beautiful cathedral, maybe the most beautiful of all the Italian cathedrals. It has a remarkable pavement. The floor is paved with gorgeous figures, and one of them is Socrates, for example. I mean, what is Socrates doing on the pavement of a Christian cathedral? There are also bare-breasted women on this pavement, which again does not completely harmonize with the spirit, at least of medieval Christianity. So particularly in Tuscany, Florence was the center of these Byzantine scholars coming west. Particularly in Tuscany, you see these efforts. And of course, the most remarkable example of it is Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel. What's the Delphic Sibyl doing on the ceiling of the Vatican's chapel? Indeed, many of the cardinals at the time were wondering why there were all these naked figures up in the Sistine Chapel. As you may know, the private parts of many of the figures were painted over for centuries because it offended the sensibility of the cardinals and perhaps some popes. But if you ever look carefully at the Sistine Chapel, it makes the Da Vinci Code look minor by comparison. Really weird things going on, especially in terms of playing off the classical and the Christian. In literature, something like Spenser's A Faerie Queene, I've mentioned that a couple of times. That was the great epic poem, started coming out in the 1590s, great English epic poem of Shakespeare's age. It's a book about the virtues. It's a kind of King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table, and each of the knights represents a virtue. And Spenser wrote a letter to Sir Walter Raleigh explaining the poem, and he explains it in terms of Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics. He says, I'm going to represent the virtues the way Aristotle did. And indeed, there's a knight of temperance, there's a knight of justice, but the first knight is the knight of holiness. And you're not going to find holiness among the virtues in Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics. You're not going to find chastity, which is one of the virtues. So Spenser's trying to bring about some huge epic synthesis of classical and Christian ethics. Now, what's interesting is that effort to synthesize these two largely antithetical ethical realms, in many ways, I feel, ended up exposing the tensions and contradictions, and produced a very fruitful ground for tragedy. Again, remembering Hegel's formula as tragedy is the conflict of two goods, if you have a civilization that's trying to bridge the gap between classical and Christian ethics, you're going to produce some tragic situations. Now, let me go back to Henry V to try to illustrate how we get to the tragedy of Hamlet. It seems to me that Henry V is an attempt on Shakespeare's part to create some kind of synthesis between the classical and the Christian. That phrase about Christian kings and English Mercuries points in that direction. And so one thing we saw about Henry V was the really remarkable combination of virtues he embodies, so that, you can go look this up, it's on page 87, Act 4, Scene 315. Remember, we heard of Henry, he is full of valor as of kindness, princely in both. Remember, in Coriolanus, valor was the chiefest virtue, and we didn't hear much about Coriolanus' kindness. But now we're asked to believe that here's a king who can have both valor and kindness. And we see that in reverse order shortly thereafter, where we see him weeping over the death of some of his nobles, and then turning on a dime to order the execution of the French prisoners, something which can be seen as valorous, but by no stretch of the imagination can be seen as kind. So there's this strange, and I would say problematic combination of classical and Christian virtues in Henry, which is, as it were, parodied in the work by MacMorris. And again, the great line, I would have blowed up the town, so Christ saved me. I mean, Shakespeare there is pointing to the absurdity of trying to combine these two elements. You could combine your Christianity with your classical virtue. Yet it is what Henry himself keeps insisting on. You can look it up. It's on page 44, which places it in Act 3, Scene 1. His speech before Harfleur, where he says, "In peace there's nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility, but when the blast of war blows in our ears, then imitate the action of the tiger." That's what makes Henry so unusual, that he can move seamlessly from war to peace, from peace to war. That is typically very problematic for Shakespeare's heroes. We will see it in Othello, we will see it in Macbeth, we've seen it in Coriolanus. As I told you, he also shows it in Richard III, that typically the virtues that make you succeed in war are not going to make you succeed in peace. It's another way in which life opens up these tragic choices. The fact that what makes you a good general in war is not necessarily or even likely going to make you a good leader in peacetime. Those differences in the meaning of good that we saw come up with Shylock and Bassanio. What's a good man? Is a good warrior also a good man? Is the kind of person who triumphs in battle the kind of person you can get along with in peacetime? Now, it's the comprehensiveness of Henry that the clergymen note in the opening scene of Henry V. Again, you can look it up on it's on pages 6 to 7, Act 1, Scene 1, about line 38. Canterbury remarks on all the different Henrys there are. Hear him but reason in divinity, and all admiring with an inward wish, you would desire the king were made a prelate. Hear him debate of commonwealth affairs, you would say it hath been all in all a study. List his discourse of war, and you shall hear a fearful battle rendered you in music. So there, this one man, he could be a churchman, he can be a ruler, he can be a warrior, and it culminates with Canterbury saying, this is line 51, so that the art and practic part of life must be the mistress to this theoric. So Henry even combines the active and the contemplative lives, the practical and the theoretical. There's almost a hint here of his being the philosopher king that Plato speaks of. It gives you some idea of how much is at stake in Henry V, why he is offered by Shakespeare, I think, is a model of a king, maybe about as good as one could ever expect of a king. But it's a delicate synthesis. It depends on his being in control of all these different aspects of his character. He seems to be able to turn on valor or kindness immediately. One minute he's sweet and merciful and prone to tears, and the next moment he's ferocious, he's like a tiger. That does not seem to be too characteristic of human beings. There's something almost ideal about Henry in that respect. And so what I want to suggest is that Henry V offers a kind of image of this Renaissance synthesis I've been talking of, something that so many people were searching for, again, confronted with the recovery of this amazing world of classical antiquity. A lot of people hoped it might be compatible with the Christian civilization of the Middle Ages. They searched for ways to bring it about. And yet I think Shakespeare came to be more impressed by the incompatibilities and the contradictions than the compatibility, and that's where we get Hamlet. Hamlet, in a way, is a very strange story. If you turn to page 167, if you've got the signet, there's a note on the source. And the ultimate source of Hamlet is a Norse saga. Just reading our editor here on page 167, the story of Hamlet is ancient. No doubt it had its origin in one of the family feuds familiar in the northern history and saga. Sailors carried it to Ireland, where it picked up accretions of Celtic folklore and legend, and later returned to Scandinavia to become part of the traditional history of Denmark. It was incorporated into written literature in the second half of the 12th century. It's a pretty old story, even when it was written down, but it's much older than that and goes back to Norse saga. When a learned clerk, Saxo Grammaticus, retold it as Historia Danicae, also called Historia Danica. His narrative is a story of early and relatively barbaric times. For instance, this is a good example, the dismembered body of the prototype of Polonius is thrown into an open latrine to be devoured by scavenging hogs. That's even worse than Hamlet treats him. And there is no trace of the ideals of chivalry and courtesy that we find in Shakespeare's play. And then it goes on to show you that still the basic elements there. In the original story, at the end, Hamlet locks the doors of the castles and burns everybody to death. It's really very barbaric. I want to stress the Norse saga aspect of it because that makes it a pagan story in origin, not a story of classical antiquity, but a story of the same kind of heroic world that comes up in Homer. And Shakespeare's genius in this play is to take, in his terms, a very modern European, Hamlet, and place him in a Norse saga. Indeed, to take a student out of university, you guys should be able to sympathize with this, and suddenly plunge him into the world of family feud, of feuding to the death. And to me, that's the genius of the play, the kind of tension between Hamlet's character and the situation he's placed in. And so that's the way I want to explore the play now, and in particular show the way in which Hamlet is divided between a classical side and a Christian side, and how those warring elements in him are effectively what bring him to a standstill and end up producing tragedy. One way of understanding this play is to contrast Hamlet with other characters in it, and I think Shakespeare has given us such a rich cast of characters here precisely to make these discriminations. Hamlet himself is always comparing himself to the other young men in the play, to Fortinbras, to Horatio, to Laertes. And I think we can learn a lot by following out that comparison. That is to say, we can understand what's distinctive in Hamlet by looking at the alternatives to dealing with this situation. One would be Laertes. If we're trying to get a fix on Hamlet's attitude towards revenge, turn to page 107. This is Act 4, Scene 5. Notice the parallel here. Hamlet's father has been murdered, and Hamlet knows about it, and he should take revenge, but he hasn't done it yet. Laertes has just learned that Hamlet killed his father, and with a blink of an eye, he's there demanding vengeance, first on Claudius, and then Claudius will, in a way, correctly divert his attention to Hamlet. And look at line 130. This is Act 4, Scene 5, line 130. How came he dead? I'll not be juggled with. To hell allegiance, vows to the blackest devil, conscience and grace to the profoundest pit, I dare damnation. To this point I stand, that both the worlds I give to negligence, let come what comes, only I'll be revenged most thoroughly for my father. That's very different from Hamlet's attitude towards revenge. It's saying nothing can stand in the way of my revenge, and specifically it's saying Christianity cannot stand in my way of revenge. I dare damnation. And this is emphasized by being repeated, the wonderful sequence on page 116 when Claudius is now maneuvering Laertes as part of Claudius's plot to kill Hamlet. This is Act 4, Scene 7, line 124. What would you undertake to show yourself indeed your father's son more than in words? To cut his throat in the church. Very Machiavellian idea, by the way. And the king says, no place should indeed murder sanctuaries, revenge should have no bounds. Now, jumping around here, we've already seen that Hamlet was not willing to cut Claudius's throat in the church. church. We will return to that scene and analyze in detail, but to cut his throat in the church. This may refer, by the way, to the famous Pazzi conspiracy in Florence when there was an attempt to assassinate the Medici in church. That's a very famous incident out of Florentine history that Shakespeare have in mind here. But what I'm saying here is Laertes is a good measure of what Hamlet is not. He is not a simple, one-minded avenger who doesn't let any other considerations get in his way. On the other hand, let's look at Horatio by contrast, where, let's see, yeah, if you turn to page 70, Hamlet's real tribute to Horatio. This is Act 3, Scene 2, about line 67. Hamlet explaining why he has chosen Horatio as his friend. For thou hast been as one in suffering all that suffers nothing. A man that fortune's buffets and rewards has ta'en with equal thanks. And blessed are those whose blood and judgment are so well committed that they are not a pipe for fortune's finger to sound what stop she please. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core. This is all to describe Horatio as a Stoic. Horatio says himself, as we've heard many times in this course, I am more an antique Roman than a Dane. Horatio, who has a Roman name, he stands for Roman Stoicism in the play, for a man who will not let himself be affected by the blows of fortune. Such a man would not avenge the death of his father. Such a man would not give in to passion, would not give in to the passion of revenge. In a way, what I'm trying to get you to see here is Hamlet is somehow split between Horatio and Laertes here. If Hamlet were a simpler man, a more one-sided man, there would be no tragedy here. If, like Horatio, he could just take fortune's blows, he would just sit back and let things take their course. By the way, he's very much disposed to doing that. There are several moments in the play where that's the attitude he takes. I can't do anything about it, I just have to accept it. But there's something in Hamlet that balks at that. That is not a Roman Stoic as fully as Horatio is. Similarly, if Hamlet were just Laertes, he would have stormed from hearing from his father's ghost that Claudius had killed his father, and Hamlet would have killed Claudius even in the church, though we indeed see Hamlet cannot kill Claudius while he was praying. I'll also add, we have Fortinbras in the play, whose father lost a battle to Hamlet's father, and Fortinbras is, the more you think about it and chart his course of the play, he's very carefully pursuing a path that will regain everything that Norway lost to Denmark. So we've got these three young men, and again, they're all on Hamlet's mind. He's either talking to them or about them all the time, and he sees them as the alternatives. That speech he gives about Fortinbras when he sees him going off to war in Poland. Hamlet's troubled that he's not like them. He senses he could solve his problems if he was more like one of them. But Shakespeare's whole point about Hamlet is these other characters are one-dimensional by comparison with Hamlet. Nobody ever aspires to play the parts of Fortinbras or Horatio. Maybe Laertes, but Hamlet is the Prince of Denmark. And so I think that way you can see the Hegelian aspect of this, that Hamlet is caught between alternate models of virtue, alternate ethical patterns, and what makes it tragic is he can't just embrace one or the other, but is divide between them. So, any questions? Okay, so what I'd like to do is begin by showing the classical side of Hamlet, and that he very much responds to classical antiquity, The play is actually shadowed by classical antiquity, much more so than you would think until you start to add it up. And in particular to suggest that there's something genuinely heroic about Hamlet and that he responds to models of heroism. Hamlet is not a wimp. The problem I have with the Olivier film is that it's the wimpy Hamlet, the melancholy Dane. It is a very prominent line of interpretation of Hamlet. Some ways it goes back to Samuel Taylor Coleridge, and you have an essay by him, if you have the Signet edition. Actually, the German author Goethe offers this interpretation of Hamlet in his own work, Wilhelm Meister, where he suggests that Hamlet was just too delicate a flower. And there are lots of melancholy speeches by Hamlet, and he reproaches himself for not acting, and surely there is a basis for this interpretation. But the Hamlet we actually see in the play is not simply a wimp. He kills about half the characters in the play, indirectly or directly. I mean, when roused against Polonius, he just runs the guy through. He sends his dear college friends, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, off to their deaths without even flinching. Indeed, it's interesting, if you look at that moment, this is on page 131, when he's explaining it to Horatio. This is Act 5, Scene 2, about line 46. He says, he's changed the papers, so instead of him being executed by the King of England, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern will be, more or less, he should these bears put to sudden death, not shriving time allowed. There he sounds like Laertes. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, he's willing to send them to death without their being able to make a final confession and get absolution. And top of 132, so still Act 5, Scene 2, about line 55, Horatio says, so Guildenstern and Rosencrantz go to it. And Hamlet says, why man, they did make love to this employment. They are not near my conscience. Their defeat does by their own insinuation grow. That's a tough-minded son of a bitch saying that. That's not some wimpy, melancholy Dane sending his college roommates to their death, not shriving time allowed. And indeed, there are so many aspects of the play that show that Hamlet has thumos, that he really is a political man. Again, there's been a tendency to read this as a play about this dreamer who has no interest in the real world. In fact, Hamlet stresses his own ambition, so much so that it's actually surprising to notice it in the play, because we've all been conditioned to think in terms of the dreamy Hamlet. But look at page 65. This is Act 3, Scene 1, about line 124. Now he's speaking to Ophelia, and this is part of a deception, and he's playing mad here. Yet what he says at line 124 is, I am very proud, revengeful, ambitious. That does not sound like the Hamlet of Laurence Olivier there. It's the complex of thumos there. Pride, the desire for vengeance, and ambitiousness. And this comes up again and again in the play. Page 80. This is Act 3, Scene 2, about line 346. Rosencrantz are asking Hamlet, what's the cause of your distemper? And he says, sir, I lack advancement. And how can that be when you have the voice of the king himself for your succession in Denmark? Well, Hamlet thinks he should be king. And indeed, on page 132, when he's talking to Horatio, this is Act 5, Scene 2, about line 63, when Hamlet's summing up his reasons why he should finally kill Claudius, Hamlet says, does it not think these stand me now upon? He that hath killed my king and whored my mother popped in between the election and my hopes. And do understand that Denmark is a more primitive kind of elective monarchy. It's the kind of thing you'll see in Macbeth, in this world, a lot of chieftains get together and choose the next king, and they've chosen Claudius. Claudius has implied that he would like Hamlet to be the next king, but Hamlet seems dissatisfied with that. And indeed, on page 128, this is Act 5, Scene 1, when he's returned, and we got the scene over Ophelia's burial. This is Act 5, Scene 1, about line 259. This is I, Hamlet the Dane. In case it's not clear to you, he's claiming to be the king of Denmark there. To say I am Hamlet the Dane is not saying I'm just one Dane among others, but I'm the Dane. I am the king. You know, you don't hear this much about Hamlet, but there's an awful lot of the play to suggest that he wants to be king. Indeed, he thinks he ought to be king, and he frequently offers it as an explanation of why he's upset with conditions in Denmark. So this is a very ambitious man, a very competitive man. You see that in his relations with Laertes. It really goes over the top in that scene over Ophelia's grave, where this is where Hamlet is challenging Laertes. This is page 128. So Act 5, Scene 1, about line 277. Zounds, show me what thou do. Would weep, would fight, would fast, would tear thyself, would drink up Isel, eat a crocodile. I'll do it. Dost thou come here to whine, to outface me with leaping in a grave? Be buried quick with her, and so will I. Has a tremendous rivalry with Laertes, the other young, attractive man at the court. Indeed, this is what Claudius has been able to prey upon. Remember what Claudius explains to Laertes when he says, you know, Hamlet's envious of you as a fencer. I've noticed this, that he doesn't like hearing how good you are as a fencer, and that's the way they trick Hamlet into this trap at the end. And Shakespeare, again, it's remarkable the detail he supplies on this sort of thing. Look at page 137. This is Act 5, Scene 2, about line 210. Horatio is really suspicious, as he should be, when this bet is proposed. And Horatio says, "You will lose this wager, my lord. I do not think so. Since he went into France, I have been in continual practice. I shall win at the odds." What an amazing detail for Shakespeare to supply here. Hamlet is so much a rival of Laertes that he's been continually practicing his fencing. He doesn't want people to think that Laertes is a better fencer. And that incredible line, "I shall win at the odds." Remember, he's got a 3-touch handicap in this bout. Again, I think most playwrights would have Hamlet say, "I can beat him with one hand tied behind my back." But no, Hamlet is a little too shrewd. He's calculated. I can win at the odds. With a 3-touch handicap, I can beat him. But I mean, this is a guy that thinks about his handicap. In athletics here, in athletic competition. So Hamlet's actually a very competitive character, very aware of his own ambition, very aware of who else is what. Claudius is king, Laertes is reputed the best fencer, everyone thinks Fortinbras is a great soldier, so on. He's very conscious of that and always comparing himself to other people. That's why I say he does have a lot of thumos, and why he can wrangle with pirates when the time comes. He can kill Polonius with one blow, and of course kill Claudius when the time finally comes. And this all comes from his response to the classical world. And in the terms of the play, and this is very important, the classical world is symbolized for him by his father. when you're talking about Hamlet the Elder, the way Hamlet images him again and again is in classical terms. This is where you see the classical world evoked for him. Look at page 15, for example. This would be Act 1, Scene 2, about line 139, comparing the elder Hamlet to Claudius, so excellent a king that was to this Hyperion to a satyr. So his father is Hyperion. And then a few lines further down, line 152, my father's brother, but no more like my father than I to Hercules. So in a certain literal sense in the texture of this play, Hamlet's standards are classical. You want to know what a hero is, turn to the ancient world. Look at page 88. This is Act 3, Scene 4, about line 55. Again, Hamlet comparing his father with his uncle. See what a grace was seated on this brow. Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, and I like Mars to threaten and command a station like the herald Mercury. Hamlet is truly a child of the Renaissance, truly a student of Wittenberg Hugh. His mind is saturated with material out of classical antiquity, the Greek gods, the Greek heroes. And it's very strongly associated with the contrast between the elder Hamlet and Claudius. The elder Hamlet is associated with classical heroism. He is an epic warrior. What we learn of him is that he stood mano a mano, face to face with the elder Fortinbras and won a great victory for his nation, Denmark. Look at page 6. This is Act 1, Scene 1, about line 60. We get all this background material. Such was the very armor he had on when he, the ambitious Norway, combated. So frowned he once when in an angry parle he smote the sledded Polacks on the ice. Now, I mentioned that book by Reuben Brouwer, Hero and Saint. Brouwer has a very interesting discussion in that of how the language of Elizabethan translations of Homer saturates Hamlet. Sledded Polacks, that's what's called a Homeric epithet. Swift-footed Achilles, rosy-fingered Dawn. I hope you know these phrases, very characteristic of Homer's diction to create a noun with a past participle adjective in front of it. And as I told you before, Homer was being translated into English really for the first time just as Shakespeare was starting to write Hamlet. That is, it's in the late 1590s that George Chapman brings out the first books of his translation of the Iliad. And Brouwer is very good at showing how the language of Chapman's Homer gets picked up in Hamlet. I'm traveling light and don't have too many books with me, but don't have my Chapman's Homer with me. But if you have the signet Coriolanus, again, Brouwer's introduction is very good, and he quotes one passage from Chapman's Homer. I'm going to read it to you so you can hear how the idiom of Chapman's Homer comes up in Hamlet. It's arguable that Aeneas' speech to Dido, maybe even the whole of the mousetrap, the play within the play, comes from the idiom of Chapman's Homer. This is a passage from Book 1 when Athena stops Achilles from killing Agamemnon. And again, this is Chapman's translation of Homer's Iliad. Thetis' son at this stood vexed, his heart bristled his bosom, and two ways drew his discursive part. If from his thigh his sharp sword drawn, he should make room about Atrides' person, soaring him, or sit his anger out and curb his spirit. While these thoughts strived in his blood and mind, and he his sword drew, down from heaven Athenia stooped in shine, he turning back his eye, amaze struck every faculty. And so, anyway, you can look this up. It's LXX, Roman numeral 70 in your edition of Coriolanus, if you got the signet. And I think Brower is correct that phrases like sledded poleaxe, for example, show Shakespeare trying to capture a kind of Homeric diction here to describe the elder Hamlet. And indeed, it's the quintessential Homeric situation. The two warriors, each representing their nation, facing each other directly on the battlefield, fighting to win something for their country. I think a good way of understanding this play is to see the contrast between that and the battle between the younger Hamlet and Laertes at the end of the play. This battle is between Hamlet, the elder Hamlet, and the elder Fortinbras, is in the past. The language places it in the deep past. It's really presented as an almost archetypal situation out of an ancient world, and we get the sense that modern Denmark has traveled very far down the road from this, so that the battle between Laertes and the younger Hamlet, which concludes the play, is the opposite in every respect. It's phony, it's staged, it's not meant to be an epic conquest. We're told it's just a little fencing match, and you bet on it. Now, it turns out Laertes' rapier is poisoned. Claudius has a backup poison drink. This is, again, the world of Machiavelli. It's the world of the Borgias, of poisonings. Hamlet's father was in a world of open conflict where two heroes stood up toe-to-toe, where it was clear what was at stake, and they were fighting honestly with each other. This battle between the younger Hamlet and Laertes is so poisoned in every way. It's such a debased event. It's so ignoble. There's so many levels of deception going on in it. And ultimately, I'm going to argue that Shakespeare is portraying a very corrupt Renaissance court in this play, in a very corrupt world, a very corrupt because very Machiavellian world. So when he looks back to his father, what he sees is classical heroism. And he is, in fact, dominated in his thoughts by classical heroism. When the players show up, what does he ask for from them? Something from the Aeneid, a play that's based on Aeneas' tale to Dido. And if you look at page 56, this is Act 2, Scene 2, the description of Pyrrhus, who's the son of Achilles. Aroused at vengeance, sets him new a work, and never did the Cyclops' hammer fall on Mars' armor forged for proof return, with less remorse than Pyrrhus' bleeding sword now falls on Priam. Hamlet, trying to rouse himself to vengeance here, wants an image of revenge. And what he does is turn to the classical world for an image of revenge. And that really takes us to the heart of the issue in this play. This is a revenge tragedy. And revenge is one of those issues on which the classical and the Christian worlds most basically clash. The Iliad, the foundation of the classical world, is a story of vengeance. Hector has killed Achilles' friend Patroclus, and Achilles must get his vengeance on Hector, and it's a terrible vengeance. It's not just that he kills him, but he humiliates him. He drags his body around the walls of Troy. He treats him like a beast. He talks about feeding him to animals. It really is a horrific image of a kind of unbridled vengeance. And even within the terms of the Iliad, Achilles must learn to moderate that. And there's a wonderful final book where Achilles, having calmed down, returns the body of Hector to his father Priam, so it no longer has to be humiliated and can be given proper burial. But still, the heart of the Iliad is the wrath of Achilles. And that theme comes up again and again in the classical world. Indeed, vengeance is part of the heroic code. It's arguably the heart of the heroic code. This is very characteristic of pagan civilizations. You see it in the world of the Norse sagas. The whole world of Norse sagas is a world of endless family feuds, vengeance after vengeance. This is obviously sharply contrasted with the Christian attitude towards revenge, which is that revenge is terrible, it's a crime. The Lord says, vengeance is mine. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. It's not unto human beings to take revenge. And the central message of Jesus' teaching is turn the other cheek. So I think it's interesting that Shakespeare hits upon revenge for what I'm calling his most Renaissance tragedy, or his tragedy of the Renaissance, because he identifies the great fault line between classical and Christian ethics, namely on this issue of revenge. Now, Shakespeare did not invent the revenge tragedy. It seems very likely there was an earlier play called Hamlet. Scholars speculate about this. There are references to some kind of play about Hamlet, which has been lost. It's usually thought to be by a man named Thomas Kyd. We do have a play called The Spanish Tragedy by Thomas Kyd, which is a revenge play. Probably that play, Thomas Kyd's The Spanish Tragedy, is the origin of the vogue for revenge plays in Elizabethan England. The play, which does exist, it's really pretty bad, but it's really over the top in its rhetoric, and you can see why audiences loved it. And it was being played for years. I mean, we have records of, not comprehensive records, but we can tell in some cases when plays were particularly popular. Spanish Tragedy was being played 20 years after it first came out, and that was very rare. Ben Jonson complains about it, in fact. He complains about how popular Titus Andronicus by Shakespeare was for similar reasons. Titus is a revenge play, one of the all-time revenge plays. And so it's a very popular motif. And we can see it because it's very popular in our culture today. A surprising proportion of police dramas or just television programs, movies in general, are revenge stories because it's a very dramatic situation, the story of revenge. And it does pit our own ideas against each other. Revenge is something we have to give up in order to enter civilized society. We're all taught, I mean, you know, if someone kills a relative, you should turn to the police. There's a justice system to deal with that. We always have this lingering feeling that's not enough. We have this contrast between political justice and what we call poetic justice. And people can't imagine, you know, if I don't take vengeance with my own hands, I will never be satisfied. And you see this in actual, you watch TV documentaries about various crimes, and you know the relatives are, you know, they're not satisfied at the end. You know, the guy has gotten 3 consecutive life sentences. It's not enough. You know, they should have ripped his eyes out like he did to Grandma. But I watch the Investigation Discovery Channel far too much. But check it out sometime, you'll see what I mean. And revenge drama seems to be a kind of safety valve in our culture, that we want to see people who actually take revenge. And so this Spanish Tragedy was very successful. By the way, it has many of the elements of Hamlet in it. It has a ghost. It has a play within the play. It has a hero who's acting mad. I mean, there were real lines from Thomas Kyd to Hamlet. And therefore, when people say, we see references to a play called Hamlet before Shakespeare's, and people say, well, that was probably by Thomas Kyd, another one of his revenge tragedies. So Shakespeare, again, often didn't invent things and worked within established formulas. But his genius here was to have a different kind of avenger. To have this character, this unusually thoughtful character, Hamlet, who would think about the task and see it from different angles. And indeed, again, one side of him really responds to the notion of revenge. And that is the side of him that sees it in classical terms. Look at page 82. This is one of his most aroused speeches. This is Act 3, Scene 2, about line 396. "'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion this world. Now could I drink hot blood." This is the classic revenger rhetoric. This is what you hear from Geronimo in Kyd's The Spanish Tragedy. These plays in many ways trace back to Seneca's Latin tragedies. "Now could I drink hot blood and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look at. Soft now to my mother. O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not ever the soul of Nero enter this firm bosom." Now it's very interesting that at this moment when Hamlet is in a kind of full avenger mode here, now could I drink hot blood, he thinks of Nero. Nero, who did have his mother killed. Sweet guy. But he consistently associates the possibility of a real vengeance with something classical, with the world of the Aeneid, world of Nero here, this ancient world where vengeance was required of a hero. It was actually an ethical imperative. So there are all these forces pressing on Hamlet. He has a real sense that somehow his dignity and self-worth is bound up with whether he will follow his father's injunction. And there's so much in the play to set this classical mood. Look at just at page 8, for example. This is when Horatio is setting the scene for the ghost. This is Act 1, Scene 1, about line 113. "In the most high and palmy state of Rome, a little ere the mightiest Julius fell, the grave stood tenantless, and the sheeted dead did squeak and gibber in the Roman streets." These evocations of ancient Rome. And of course, Shakespeare seems to have almost a little joke on page 71 of Polonius and his acting career. This is Act 3, Scene 2, line 105. We learn that Polonius acted at the university. "That did I, my lord, and was accounted a good actor. What did you enact?" "I did enact Julius Caesar. I was killed in the Capitol. Brutus killed me." It's a brute part of him to kill so capital a calf. There. Now, this play probably came out a year or two after Julius Caesar. Again, I have to remind you, I'm not doing the plays in chronological order. And so Shakespeare's probably having a little fun with the fact that the last hit they had at the Globe Theatre. Julius Caesar, in fact, may have been the play with which they opened the Globe Theatre. And so he's kind of joking with his audience that, remember that Julius Caesar that you all love? Well, here's Hamlet. And it is a sign, again, we're doing these plays in an artificial order that I've created, but it is a sign that Shakespeare, having written Julius Caesar, had begun his serious exploration of ancient Rome as an alternative to the modern Christian world, and echoes it in Hamlet because it's very much in play here. So Hamlet, again, he's not like Horatio. He can't just say, well, forget it. I just let the world take its course. I will not respond to the accidents of fortune. I'll just let it go. No, he's too much of a hero to do that. And when he thinks of his father, he thinks of an epic warrior, a figure who stepped out of the pages of the Aeneid or the Iliad, and Hamlet admires that. And for example, he admires it in Fortinbras. But now I'm going to start turning here and showing you the other side of Hamlet. This is his complexity. Turn to page 100. The scene when Hamlet observes Fortinbras marching off to a fight in Poland. This is Act 4, Scene 4, about line 15. Hamlet's asking what's going on here. Goes it against the main of Poland, sir, or for some frontier? Truly to speak, and with no addition, we go to gain a little patch of ground that hath in it no profit but the name. To pay 5 ducats, 5, I would not farm it, nor will it yield to Norway or the Pole a rank rate should it be sold in fee. And Hamlet says, why then the Polak never will defend it. Yes, it is already garrisoned. And this is the intellectual side now of Hamlet coming to play. I want to stress, he does have a heroic side. To read many commentaries on Hamlet, you would think he's a pure intellectual and has no heroic side whatsoever. Tried to show you that he responds to models of heroism, that he has a heroic side himself. But it's balanced and in some ways neutralized by this intellectual side, that he is critical of the inadequate objects of heroism. Yes, there's something very heroic about heroism, but there's something foolish about it as well when the object of heroism is not suited to the occasion. So we then get this fascinating soliloquy on page 101, Act 4, Scene 4, line 32, how all occasions do inform against me and spur my dull revenge. So this is an image that Hamlet thinks will rouse up the spirit of revenge in him. And he even says, line 46, examples growth as earth exhort me. Heroic examples, but then look how he analyzes it. Witness this army of such mass and charge, led by a delicate and tender prince, whose spirit with divine ambition puffed, makes mouths at the invisible event, exposing what is mortal and unsure to all that fortune, death, and danger dare, even for an eggshell. It's a brilliant passage. Shakespeare builds it up, this rhetoric of how heroic this is. The bubble swells, and then he punctures it with even for an eggshell. Very interesting. I noticed Branagh doesn't know what to do with this speech at this point. He does this ridiculous panning shot, this heroic panning shot. Camera's going back and back as he's emoting, and the music is swelling, it's getting more and more heroic. And Branagh delivers even for an eggshell as if there were no irony in those words at all, as if this was the triumphant moment of the speech. Let's go, let's kill the Polish, let's do it, gang, let's do it for an eggshell. I think he misses the point here. And we see here, and let all sleep, where to my shame I see the imminent death of 20,000 men that for a fantasy and trick of fame go to their graves like beds, fight for a plot whereon the numbers cannot try the cause, which is not tomb enough in continent to hide the slain. That is not the most rousing pro-war speech you could imagine. And I'd say you can observe here the peculiar character of Hamlet's intellect, that it dissects its own ideals, that the things he holds up as heroic, he cannot help seeing that heroes have feet of clay and that there's something empty behind this heroism. And where does that come from? That comes from his Christianity. That this play embodies a vision of classical heroism coupled with a Christian critique of that heroism. And here again, let me remind you, Antony and Cleopatra has not been written yet, but I want to look at this play in terms of "'tis paltry to be Caesar," because that strain is very strong in Hamlet. He can respond to the classical world, but he's also very aware of this theme of "'tis paltry to be Caesar," that the political world does not seem fulfilling to him. And one good example of this is the treatment of Alexander the Great. This is on page 125. It's Act 5, Scene 1, the famous grave digging scene. After Hamlet's been studying skulls here. And this is, so Act 5, Scene 1, about line 195. Hamlet asks Horatio, "Dost thou think Alexander looked at this fashion in the earth? E'en so. And smelt so? Pah! Even so, my lord. To what base uses we may return, Horatio? Why may not imagination trace the noble dust of Alexander till it find it stopping a bunghole?" And Horatio understands the problem. He says, "'Twere to consider too curiously to consider so." He's trying to pull Hamlet back from this morbid mood. No faith, not a jot, but to follow him thither with modesty enough and likelihood to lead it. As thus, Alexander died, Alexander was buried, Alexander returned to dust. The dust is earth, of earth we make loam, and why of that loam whereto we was converted, might they not stop a beer barrel? Imperious Caesar, dead and turned to clay, might stop a hole to keep the wind away. Oh, that earth which kept the world in awe should patch a wall to expel the winter's flaw. That is "'tis paltry to be Caesar." Again, Hamlet's very aware that what's it all worth? These great world conquerors, what does it come to? I might remind you in Henry V, when Llewellyn brought up Alexander the Big. With his Welsh accent, it came out Alexander the Pig. And that dual view of things, I think, is very characteristic of Shakespeare. Shakespeare is himself is able to understand the greatness of these figures from history, like Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar. The very premise of his tragedies is that there are such great men and women who change history and who have a kind of magnificence. And yet Shakespeare is also aware that there are limits to these figures. Maybe Alexander the Big is really Alexander the Pig, a guy who just was avaricious, wanted to conquer as much as he could, and in the end, his greatness is just a form of piggishness. And this is Hamlet's problem here. T.S. Eliot has a wonderful phrase he used of the Jacobean playwright John Webster. He was able to see the skull beneath the skin. And I think that's very characteristic of Hamlet. I mean, it's literal in this scene because he's confronted with skulls here. He sees the skull of his old friend, the court jester, Yorick. But in general, we see here a kind of corrosive nature to Hamlet's intellect, that he sets up ideals, and yet then he sees their limitations. For example, I mean, his father was his image of a great man, and yet he's had a terrible lesson in the transitoriness of that form of greatness. It's what he plays upon again and again. But 2 months dead, he's faced with the fact that his father seemed to be famous, an image of greatness, the man who conquered Fortinbras and conquered Norway, and yet now everyone's turned to Claudius. And Hamlet remarks upon this at many points in the play. Page 52, for example. This is Act 2, Scene 2. He's had a long conversation with these players who've come from the city, and they're out of favor. A company of boy actors has replaced them. And it shocks Hamlet that the most popular theater company in Denmark is now reduced to road shows. And so Act 2, Scene 2, line 370, Hamlet says, "It is not very strange, for my uncle is king of Denmark, and those that would make mouths at him while my father lived give 20, 40, 50, 100 ducats apiece for his picture in little." It's the same idea on page 72, where this is Act 3, Scene 2, about line 130, Hamlet talking to Ophelia before the play begins. "For look you how cheerfully my mother looks, and my father died within 2 hours. And Ophelia says, "Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord." "So long? Nay, then, let the devil wear black, for I'll have a suit of sables. O heavens, died 2 months ago and not forgotten yet. Then there's hope a great man's memory may outlive his life half a year." Again, the "'tis paltry to be Caesar" motif. Hamlet's in a situation where he is asked to, in effect, uphold the reputation of his father, to show that his father's been murdered, to prove that the man who's replaced him is worthless, king of shreds and patches. And yet, in the end, what does reputation matter to Hamlet? He's had the most terrible lesson in the hollowness of reputation. Now, I call this Christian because it's a lesson in the transitoriness of this world. Part of Hamlet has that classical side that accepts the antique notions of greatness, that men should strive for glory, that valor is the chiefest virtue. And yet there's this Christian element in him that says, no, that's all worthless. That's all things of this world. And what Hamlet has is a remarkable detachment from this world. It's one sign of his difference from characters like Laertes and Fortinbras. And it comes up particularly in his cosmopolitanism. We talked about that. Again, it's helping us that we've done Antony and Cleopatra already, because we saw there the dissolution of the world of the polis when the world became cosmopolitan, when people lost their attachment to a simple polis and became creatures of the world, how disorienting that was. Hamlet has a strong element of that, a remarkable lack of attachment to his own country. For example, look at page 24. This is Act 1, Scene 4, the famous custom speech here when King Claudius is having the cannon shot off every time he takes a drink. And Horatio, this is line 12, Act 1, Scene 4, "Is it a custom?" And Hamlet says, "I marry, is it? But to my mind, though I am native here and to the manner born, it is a custom more honored in the breach than the observance. This heavy-headed revel east and west makes us reduced and taxed of other nations. They keep us drunkards, and with swinish phrase soil our additions. And indeed it takes from our achievements, though performed at height, the pith and marrow of our attribute." This, in a way, is very admirable in Hamlet. He is not limited by Danish horizons. He knows what people elsewhere in Europe think of the Danes. And unfortunately, it's that they're drunkards. But notice it leads him to have a certain contempt for Danish things, for Danish customs. This is all in line. The end of the play, we'll talk about this next time, but Fortinbras says Hamlet would have made a good king. But would he have? What do you make of a king who has no faith in Danish customs? It's like Hamlet's going to show up at the first baseball game, Denmark versus Norway. And they're going to ask him to throw out the first ball. And he's going to say, "What the hell is this? Baseball? It's a terrible sport. Cricket's much better." Or football is much better. It's a little odd of Hamlet the Dane having so much contempt for Danish things. But it's a part of his taking this very foreign, and I'll even say otherworldly perspective on Danish events. He has such contempt for Denmark. You might notice whenever an old friend shows up, his basic question is, what the hell are you doing in Denmark? Don't you have something better to do? And indeed, you might notice that among the young men in this play. Laertes wants to go to Paris. Hamlet wants to go back to Wittenberg. When Rosencrantz and Guildenstern show up from Wittenberg, Hamlet's very suspicious, as indeed he should be. But his question is, what are you doing here? And the reason he's questioning them is, to him, Denmark's a prison. This is page 48, Act 2, Scene 2, about line 242. It's amazing. I mean, this guy is from the royal family of Denmark. You know, he's supposed to be boosting the Danish tourist trade, right? But no, line 238. What have you, my good friends, deserved at the hands of fortune? She sends you to prison hither. This is the great Danish tourist campaign. Denmark, it's a prison. Denmark, it's for prisoners. Prison, my lord? Denmark's a prison. Then is the world one, a goodly one, in which there are many confines, wards, and dungeons, Denmark being one of the worst. Now, this is a Christian, otherworldly view of this world. This world is a prison, and Denmark's one of the worst of them. And that's what we see here, a man who cannot take his own country seriously. Notice the problem. He's being asked to right wrongs in Denmark, but he can't take Denmark seriously. Again, we'll come back to this next time, but in a very characteristic gesture, when thinking of the next king of Denmark, he names a Norwegian. You know, I prophesy the election lights on Fortinbras. I mean, what a bizarre political judgment that is. Only a man who is truly indifferent to his own country would propose a foreigner as the next king, especially in a world in which the conflict between Denmark and Norway has been so great here. So again and again, we see this character who he has been asked to act in this world, to redeem the honor of his father, to restore Denmark, to restore the rightful line in Denmark. Something's rotten in the state of Denmark, and Hamlet's called upon to right it. But he has such contempt for Denmark. Now, it has been increased by what's happened, by seeing Claudius replace the elder Hamlet. But you get the sense this goes deeper in Hamlet than just his reaction to his father's death. He's been off at Wittenberg, and he wants to go there again, because his perspective is kind of that of a university student. It is a universal perspective. Again, we saw that in looking at the Roman plays, the difference between setting horizons by a narrow polis and Coriolanus and having that universal perspective in Antony Cleopatra, for which politics loses much of its value. Again, 'tis paltry to be Caesar. And that's what we see here in Hamlet. Again and again, he looks at things and sees them as somehow empty or devoid of value. Look at page 125. The gravedigger scene is just filled with this. But this is Act 5, Scene 1, line 194. Again, looking at a skull and saying, now get you to my lady's chamber and tell her, let her paint an inch thick, to this favor she must come, make her laugh at that. And that is so characteristic of how his mind works. He sees a beautiful woman, but all he sees is paint. Again, he sounds so much in this scene and elsewhere like a preacher, telling the mighty of the world how empty their glories are, telling women how phony their beauty is. And he sees this generally of the world itself. Page 50. This is Act 2, Scene 2. Maybe his most extensive effort to explain himself to Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. This is Act 2, Scene 2, about line 305. I have of late, but wherefore I know not, lost all my worth, forgone all custom of exercises, and indeed it goes so heavily with my disposition, that this goodly frame, the earth, seems to me a sterile promontory. This most excellent canopy of the air, look you, this brave o'erhanging firmament, this majestical roof fretted with golden fire, why it appeareth nothing to me but a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. By the way, Shakespeare is the greatest writer of prose. He's not just the greatest writer of poetry and poetic verse. This prose is absolutely magnificent. But notice there the Christian critique of this worldliness, that all these things that seem beautiful, this goodly frame, the earth, excellent canopy there, it appeareth to me but a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. What a piece of work is a man, how noble in reason, how infinite in faculties, in form and moving, how express and admirable, in action, how like an angel, in apprehension, how like a god, the beauty of the world, the paragon of animals, and yet to me, what is this quintessence of dust? And again, I want you to see how preacherly this is. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This is a medieval vision of the human condition. The whole gravedigger scene is a kind of medieval dance of death. It is the theme of memento mori, showing the skull and reminding people, you too will die. This is what corrodes Hamlet's heroism. That's what I'm trying to show, what it would mean. Hamlet goes to the heart of everything I'm trying to show you in this course, what it would mean to be torn between these two different views. The pagan world, where this world is all there is, and where glory in this world is the only form of immortality, and you strive for glory and earthly kingship and all these aspects of political life, versus this understanding that there's another world, that the afterlife is more important than this life. And next time I'll show you how that works out in Hamlet's logic. But the idea that the glories of this world are just transitory, they have no lasting value, that beneath these glorious facades is just dust. Hamlet could just as well be a preacher delivering those lines. And that's the great self-division in Hamlet there. I think that's the ultimate source of his paralysis, that he's asked to perform a deed to restore Denmark's glory when he doesn't believe in glory and he doesn't believe in Denmark anymore. So I'll leave it here, and next time we'll explore more, especially the challenge of the afterlife in Hamlet's perception of the world. Again, I hope my voice is back by next time, but I may need this again. Okay, now, in a way, Hamlet is a good test of the premise of this course, and that is that consideration of political questions can help us understand Shakespeare. There are many people who have discussed Hamlet in terms of politics, but there's also a tendency among many critics to ignore the political aspects of the play. Hamlet seems like such a lonely, isolated, tortured individual that it's easy to abstract him from the political world. Some would even argue that he himself is abstracted from the political world. I think the play makes a lot more sense when you view it in political terms. And as I was trying to show last time, Hamlet himself is really quite political. He is very much concerned about the kingship. He actually would like to be king of Denmark. In fact, claims that he is king of Denmark in Act 5. And the play is shadowed by political issues all the way through, so that at the very end, on page 144, Fortinbras, in his very last speech, chooses to make a political judgment on Hamlet. This is Act 5, Scene 2, about line 397. Let four captains bear Hamlet like a soldier to the stage, for he was likely, had he been put on, to have proved most royal. The play actually ends with Fortinbras claiming Hamlet would have made a good king. Now, that's a very dubious claim, and in a way we've been spending time and will continue to spend time questioning that claim. And indeed, by now, we know to be very suspicious of the last speech in any Shakespeare play tragedy. It's usually made by the most highly ranked person left standing, and it does appear that Fortinbras may well be the next king of Denmark here, according to Hamlet's election. As we saw with Mark Antony and Brutus, or Ophidius with Coriolanus, or Antony and Cleopatra in regard to Octavius. Fortinbras has good reason to praise Hamlet here. Thanks to Hamlet, he's in line to become the next king of Denmark. It's very easy for Fortinbras to praise Hamlet. We've seen many times the last speech in the play is made by the guy who's defeated the fallen hero, or hero and heroine in the case of Antony and Cleopatra, and then chooses to praise them for a kind of political advantage. So anyway, if Fortinbras raises this issue at the end, I think we need to raise it, and indeed the mere fact that Fortinbras is raising it calls into question the very claim Fortinbras makes here. How good a king would Hamlet have made if he chooses a Norwegian as the next king of Denmark? This is a very striking development, especially coming as it does at the end of the play. It's unprecedented in any of the other earlier versions that we have, though again, we do not have this so-called or Hamlet or early Hamlet by probably by Thomas Kidd. Maybe it happens there, but in none of the sources is there any indication of anything like this. And I'd like to stress its peculiarity. From the very beginning of the play and all throughout it, the premise is that Denmark is trying to stay free of Norwegian domination. Indeed, the great credit that goes to the elder Hamlet is the triumph over the elder Fortinbras and won lands for Denmark. No matter what else you say about Claudius, he is pursuing a diplomatic path to try to keep Denmark safe. We certainly hear a lot in the opening scene about the military preparations in Denmark against a Norwegian invasion. Everything seems to be premised on the idea that, you know, here's Denmark and there's Norway, and you're trying to contain the threat of Fortinbras. And Hamlet, with his last gesture, this is top of page 143, Act 5, Scene 2, about line 355. But I do prophesy the election lights on Fortinbras. He has my dying voice. Now, I don't think this is just a stick it to Denmark gesture. That he's dying to say, well, what's the most awful thing I could do to these Danes? I'll give him a Norwegian as a king. We've seen him speak in praise of Fortinbras in Act 4, and he seems genuinely to admire him. You could call this a very philosophic gesture on the part of Hamlet, that he's indifferent to the ordinary consideration of friend and enemy. He's just looking around the world. Who's the best ruler for Denmark? So it's a Norwegian. That shouldn't matter. Now again, try to explain that to people in ordinary political circumstances. You know, someone suddenly suggesting, well, Putin, he seems to be running a large country. Why don't we have him as the American president? You know, we balk at ideas like that at a certain point. You know, you come down to some kind of patriotic feeling. You want your ruler to be from your own country. Hey, it's even in our Constitution. But here, Hamlet ends by giving a Norwegian his vote for the Danish throne. And essentially, there's a very odd document, which is a bastardized version of Hamlet in German. It's called Der bestrafte Brudermord, the punished brother murder. And no one knows quite what it is. It is Hamlet and it's not Hamlet. It seems to be a traveling version of Hamlet that made it to Germany, perhaps based on an earlier text of the play. Again, you read it and you see, well, this is the basic story of Hamlet. Anyway, it's interesting. At this moment in the play, Hamlet says, I give my voice to my cousin, Fortinbras. There's at least a certain logic there. That somehow he's related, and royal lines often do get interrelated that way. It's as if whoever produced that version sensed something was missing in Shakespeare's text at this point. You know, why is Hamlet naming Fortinbras here? Well, let's at least make him a relative of Fortinbras. And again, For all we know, that some people think this German play relates to the earlier Hamlet. It's maybe the kid play translated to German. It would suggest maybe this gesture is there in the earlier play. But it does tell us an awful lot about Hamlet and opens up this question for us. Would he have been a good king? He's so indifferent to Denmark and to Danish things. He has such contempt for Danish customs. We saw that last time. He doesn't like the drinking customs of Denmark. Again and again, the play, Hamlet speaks negatively of custom. Look at page 87. This is Act 3, Scene 4, about line 38. If damned custom have not braised it so. So custom is damned there. Or just a little later, page 92, Act 3, Scene 4, about line 163. Actually beginning on the preceding page. Assume a virtue if you have it not. That monster custom, who all sense doth eat of habits devil, is angel yet in this. So custom is damned. It's a monster for him. And again, this is very philosophical. And in some ways, Hamlet's disposition is philosophical. He doesn't accept the customs of his particular people. He questions them. But Shakespeare seems to be raising the issue of how philosophical a king could be. In Henry V, he offers a kind of philosopher king. I read you that passage about the theoretical and practical part of life, and that Henry somehow combined them. But Shakespeare seems to be interrogating that possibility in this play and wondering whether Hamlet's disposition fits the rule of a king. Now, that disposition is also very Christian, and that's what I was trying to show you last time. And in the three plays we're now doing, Hamlet, Othello, Macbeth, and Macbeth, I'm going to argue that Shakespeare really investigates the question of Christianity and politics. We've seen already problems that in Henry V, that the institutional power of the Catholic Church creates significant political problems because it's a rival to the state in very significant ways. And we saw that the fact that Christianity is a religion in favor of peace can make problems for warrior monarchs who somehow must reconcile their Christianity with their aggressive foreign policy. And we saw how Henry V can handle that. But I think from this point on, Shakespeare investigates even more deeply the effects of Christianity on the soul, and indeed its creation of the soul in the modern sense, and how much that complicates human life and specifically politics. When I talk about politics in this course, I do so in the broadest possible sense, where political questions are the fundamental human questions. And I've been trying to suggest that for Shakespeare, people live under distinct regimes, and those regimes emphasize different sets of virtues and vices, and how people approach their world is rooted in that. So that there is no simple universal human condition in the world for Shakespeare. So that, for example, on this fundamental issue as suicide, the ancient Romans have such a different approach to the question of suicide than the modern Christians, and we'll see how much that figures in Hamlet. It means that Shakespeare characterizes his figures in terms of distinct set of beliefs. Again, it's very easy to get that confused with Shakespeare's beliefs, and I'm bracketing out that question. We have no direct access to what Shakespeare's beliefs were. We can see, though, the sets of beliefs he imputes to his characters. And Hamlet is a particularly rich example of the diversity of beliefs that Shakespeare shows. Hamlet is the deepest Christian in this play, just as we saw that Antonio is the deepest Christian and maybe the only Christian in Merchant of Venice, that is, look at Laertes. In Laertes' case, to cut his throat in the church. He would have no hesitation in an act of vengeance, at least he claims, to cut someone's throat in the church. Actually, we'll see that when push comes to shove and he faces Hamlet, Laertes, in fact, hesitates. Hamlet obviously does not feel disposed to cut people's throat in the church, because as we'll see in some detail in a little while, when he finds Claudius praying, he can't kill him. Take Horatio. I've cited him many times as saying, I am more an antique Roman than a Dane. And that suggests, I'm from a different regime. I have a different set of beliefs. And we see it in the play when Hamlet speaks to Horatio and praises him for being a Stoic, for not being passion slave, for being something very Roman. And then there are these curious details about Horatio. If you look at page 4, Act 1, Scene 1, this is page 4, about line 23. When Bernardo and Marcellus are talking about the ghost, Marcellus says, Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him. There's something oddly skeptical about this figure, Horatio. And even more powerfully on page 9, Marcellus has this beautiful Christian speech here about our Savior's birth. This is still Act 1, Scene 1, about line 156. About the ghost, it faded on the crowing of the cock. Some say that ever against that season comes, wherein our Savior's birth is celebrated. This bird of dawning singeth all night long. And then they say, no spirit dare stir abroad. The nights are wholesome. Then no planet strike, no fairy takes, nor witch hath power to charm. So hallowed and so gracious is that time. And Horatio says, so I have heard, and do in part believe it. I'd love to know what part Horatio doesn't believe in Marcellus' speech about our Savior's birth. And Hamlet knows this. A very famous line, not sufficiently appreciated, in my view, page 34. So the end of Act 1, Scene 5, about line 165. Horatio says, oh, day and night, but this is wondrous strange. And Hamlet says, and therefore as a stranger give it welcome. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, that are dreamt of in your philosophy. Again, suggests that Horatio may be more an antique Roman than we think, that he may not be a Christian. And Hamlet suggests it here. You don't believe in this ghost. And there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, that are dreamt of in your philosophy. I've seen editors who try to treat your philosophy as a general term, like anybody's philosophy, your philosophy. But I've always felt the emphasis is on your there, in your philosophy, as if Horatio has a different philosophy from Hamlet's. And Hamlet's is a deeply, deeply Christian philosophy. So that's what I was trying to show you last time, this split in Hamlet. In general, I'm trying to show you how deeply rooted Shakespeare is in what we call the Renaissance, and that in some ways the heart of his work is an examination of the complexity of the Renaissance. Again, this point I've been making again and again, that our own culture and civilization is deeply sedimented, and it does rest on a Christian reinterpretation of the Roman appropriation of Greek things, and Shakespeare is very aware of that texture, and he gives that awareness to Hamlet. Hamlet's an unusual character in Shakespeare for having such a rich understanding of the very worlds that Shakespeare probes. Again, what I've been showing you, Shakespeare and his Roman plays is trying to revive the ancient world, the pagan world, the world of classical antiquity. And then in Antony and Cleopatra, he even shows how that world began to transform into the Christian world. And now I'm showing you how he explores that Christian world in plays like Hamlet, Othello, and Macbeth. but Hamlet has such an awareness of that range of human experience. As I tried to show you last time, there's a very strong classical side to Hamlet. He is himself a man of thumos. He has a great deal of ambition, competitiveness, aggressiveness. He admires figures from classical antiquity. When he thinks of his father, he images him, as I showed you last time, in classical terms. Indeed, Hamlet's whole sense of the world is that his father comes out of a kind of Homeric world, a world of epic heroes who fight it out openly in hand-to-hand combat. And Hamlet has a strong sense of living in a deeply diminished world, a world in which the currents of heroism have been gone awry. They have been deeply deformed for one reason or another. And so all the associations with Julius Caesar and with Hyperion and Hercules and so on, all those point to Hamlet's being inspirited by images of classical antiquity, and for him that weighs on his task of revenge, which he deeply associates, again, with the classical world, the world of the Aeneid, which he has the player call up in a speech, the world of heroes who were charged with carrying out vengeance. And again, that's the world out of which the very Hamlet story arises, the world of Norse saga, which isn't exactly classical antiquity, but is pagan and based on the revenge ethic as well. But then, as I showed, there's all this stuff working against that in Hamlet. And it's all associated with his Christianity, that he is not willing to take the heroic world as seriously as the heroes do, that he sees other dimensions to life. One way that might register for us is page 81. Again, since we've already read Antony and Cleopatra, this is Act 3, Scene 2, when Hamlet suddenly has a vision of the clouds. Act 3, Scene 2, line 385, says to Polonius, "Do you see yonder cloud that's almost in shape of a camel? By the mass, and 'tis like a camel indeed. Methinks it is like a weasel. It is backed like a weasel, or like a whale, very like a whale." Remember that moment in Antony and Cleopatra when the whole classical world began to dissolve and leave not a rack behind, when for Antony he had a vision of the clouds, and the clouds are ever changing in their shapes. I spoke of that as an intimation of that new heaven, new earth that Antony divines. And now we are in the Christian world where we have these clouds where things keep dissolving. Hamlet just does not accept the surface of the world. If you look at page 13, his earliest speech, this is Act 1, Scene 2, when Gertrude asks him, line 75 in Act 1, Scene 2, "Why seems it so particular with thee?" And Hamlet answers, "Seems, madam? Nay, it is. I know not seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother, nor customary suits of solemn black." Again, he always has it in for custom. "Nor windy suspirations or forced breath, nor the fruitful river of the eye, nor the dejected behavior of the visage, together with all forms, moods, shapes of grief that can denote me truly. These indeed seem, for they are actions that a man might play, but I have that within which passeth show, these but the trappings and the suits of woe." Again, that shows you how Hamlet's mind works. He sees the surface of things, and then he plunges into the depths of things. Showed you how he looks at the universe, and it's beautiful. Man is beautiful, but beneath it he sees the quintessence of dust. This is a man that can look at a beautiful woman and see the skull beneath it. This, I would argue, is one reason he has a hard time functioning in the political world. He is, in a way, charged with a fairly simple task, it seems, to right the wrongs in Denmark, but there are all these reasons why he can't take Denmark seriously. So I showed last time he thinks life is transitory and glory is transitory. He thinks the world is corrupt. And so all that Christian disposition makes it hard for him to undergo the task that the ghost has given him. And indeed, it's worth looking at the task to see how complicated it really is. Again, I've mentioned there are many revenge plays written at this time, some earlier than Hamlet, some later than Hamlet. None of them have such complicated conditions because normally a ghost shows up and says, kill so-and-so. So-and-so killed me. You're my son. It's your responsibility to kill so-and-so. But if you look at page 30, this is Act 1, Scene 5, about line 85. In fact, the ghost puts Hamlet in a real bind. It would be so easy just to tell him to kill Claudius. But in fact, he says, line 84, but howsoever thou pursuest this act, taint not thy mind, nor let thy soul contrive against thy mother aught. Leave her to heaven, and to those thorns in her bosom large, to prick and sting her. So it is not, even in the ghost terms, absolute revenge. Hamlet has to go about it in some way that will not taint his mind or really taint his soul, because don't let your soul contrive anything against your mother. This is indeed that problem that Hamlet raises in the now shall I drink hot blood speech, when he's faced with task of killing, but he realizes he can't do anything to hurt his mother. From the very task, you see how complicated it is for Hamlet and why it engages all these different aspects of his view of the world. Now, I said it was going to be a course in politics. I didn't say it was going to be a course in geography. But let's do some geography here to try to show how complicated Hamlet's situation is. Because I think in these three plays we're doing at the end, Hamlet, Othello, and Macbeth, Shakespeare engages in a kind of symbolic geography that in a way maps out for us, literally, the issues in the play. So, Hamlet is in Denmark. He's the Prince of Denmark. And if you kind of map out the geographic places that are mentioned in the play, north of Denmark is Norway, and it's associated with Fortinbras. And Norway is associated with the heroic world, the epic world. It's the world where the elder Hamlet fought the elder Fortinbras. It's where Fortinbras emerges as this conquering hero, as the man who's devoted to warfare. There's a strong sense in the play that Norway represents an older, maybe more primitive and barbaric world, the world that Hamlet associates with epic heroism. And then to the south of Denmark, we learn of two places, Paris and Wittenberg. Paris is associated with Laertes, and Paris, then as now, is a city of fashion. It's very much presented as such in the play. It's where a young gallant at court like Laertes wants to go to. And we learn what goes on in Paris. You learn how to fence. In Norway, you learn how to use a battle axe. In Paris, you learn how to fence, and hopefully with a poisoned rapier. It's such a different world. It's so much more modern. They play tennis in Paris. It's very fun. There's a reference to tennis in Paris. Actually, if you want to get a sense of Paris, just look at Polonius's advice to Rinaldo when he's sending him to spy on Laertes. And he talks about what young men do in Paris. It involves going to whorehouses, I might point out, but playing tennis, drinking a lot. And you really get the sense, Paris is what has been ever since, the land of pleasure and fashion and young gentlemen. And then the other city mentioned is Wittenberg, the university, which is associated with Horatio and Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. And Wittenberg is strongly associated with Martin Luther and Protestantism. The Protestant Reformation began in Wittenberg 1517. That's when Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to a door at the University of Wittenberg. At the very least, it's a university. So again, a more modern world, a world of scholarship. And Shakespeare's amazing. The conversations between Hamlet and Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are undergraduate bull sessions. And they, all this playing with words, a dream is but a shadow of ambition, then is a dream, but I'm sure you guys get involved in conversations like that as well. It's just amazing that as early as 1601, Shakespeare knows how undergraduates talk and how they party. But anyway, I think you could add the notion that Shakespeare would have been aware that Wittenberg was famous by then as the city of the Protestant Reformation. So what I'm getting at is Norway is the past, and Paris and Wittenberg are the future. Norway is the fringe of Europe. Paris and Wittenberg are, in effect, the heart of Europe. Denmark is a borderland. It's even a backwater. That's one of the interesting things about it. That you see, as we mentioned last time, that the youth of Denmark want to be somewhere else. It's not cool to be in Denmark. And even when the players show up, you would think, this troupe of players, you would think, oh, it's a chance to play the palace. This is like a royal commission. But what they're saying is, things are really bad in Copenhagen, and we're stuck on a road trip here, and what can we do? So we'll play Elsinore, big deal. And Hamlet feels sorry for them that they've ended up. He says, how do you end up in Elsinore? Not welcome to the royal court, you guys have made it, but what's going wrong that you ended up playing here in Denmark? And so there is this strange sense in the play that Denmark itself is a backwater on the fringes of Europe, and caught between these two worlds, caught between a heroic world tied to the past, an epic world, in some ways the world of classical heroism, and a much more modern world, a world of fashion, a world of universities and the new Protestant Reformation. And this maps very well in that, as I was showing you last time, Hamlet, in a way, is caught between these choices, and between Fortinbras and Laertes and Horatio. These are all alternate figures who, as I said, wouldn't have Hamlet's problems. If Hamlet weren't such a comprehensive intellect and such a comprehensive soul, he wouldn't have the difficult choices he has. It's what makes his situation peculiarly tragic. Okay, let me pause here and say, any questions thus far? Okay, let me just go a little further now into Hamlet's Christianity and the issues it raises. It does make it much more difficult for him to pursue a single-minded political path. One way we see this is his view of human corruption. Again, it's something that undermines his willingness to stand up for anything, because he sees so much corruption in human life that he feels anything he achieves would be undermined. This particularly surfaces in his view of women, which is new to us in what we've seen in Shakespeare, and that is his sense that women are profoundly corrupt. And I'm going to say that this comes out of his Christian attitudes and his sense of human sinfulness and even original sin. This certainly comes up in his treatment of Ophelia and in his treatment of Gertrude. If you turn to page 65, so Act 3, Scene 1, this really painful dialogue, painful for us to hear, between Hamlet and Ophelia. This is about line 103 in Act 3, Scene 1. Ha ha! Are you honest? My lord, are you fair? What means your lordship? That if you be honest and fair, your honesty should admit no discourse to your beauty. Could beauty, my lord, have better commerce than with honesty? Aye, truly. For the power of beauty will sooner transform honesty from what it is to a bawd than the force of honesty can translate beauty into his likeness. This was sometime a paradox, but now the times gives it proof. I did love you once. Indeed, my lord, you made me believe so. You should not have believed me, for virtue cannot so inoculate our old stock, but we shall relish of it. I loved you not. I was the more deceived. Get thee to a nunnery. Why wouldst thou be a breeder of sinners? Now, as your note points out here, relish of it, smack of it, our old sinful nature. And this is Hamlet claiming that human beings, and specifically women, are sinful. They cannot truly be honest. And his recommendation is get thee to a nunnery. Now, we did not see this in the Roman plays as a recommendation, because there are no nunneries in the ancient world. We are now in the Christian world where there are nunneries, and we see here Hamlet's disposition for a kind of sexual purity that's embodied in the monastic ideal or the ideal of the nunnery. Now, as many people have pointed out, nunnery was a pun because it also meant house of prostitution in Elizabethan slang. So this get thee to a nunnery is a very double-edged claim. I think it both is get thee to a nunnery, withdraw from this world because it's sinful, and the only way to maintain your virtue is to maintain your sexual purity. But at the same time, and this is the crazy logic of the pun, he's saying get thee to a whorehouse. But what I'd like you to see is that the logic of this is fundamental to Hamlet. Women are either nuns or whores for him. There is no middle ground. That's indeed his problem with women, that he cannot combine in his mind sexuality with virtue. He thinks women have to be either entirely pure or they are simply full of vice. Now, undoubtedly, his experience of his mother's hasty remarriage has provoked this thought in his mind, but it is characteristic of him. There is a real all or nothing attitude in Hamlet, and I stress this because we're going to be seeing this in different ways in Othello and Macbeth as well. There's a kind of absolutism here. Now, you do not see this in the Roman plays. Part of their being said in a pagan world is that sexuality is precisely accepted as a natural part of life. And it is Christianity which introduces the idea of original sin and the sinfulness of sexuality, and it leads to a kind of radicalism with regard to marriage. In Hamlet, if you look at the next page, 66, line 136 in Act 3, Scene 1. If thou dost marry, I'll give thee this plague for thy dowry. Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calumny. And indeed, that's his point. There is no true purity in the world. Get thee to a nunnery. Go, farewell. Or if thou wilt need marry, marry a fool. For wise men know well enough what monsters you make of them. To a nunnery go, and quickly too, farewell. Heavenly powers restore him. I have heard your paintings well enough. God hath given you one face, and you make yourselves another. Again, that same obsession that came up in the gravedigger scene, that he looks at a woman and he sees them as painted. They have false faces. They're not true. You jig and amble and you lisp. You nickname God's creatures and make your wantonness your ignorance. Go to, I'll have no more on it. It hath made me man. I say we will have no more marriage. Those that are married already, all but one shall live. And, Claudius is overhearing this, and he knows that's a reference to him. But no more marriage. Now, obviously, Christianity has been reconciled with human sexuality and the idea of sanctified marriage. That's Christianity's answer to this issue. If a man and a woman are married by the church, then they can engage in sex for the sake of procreation. Again, Christianity has to make some compromise with this world. But if you look at a lot of Christian theology, it regards marriage as the second best state. That celibacy is better, hence the whole monastic ideal, the nunnery ideal, very strong in the Christian Middle Ages, and Hamlet's disposed that way. And we're seeing something of the radicalness of a Christian attitude towards human nature here. Human nature is sinful, and that any form of sexuality is corrupting. And Hamlet just gets obsessed with that. It comes up in the play within the play scene in his little interchanges with Ophelia. Bottom of page 73. So now Act 3, Scene 2, about line 157. Is this a prologue or the poesy of a ring? 'Tis brief, my lord, as woman's love. And again, that sense of the transitoriness of values in human life, the most pressing example of that for Hamlet is a woman's love. Because again, the thing that has most disillusioned him is his mother's remarriage. There's a lot of dirty puns in this scene. It'll cost you a groaning to take off my edge, country matters and stuff. I will not dwell on that. But his scene with his mother, when he finally confronts her, this is particularly revealing of his obsessions with sexuality. You see it on page 89, for example, Act 3, Scene 4, about line 91, as you see him trying to imagine his mother in bed with Claudius. So line 92, nay, but to live in the rank sweat of an enseamed bed, stewed in corruption, honeying and making love over the nasty sty. And I want to dwell on how extreme this is. This is not the way Antony and Cleopatra talk about sex. Sex, for example, is definitely seen as corruption. Or page 92, one of the strangest passages. This is Act 3, Scene 4, about line 183. This strange negative, where instead of just saying, don't sleep with Claudius, Hamlet says, when Queen says, what shall I do? He says, not this by no means that I bid you do. Let the bloat king tempt you again to bed, pinch wanton in your cheek, call you his mouse, and let him for a pair of reachy kisses or paddling in your neck with his damned fingers make you to ravel all this matter out. In the act of denying the deed and arguing against it, he visualizes it in great detail. He's simply obsessed, not with sexual corruption simply, but with sexuality as corruption. Sexuality is in itself corruption. Again, page 91, same scene, about line 147. It will but skin and film the ulcerous place, whilst rank corruption, mining all within, infects unseen. I can't stress enough how radical that vision is, how radical a vision of human corruption that is. It is so characteristic of Hamlet there that underneath the skin, it's just filming the ulcer. And what's at the heart of human life is rank corruption, mining all within, infecting unseen. This is a very unhealthy imagination. Remember, when Hamlet picked up the skull in the graveyard and starts imagining it's Alexander the Great's skull, Horatio said, would be to consider too curiously to consider it so. Horatio, the ancient Roman, has a real sense that Hamlet's going over the top here. And I think it's this very, a lot of people have attributed these views to Shakespeare, and I don't know how you can do that. This is just a character of Shakespeare's. But you sure as hell can attribute them to Hamlet, because that's what Shakespeare's doing. He's showing what an extreme view of human corruption would do to political life. Because I'm saying this is part of what unfits Hamlet, ultimately, I would say, for rule in Denmark, but even unfits him for this task of righting wrongs in Denmark. Again, if you see human beings as so fundamentally corrupt, what's the problem with just Claudius then? He's just one example of a more thoroughgoing corruption. And Hamlet has, in a way, such a radical view of human life that would even banish marriage and send all women to nunneries to keep them pure. So wherever you look in Hamlet, you see the effects of his Christian beliefs. Here's just in a way, a trivial but a very revealing example. Page 26, Act 1, Scene 4. This is when the ghost seems to be tempting him and Horatio is trying to stop him. So Act 1, Scene 4, about line 65. Why, what should be the fear? I do not set my life at a pin's fee, and for my soul, what can it do to that, being a thing immortal as itself? Very important that Hamlet sees the soul as immortal. Maybe Horatio doesn't, being an antique Roman. But notice the flip side of that is I do not set my life at a pin's fee. Here we get to the heart of what's problematic with Hamlet, that in light of his immortal soul, this life here and now becomes worthless. And that's the ultimate example of the all or nothing attitude in Hamlet, that he really does see this life in the light of eternity. Remember, we saw with the pagan Romans, their intense focus on politics follows from their blindness to an afterlife. Since this place is the only place where you can achieve fame and glory, immortal glory, you have to strive for political action. I think we're seeing the other side, that same coin here in Hamlet. He is so rooted in visions of immortality that it's very hard for him to take this life seriously. And above all, this impinges on his task of killing Claudius. And that's what I want to dwell on for a bit now. Perhaps the most important scene for understanding Hamlet, page 85. So this is Act 3, Scene 3. To reset the scene for you, Claudius has been praying unsuccessfully, as it turns out, but Hamlet does not know that. He comes upon Claudius at prayer and has the opportunity to kill him and does not. We talked a bit about five-act structure in Shakespeare. This is the third act. This is the turning point of the play, and indeed this moment is indeed the turning point of the play. If Hamlet had killed Claudius at this moment, a lot would not have followed. Hamlet wouldn't be dead. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern wouldn't be dead. Polonius wouldn't be dead. Gertrude wouldn't be dead. Laertes wouldn't be dead. Horatio wouldn't be dead. Only Claudius would be dead. This is a key moment when Hamlet has a chance for the surgical strike. Just kill Claudius, and then everybody else wouldn't have had to die. And yet Hamlet doesn't do it, so this is a very important moment. The other thing I will point out is that this is the first moment when Hamlet knows virtually for sure that Claudius killed his father. Hamlet has himself expressed doubts in the ghost, considered the possibility that the ghost was a devil tempting him. He came up with the idea of the mousetrap play to test Claudius. He's put that plan into action. Claudius blenched. Claudius showed his guilt when he could not sit there and watch any more of the play. So in a way, everything's resolved for Hamlet here. This is the moment when he can do with good conscience what he's been considering doing. Through Horatio, he would have some evidence of Claudius's guilt, and he does not do it. The question is why? And it's not, everyone says, Hamlet's a mystery, and Shakespeare doesn't supply answers and so on. But it's a funny thing. Shakespeare gives us a pretty long speech here on page 85. Now might I do it pat. Now he is a-praying, and now I'll do it. And so he goes to heaven, and so am I revenged. That would be scanned. A villain kills my father, and for that I, his sole son, to this same villain send to heaven. Why, this is higher and soury, not revenge. He took my father grossly, full of bread, with all his crimes brought blown as flush as May, and how his audit stands, who knows, save heaven. But in our circumstances and course of thought, 'tis heavy with him. And am I then revenged to take him in the purging of his soul when he is fit and seasoned for his passage? No. Up sword, and know thou a more horrid hent, when he is drunk, asleep, or in his rage, or in the incestuous pleasure of his bed at game of swearing, or about some act that has no relish of salvation in it, and then trip him, that his heels may kick at heaven, and that his soul may be as damned and black as hell whereto it goes. My mother stays, this physic but prolongs thy sickly days. Now, here we see how Hamlet's belief in an afterlife impinges on his duty here to his father, and we would say his political life. Because of his belief in an afterlife, he must take that into account in his action here. He must, in his own view, slay Claudius in a way that will send him to hell and not to heaven. I'll offer as a parallel Achilles and Hector. When Achilles goes to kill Hector, he does not worry about the state of Hector's soul. Being a pagan, all Achilles needs to do is kill the body and not worry about anything else. We see here how much more difficult the task of revenge is for a Christian, because it's a state of soul, not just a state of body. And indeed, Hamlet feels he's got to send Claudius to hell here. Now, a brief digression here, which I cannot resist. It is amazing to see the critical reaction to this scene, because every critic I know of goes into denial here that Shakespeare ever wrote these lines, and it goes all the way back to Samuel Johnson, the great 18th century critic and Shakespeare scholar who produced one of the best 18th century editions of Shakespeare. He said that these thoughts are too horrific to utter. Look, if you've got the signet, turn to page 175, because you've got an excerpt from Samuel Taylor Coleridge, which both looks back to Samuel Johnson and adds. This is page 175 at the bottom is a good epitome of critical reaction to this scene. This is what Coleridge says of Johnson. This conduct and this sentiment Dr. Johnson has pronounced to be so atrocious and horrible as to be unfit to be put into the mouth of a human being, let alone Hamlet, our favorite character. The fact, however, is that Dr. Johnson did not understand the character of Hamlet and censured accordingly. The determination to allow the guilty king to escape at such a moment is only part of the indecision and irresoluteness of the hero. Hamlet seizes hold of a pretext for not acting when he might have acted so instantly and effectually. Therefore, he again defers the revenge he was bound to seek and declares his determination to accomplish it at some time when he is drunk asleep or in his rage or in the incestuous pleasures of his bed. This, allow me to impress upon you most emphatically, was merely the excuse Hamlet made to himself for not taking advantage of this particular and favorable moment, far from doing justice upon his guilty uncle at the urgent instant of the spirit of his father. So we've got critics like Dr. Johnson who says, this is too horrible to utter. No human being would ever say this. And you'll even get critics saying, well, Hamlet would never say that, as if we somehow had a Hamlet independent of the one Shakespeare had created and who he gave these lines to. Coleridge's argument is a little more sophisticated, he's saying, well, this is just an excuse. It's Coleridge who came up with the view of Hamlet as the man who just thinks too much. His problem is he's too thoughtful, and that's why he can't act. And so Coleridge dismisses the content of Hamlet's thoughts. For him, the process of thinking here matters. Hamlet's just generating excuses. They are just excuses. They're not the real reasons. Now, I'd like to argue that these are the real reasons, that they are what Shakespeare gives us in the play. Incidentally, I said I watched Gamlet, the Russian version of Hamlet by Kosinsev. He just omits the whole speech. I was just stunned. I was watching oh, well, how is Kosinsev going to handle it? Well, he found a fine way to handle the difficulty of speech. He just omitted it from the production entirely. And I think he was more honest. Most critics find a way to omit it in their consideration. But I don't think you can understand Hamlet unless you understand the speech. And you see how problematic revenge has become in the Christian world. Now, I oversimplified it in my initial formulation when I said the classical world, revenge is enjoined as part of the heroic ethic, and in Christianity, revenge is forbidden. Yes, that's true, but what we see here is a Christian revenge is going to be something more horrific than a classical revenge. The famous line which appears in the Old Testament and is repeated in the New Testament, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord." Well, that, of course, offers a divine prohibition against vengeance. However, at the same time, it offers a divine model of vengeance. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Vengeance is forbidden, and yet God can do it. And it's always, as Plato's Euthyphro shows, the question in piety is always, do you do what the gods say, or do you do what the gods do? And it's awfully tempting to imitate the gods rather than just listening to what they say. And so some of the Old Testament God holds up a quite remarkable example of vengeance to the nth generation, as it sometimes happens. And so in some ways, Hamlet has a model of vengeance, but the model is one of damnation. Again, far worse than the mere killing of the body that you see in the ancient world. And so if you really take this speech seriously, you see how difficult the act of revenge is, because, among other things, it requires knowledge of the soul. Line 82, and how his audit stands, who knows save heaven. I've seen critics who make the point here, oh, it's ironic. Claudius himself has admitted that his prayers are worthless, they're not working, because he still is holding on to what he won. If Hamlet had killed him at this moment, Claudius would have gone to hell as Hamlet desired. But Hamlet cannot know that. And that's what's so deeply problematic here. It's an unusual scene. It's, in a way, the meeting of two soliloquies here. Claudius soliloquizing his prayer, and Hamlet soliloquizing his decision not to kill Claudius. I will point out a very obvious fact about the play, the incredible proliferation of soliloquy now in this Christian world. Talked about the absence of soliloquy, the relative absence of soliloquy in Coriolanus, and the fact that when we do have soliloquies in the Roman plays, they tend to be more rhetorical than lyrical. We saw this with Brutus's "It must be by his death" soliloquy, a soliloquy that begins with its conclusion and then searches for publicly defensible reasons that would lead to that conclusion. There's something almost frigid about the soliloquies in Coriolanus and Julius Caesar. They are not actually explorations of a mind in the process of reaching for a conclusion. They tend to be characters who've reached a conclusion and are trying to figure out how to present it publicly, so that even the private thought in Rome tends to be public, tends to take the public form of rhetoric. And I talked about how in Antony and Cleopatra, as I was saying, we begin to enter the world that was to become the Christian world. Soliloquy, lyrical soliloquy starts to appear. And now, in Hamlet is the great play of soliloquy. And not just Hamlet's soliloquies, but we get characters who are genuinely exploring themselves and thinking something through. When Hamlet begins the speech on page 85, he doesn't know yet what he's going to do. And he's actually working towards a conclusion, as is Claudius, for that matter, in his prayer, or Hamlet in all his other soliloquies. So we see a tremendous opening up of psychological interior in these plays. I think it's something that Shakespeare associates with Christianity, which makes his characters have so much more depth now. The Roman heroes, particularly someone like Coriolanus, what you see is what you get. The greatness of Coriolanus manifests itself in deeds. You can see them on the battlefield, and it comes down to, on fair ground, I could beat 40 of them. The greatness of characters like Hamlet, and we'll see something similar in Othello and Macbeth, is this richness of the interior that opens up as we start to explore the depths of their souls here. And so Hamlet really, you see how complicated his world has become. Again, I keep using the archetypal epic act of Achilles killing Hector. That is so simple in a way. You just stand up to Hector on the battlefield, and the great rule of epic warfare in Homer, who's ever standing at the end, that's the epic hero. That's not so now in Hamlet's world. Things are so complicated because judging the situation requires knowing what's going on in people's minds. And this play is so filled with that. We see how much is concealed in this world, how much is in the dark in this world. The world of the Roman plays is a very sunlit world. The world where things happen out on battlefields and things are resolved clearly on battlefields. The world of Hamlet, and I'll add Othello and Macbeth, is such a dark world. It's a world where things are concealed and where the great quest is to find out what people are thinking. That comes up again and again in this play. We'll talk about this some more next time when I talk about the specific court politics of the play, but Polonius spying on his own son, instructing Rinaldo in ways to extract the truth about Polonius, about Laertes. Claudius and Polonius getting together to try to figure out what Hamlet really feels about Ophelia, and staging that business, that interview, where they can listen from behind a curtain. There's so much listening from behind curtains in this work. Polonius ends up dead because of his propensity to listen from behind curtains when he tries it one time too many with Gertrude. Really the incredible scene with Hamlet and Ophelia, where he's trying to figure out her at the same time as she's trying to figure out him. We've got the plot, Polonius and Claudius trying to figure out if Hamlet's really in love with Ophelia. Hamlet trying to figure out if Ophelia's true with him. Turn to page 65. This is a famous moment in the staging. It's Act 3, Scene 1. This line, 131, "Where's your father?" Brano does this well in his film. He has somebody make a noise, either Polonius or Claudius, so that Hamlet realizes they're spying on him. And if you do notice, Hamlet gets even nastier after that moment. Where's your father? When she says, "At home, my lord," he realizes she's part of a plot against him. And then he gets really vicious with her. But again, that's the kind of world that Hamlet is in now. A world of intense spying into people's souls. And it has to do with the fact that soul has become so important now. The state of your soul. Now, there's, soul comes from psyche, it's a Greek word for soul, but in the ancient world, the soul was kind of a shade that sort of accompanied the body, and on one hand, didn't seem to be capable of being all that detached from it. The full notion of soul, a mortal soul, separable from the body, saw that only gradually emerging at the end of Antony and Cleopatra. And here, in full flower in Hamlet, the world of an immortal soul with an infinite destiny and with everything hinging on that, and people trying to figure out what's in the other guy's soul. It is, of course, a central problem in love in this play. It's, Ophelia wondering, does Hamlet really love me? Hamlet wondering, does Ophelia really love me? People are just in quest here of finding out what's in each other's souls, and that is so difficult. As Hamlet himself again says in this scene, and how his audit stands, who knows save heaven. We're going to see the difficulty of seeing into someone's soul is what destroys Othello when he gets his doubts about Desdemona. But this is a world of intense new doubts because things hinge on what's going on in your soul and what its future is. Now, this is the burden of Hamlet's most famous speech. To be or not to be, that is the question. This is a whole speech about the afterlife. It's on page 63 in our edition. So Act 3, Scene 1, about line 56. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of troubles and by opposing end them. To die, to sleep no more. And by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to, 'tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. That is the pagan option. The speech begins with the pagan option, that death is at most just sleep. You find that in Plato's Apology when Socrates speaks about death, and some people have traced this speech to a passage in Cicero that goes back to Socrates. In some ways, Hamlet is saying the world would be so easy if it were a pagan world, where death just ended things. That would be a consummation devoutly to be wished. But to die, to sleep perchance to dream, aye, there's the rub. And that's the Christian option now that haunts him. And again, he is profoundly Christian, convinced of the immortality of his soul. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this moral coil must give us pause. It's the whole problem is the afterlife, the Christian option. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin. Again, that was the Roman attitude towards suicide, which we saw in the Roman plays. Things get too bad, you lose your honor, threatened with the loss of dignity, you can always kill yourself. Who would fartles bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns, puzzles the will. Now, just parenthetically here, a lot of people have raised the question, how can Hamlet say this when he's just met the ghost of his father? How can he speak of the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns? He means returns alive. I mean, I think this is fair enough. I don't think this is a contradiction in Shakespeare here, that ghosts may come back, but but you don't die and come back as a living being. Anyway, undiscovered country from was born, no traveler returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others that we know not of. Thus conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought, and enterprises of a great pitch and moment with this regard their currents turn awry and lose the name of action. Now again, these are among the most famous words in the play, and yet I don't think people have sufficiently thought through what they're saying. Basically, this speech is about how thoughts of the afterlife distort our view of this life, and in particular undermine any notion of heroism, and specifically any notion of ancient or classical heroism. Now, for example, this is the kind of passage that Coleridge points to when he says that Hamlet is a man who thinks too much. The Olivier movie begins, this is the tragedy of a man who thinks too much. And that's a kind of reading of the line, thus conscience does make cowards of us all. But it's not just thinking in this speech, it's thinking about the afterlife. This is very specific in this speech. It's not just some abstract notion. Gee, if you think too much about life, you'll never get anything done. It's very carefully set up in the speech. Here's the pagan alternative, here's the Christian alternative, and it's thinking about the afterlife that produces these effects. And enterprises of great pitch and moment with this regard their currents turn awry and lose the name of action. That notion of their currents turn awry, I mean, I think it's a central idea in this play, that these Christian notions of the afterlife turn awry the currents of heroism from the ancient world. This is all a play about distortions of heroism. Again, you have an image of classical or epic heroism in the elder Hamlet and the elder Fortinbras, an epic confrontation. By the end of the play, you've got this horrifically Machiavellian fencing match between Hamlet and Laertes with all these Borgia-like elements in it, poison rapiers, poison drinks. That's the turning awry that this play presents, how something that was once so noble gets distorted into this view, this corruption. Now, a lot of this, again, has to do with the issue of suicide. And this is a place, we'll get to Ophelia's suicide next time, but suicide is something that haunts this whole play, and it haunts it first and foremost in Hamlet's perspective, and it's indeed the first thing we hear from him, his complaints about the issue of suicide. Look at page 14, another one of these soliloquies. I mean, Shakespeare didn't waste these soliloquies. They all give us profound insights into Hamlet. So this is page 14, Act 1, Scene 2, about line 129. Oh, that this too sullied flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into dew. Now, as your notes point out, in one of the editions of Hamlet, maybe if I have time next time, I'll explain a bit about the different texts of Hamlet, but in one of the texts, it's solid flesh. I much prefer solid flesh there. I think it should be, oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew. I like that because the melt seems to go along with solid. The image of solid flesh melting into dew seems to be more powerful. But I'll live with sullied if an editor wants it, because that's also the Christian idea then of original sin, sullied flesh. Anyway, oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into, or that the everlasting had not fixed his canon against self-slaughter. I mean, that's the first thing Hamlet complains about in the play, is the Christian prohibition against suicide. Again, we saw that moment in Antony and Cleopatra when Cleopatra, for the first time, says, is it sin to steal into the secret house of death? The emergence of the prohibition against suicide with the emergence of at least proto-Christian ideas in that play. Here we are in full mode here, that Hamlet cannot commit suicide because it's against the Christian religion, and it's quite revealing that Hamlet refers to God here as the everlasting. What you see throughout Hamlet is a sense of the difference between the everlasting and the merely transitory. And again, he looks at this whole world, and that includes politics, in light of the everlasting. And that's his fundamental critique. It's why he says 'tis paltry to be Caesar. That politics is not the realm of the everlasting. Hamlet's father's reputation lasted 2 months. So how good is that? He wants the everlasting. And then you see, his view of the world. Oh, God, how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Fie on it, fie, 'tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely. Again, this is not Coriolanus' view of the world. It's not Brutus' view of the world. It's not Julius Caesar's view of the world. It isn't Antony and Cleopatra's view of the world, that it's so rotten. This is the sort of thing you would expect to hear in a medieval sermon rather than in a Roman play. This play is filled with the gravedigger scene especially, with a kind of medieval image of human life. Just skull after skull. And then you see what provokes these thoughts. In particular, it is the marriage of his mother, the remarriage, that it should come to this, but 2 months dead, nay, not so much, not two, so excellent a king, that was to this Hyperion to a satyr. So loving to my mother that he might not beteem the winds of heaven, visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth must I remember, why she would hang on him as if increase of appetite had grown by what it fed on, and yet within a month, let me not think on it, frailty, thy name is woman. A little month, or ere those shoes were old, with which she followed my poor father's body like Niobe, all tears, why she a god, O God, a beast that wants discourse of reason, would have mourned longer, married with my uncle, my father's brother. So this is his primary image of the transitoriness of glory, that his mother betrayed his father's memory. Again, the focus on women's corruption here, again, very much in line with especially medieval Christianity. And so you see his problem here. In some ways, his central problem in this play is that he can't commit suicide. I'll argue next time that he finds a way of indirectly committing suicide. But this is what leaves him incapable of accomplishing his task in this play. It's why he ends up reacting to things rather than being the active force. It's interesting, he even comes to abjure his own responsibility in the course of the play with you see it on page 138, when he's trying to be reconciled with Laertes, and so he does try to make apologies for that scene at the grave, and this is Act 5, Scene 2, about line 234. Was it Hamlet wrong, Laertes? Never Hamlet. If Hamlet from himself be ta'en away, and when he's not himself does wrong, Laertes, then Hamlet does it not, Hamlet denies it, who does it then? His madness. This is actually a dangerous moral evasiveness in Hamlet, that he ultimately does not claim responsibility for what he does. It is that passivity we saw emerge in the course of the Roman plays. That sense that people began to doubt whether they had control of their destiny. And that's very strong in Hamlet. This is page 137. It's Act 5, Scene 2. This is line 220, again on page 137. This is when, we'll talk about this more next time, but when Horatio is afraid that Hamlet's getting himself in trouble by getting involved in a fencing match with his bitter enemy Laertes, Hamlet says, not a whit, we defy augury. That's interesting, I'd never noticed that before. We defy the Roman approach. It's so perfect. I had never saw that before. That augury, which is so important in the Roman plays, that's what the ancients relied on, was augury. There's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. That's Christianity. Notion of special providence. You have an omnipotent, omniscient God. The idea there's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow means God sees everything. He takes care of everything. This is what the omnipotent, omniscient God of Christianity can do, and that the pagan gods cannot do. If a sparrow, it's quoting Matthew 10:29. Thank you, Mr. Editor. Are not two sparrows sold for a farthing, and one of them shall not fall on the ground without your Father? What an amazing claim about a divinity that cares about everything. So if it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness at all, since no man of aught he leaves knows what is it to leave betimes. Now, this is often offered by some critics as a very positive speech. There are people who talk about a change in Hamlet in Act 5, that he's grown more mature, that this speech shows that he's now reconciled to his fate. I think though he's reconciled in a very negative way. It is now a kind of fatalism. Again, we trace that in the Roman plays. From the Republican attitude, men are the masters of their fate, the fault of Brutus is not in our stars but ourselves, to this sense, oh, this day is going to come out the way it will come out and I can't do anything. This is really problematic, what Hamlet says now. If it be not now, 'tis not to come. Be not to come, will be now. If it be not now, yet will come. The readiness is all. The readiness here is simply passivity. It's letting Claudius take the initiative. It turns out it's just responding to your enemy's actions, not taking the active role itself. And so it's another aspect of his Christian worldview now, that he's come to, that all throughout he believes that the world is ordered by a special providence, and so why does he have to take the initiative? He can just go with the flow. This proves to be disastrous in this final scene. And that's what we'll do next time. We'll look at more at the issue of suicide in connection with Ophelia, but also look at the way Hamlet finally finds a way of committing suicide without actually having to do it or appear to take an active role in that. Okay, that's it for today then. So, in order to open up Hamlet, I'm going to read you a poem. It's called King Claudius, and it's by C.P. Cavafy, Constantine Cavafy. Any of you guys heard of him, Cavafy? Really very significant poet who wrote in modern Greek, early part of the 20th century. And he wrote quite a remarkable poem here. This is called King Claudius. My mind now moves to distant places. I'm walking the streets of Elsinore through its squares, and I recall the very sad story of that unfortunate king killed by his nephew because of some fanciful suspicions. In all the homes of the poor, he was mourned secretly. They feared Fortinbras. He was a quiet, gentle man, a man who loved peace. His country had suffered much from the wars of his predecessors. He behaved graciously toward everyone, humble and great alike, never high-handed. He always sought advice in the kingdom's affairs from serious, experienced people. Just why his nephew killed him was never precisely explained. The prince suspected him of murder, and the basis of his suspicion was this. Walking one night along an ancient battlement, he thought he saw a ghost, and he had a conversation with this ghost. What he supposedly heard from the ghost were certain accusations against the king. It must have been a fit of fancy, an optical illusion. The prince was highly strung in the extreme. While he was studying at Wittenberg, many of his fellow students thought him a maniac. A few days later, he went to his mother's room to discuss certain family matters. And suddenly, when he was talking, he lost his self-control, started shouting, screaming that the ghost was there in front of him. But his mother saw nothing at all. And that same day, for no apparent reason, he killed an old gentleman in the court. Since the prince was due to sail for England in a day or two, the king hustled him off post-haste in order to save him. But the people were so outraged by the monstrous murder that rebels rose up and tried to storm the palace gates, led by the dead man's son, the noble Lord Laertes, a brave young man, also ambitious. In the confusion, some of his friends called out, "Long live King Laertes." Later, once the kingdom had calmed down and the king was lying in his grave, killed by his nephew, the prince who never went to England but escaped from the ship on his way there, a certain Horatio came forward and tried to exonerate the prince by telling some stories of his own. He said that the voyage to England had been a secret plot, and orders had been given to kill the prince there. But this was never clearly ascertained. He also spoke of poisoned wine poisoned by the king. It's true that Laertes spoke of this too, but couldn't he have been lying? Couldn't he have been mistaken? And when did he say all this? While dying of his wounds, his mind reeling, his talk seemingly babble. As for the poisoned weapons, it was shown later that the poisoning hadn't been done by the king at all. Laertes had done it by himself. But Horatio, whenever pressed, would produce even the ghost as a witness. The ghost said this and that. The ghost did this and that. Because of all this, though hearing Horatio out, most people in all conscience pitied the good king, who with all these ghosts and fairy tales was unjustly killed and disposed of. Yet Fortinbras, who profited from it all and gained the throne so easily, gave full attention and great weight to every word Horatio said. Now, this is a fantastic poem, opens up a whole new perspective on Hamlet. Any of you know anything about post-colonial literature, this is an example of what's called the Empire Writes Back. Cavafy was living on the fringes of the British Empire, and a lot of his works rewrite the classics of British literature from a kind of anti-British perspective. And here he's rewriting Hamlet for us. Now, I'm not claiming that this is the truth about Hamlet and Claudius. Obviously, this is all fiction, and Shakespeare's play has its own integrity, and Cavafy's poem has its. But I just want to open up for you how these facts might look to an impartial observer at the time, and in a sense to call attention to how absurd Hamlet's claims look to someone who hadn't seen the ghost or maybe doesn't even believe in ghosts. It's my way of trying to highlight for you how over the top the ghost is, because we're so used to it, so used to Hamlet, we accept it as a matter of course that here's a political action governed by a ghost. Now, again, it probably was in the earlier version of Hamlet. It's not in the Hamlet stories before that, but these revenge plays tend to have ghosts. As I said, Thomas Kyd's Spanish Tragedy has a ghost in it. You see that Shakespeare likes ghosts. There's a ghost in Julius Caesar. The audience evidently liked ghosts. So Shakespeare had a reason for bringing a ghost here and having the ghost of a dead man demand vengeance from his son. That's a very powerful, dramatic scene. Yet I'm trying to get you to look back at this play and see what's so colossal about it, in a sense, and that is to show us what politics would be like if it was guided by ghosts, by emissaries from another world. And we talked about this in connection with Coriolanus. I told you there that Shakespeare deliberately excluded ghosts, apparitions, signs in the heavens, that in Plutarch's Life of Coriolanus, there was plenty of room for Shakespeare to have a ghost of some kind in Coriolanus, some kind of unearthly apparition, and he deliberately omitted it. And then we trace the pattern in Julius Caesar and Antony and Cleopatra, the emergence of ghosts, the emergence of an otherworldly orientation. Now again, Shakespeare wrote Antony and Cleopatra later, but he did write Julius Caesar just before Hamlet. And it's rather interesting to contrast the ghost scene in Julius Caesar with that in Hamlet. It's on page 87. You can go look it up eventually. It's Act 4, Scene 3, about line 275. Shakespeare makes a point of showing it's late at night, the light is bad, Brutus is sleepy, everyone else has fallen asleep. It all adds up to suggest maybe this is a kind of dream, but in any case, ha! Who comes here? I think it is the weakness of mine eyes that shapes this monstrous apparition. Hamlet never says anything like that. It comes upon me, art thou anything? Art thou some god, some angel, or some devil that makes my blood cold and my hair to stare? Speak to me what thou art. Thy evil spirit, Brutus. Why comest thou? To tell thee thou shalt see me at Philippi. Well then, I shall see thee again, I at Philippi. Why? I will see thee at Philippi then. That's an amazingly calm reaction to a ghost. Here Shakespeare adds a ghost to the classical world. And again, in the plays of Seneca, there were ghosts. There's precedent for this in Latin literature. But I think Shakespeare goes out of his way to show how calmly Brutus accepts the ghost, in contrast to Hamlet's manic behavior when he sees the ghost. So just, the Cavafy poem reminds us that just flip this story a little bit and Hamlet is crazy and there is no ghost and there was nothing wrong with Claudius and why did he have to die, and all these stories are just bunk. So I'm trying to give you a handle on, in a sense, the most striking aspect of this play, the sense it shows us what politics would be like if it were guided by revelation. And more generally by an orientation towards the other world. Because that's what I've been showing you about Hamlet again and again on every issue. His view of this life is completely complicated by his view of the afterlife. And, again, Shakespeare goes out of his way to emphasize the reason Hamlet can't kill Claudius when he has the opportunity is because of his questioning about the afterlife. And we see a kind of hero now who's so very different from the classical heroes who are oriented by this world. Again, we saw so much of how Shakespeare shows the ancient world orienting political life by the perspective of the city, the limited horizons of the city. And in Hamlet, we get this incredible opening up to that new heaven, new earth that Antony spoke of, and which everything in this world is haunted by a scene of another world, and that other world makes this one look corrupt and almost irredeemable, almost in a Christian sense. Hamlet is so convinced of human corruption and sin that it is one of the things that definitely undermines his ability to take arms against the Sea of Troubles. So again and again in this play, we see currents turn awry. Those words from Hamlet's to be or not to be speech, how the currents of heroism that we saw in the ancient world turn awry when they're confronted with the notion of an afterlife, or in this case, a kind of revelation that comes from the other world and distorts the view of politics. I'm going to finish up on the plot of the play, work out this theme a little bit more there, and how the fifth act fits into this pattern. That is, the fifth act is the culmination of the theme of suicide in the play, something that dominates it from the Hamlet's first soliloquy, where he talks about how the everlasting has fixed his canon against self-slaughter. Hamlet's a man who desperately wants to commit suicide. He finds this world unacceptable, and yet his Christianity forbids his committing suicide. In typical Shakespeare fashion, he offers us another parallel. We've talked about contrasting Hamlet with Fortinbras, with Horatio, with Laertes. We can also contrast him with Ophelia. Ophelia, who strangely enough finds herself in a position very similar to Hamlet, as does Laertes, namely, someone has killed Ophelia's father, Polonius. and it turns out to be Hamlet, the man she loves. So that's another one of these tragic conflicts where her devotion to her father and her devotion to her lover come into conflict. The result is that she goes insane and kills herself. And therefore, Act 5 opens, this is on page 119, with a reminder of the issue that has haunted Hamlet from the beginning, namely the church's attitude towards suicide. Very opening of Act 5, Scene 1 on page 119. Is she to be buried in Christian burial when she willfully seeks her own salvation? And we indeed learn later on page 126, bottom of 126, so Act 5, 1, Scene 1, about line 230, a doctor of the church explains why Ophelia's funeral has been cut short. Her obsequies have been as far and large as we have warranty. Her death was doubtful, and but that great command o'ersways the order, she should in ground unsanctified been lodged till the last trumpet. So even the fact that she's being buried in the churchyard is a concession to the court of Denmark. And Laertes, whom we know is willing to cut the throat of people in church, says at line 242, I tell thee, churlish priest, a ministering angel shall my sister be when thou lies howling. Again, not the greatest respect for the established church there, the idea of the churlish priest. But as the gravediggers discuss Ophelia's suicide, a new legal concept emerges: suicide in your own defense. This is back on 119, line 6. The crown has said, and finds it Christian burial. How can that be unless she drowned herself in her own defense? There's a lot of jokes about lawyers in this scene, and here we see the legal mind at its best, the new conception of drowning yourself in your own defense. And the clown goes on and explains it. Bottom of 119, line 15. Here lies the water, good. Here stands the man, good. If the man go to this water and drown himself, it is willy-nilly he goes. Mark you that. But if the water comes to him and drown him, he drowns not himself. Argyle, he that is not guilty of his own death, shortens not his own life. Now, this is a clown, and this is a strange moment of macabre comic relief here, but I'm going to argue as this becomes the principle of Hamlet's suicide in Act 5. He drowns himself in his own defense. That is, Hamlet has been obsessed with suicide, as we know from his soliloquies, and now he finds a way to get himself killed where he does not have to take responsibility. And it is basically, if Hamlet comes to Claudius to kill him and gets killed in the process, that could be viewed as a kind of suicide. But if Claudius comes at him, then Hamlet's going to drown himself in his own defense. It's another way of explaining Hamlet's curious passivity in the play. Some people, talking about Act 5, applaud Hamlet's attitude here when he says, for example, the readiness is all. You will see some critics saying this marks a new maturity in Hamlet. He has come to terms with himself. But in fact, as I was saying last time, in looking at those speeches, it's a kind of fatalism, really, this if it be now, 'tis not to come. And so, and Hamlet is still playing a passive role here. He's giving all these reasons to Horatio why he's now justified in killing Claudius. He knows Claudius's guilt with regard to his father's death. Claudius has been practicing against Hamlet's own life. Hamlet rattles off all these reasons, but still he's not taking action. And in the middle of all this, this guy Osric arrives, setting up a duel between Hamlet and Laertes. Now, if I'd just been wrestling in a grave with a guy and he showed up saying, let's have a fencing match, I'd be a little suspicious, especially if my main enemy who tried to get me executed in England was helping to set up the fencing match. It is not prudent of Hamlet to walk into a room full of weapons and full of enemies. It is, in a way, fatalism at best, but I'd say what Hamlet finally discovers in this act is a way of carrying out his revenge that will get Hamlet killed. It is a form of suicide. That's why I stress the imprudence of it. And Shakespeare actually supplies some telling details in the dialogue that I think point to Hamlet's own suspicions even as he seems to walk blindly to his death. Look at page 139. This is Act 5, Scene 2, about line 266. Laertes is searching among the swords. This is too heavy, let me see another. Hamlet says, this likes me well. These foils have all a length. Now what he's saying there is, aren't all the foils alike? Which means he's noticed that Laertes is looking for a particular foil. In other words, I think Hamlet has begun to detect here that something suspicious is going on. If all the foils are the same, why is Laertes so picky here? I've never seen a director pick up on what I'd call a stage direction in the dialogue here. And even more importantly, on page 140, at line 298, Hamlet says, come for the third, Laertes, you do but dally. I pray you pass with your best violence. I am sure you make a wanton of me. This is an indication, again, that I think every director I've ever seen, and including the movies, missed this point. I think Laertes is deliberately holding back, that he actually does have a conscience, that after having boasted he would cut his throat in the church. In fact, he's having second thoughts about killing Hamlet. And that's why Hamlet wins the first two touches. Remember, that's against the odds. Laertes is supposed to be the better fencer. Every director I've ever seen stages this as if Hamlet and Laertes go at each other full blast from the get-go. The Brano version is particularly extreme in that regard, and you get one of these stupid Hollywood-type fencing matches where, by the way, in Hollywood, fencers don't aim at each other, they aim at each other's swords. They miss the whole point of fencing, which is to hit the opponent and not his sword. But anyway, I would stage this with Laertes really holding back, and that's why Hamlet scores the first two touches. And then, at this point, Laertes gets angry and finally goes at it. But it would be an interesting touch to have Laertes show a genuine conscience in the scene, but again, it shows you that Hamlet is aware that something strange is going on. This isn't just an ordinary fencing match here. So, again, that he knows he's walked into something dangerous. Horatio has warned him against it, and nevertheless, he does it. And indeed gets himself killed in the process. You can say he finally accomplishes his revenge, but not according to the terms that his father set down for him, namely not to hurt his mother, not to taint his own mind. In fact, he ends up dead, Laertes ends up dead, and then as a last straw, the kingdom is turned over to Fortinbras. So I don't think the elder Hamlet would be too satisfied with this outcome here. But it is the logical conclusion, in a way, of this complex of feelings that Hamlet has that are fundamentally based in a contempt for Denmark and politics in general, and I've been relating that to his Christian contempt for this world, his Christian contempt for heroism. The odd thing is that ultimately Hamlet shares an attitude with Claudius. they both see the world as corrupt. Claudius then uses that to exploit the world, exploit the corruption. If the world's corrupt, why not grab as much as you can get? Whereas Hamlet's sense of the world's corruption leads him to withdraw from it and despair of ever making it better. I noticed that, again, Claudius is a more complex character than most people think. A lot of people think of him as Hamlet does, as just this bloody, treacherous villain. Both Derek Jacobi in the Branagh Hamlet and Patrick Stewart in the Derek Jacobi Hamlet do a great job of showing the complexity of the character. But in particular, as I looked it over, I was really surprised to see how often Claudius sounds like Hamlet. If you look, for example, at page, we're going to come back to page 11, line 20, it's talking about what Fortinbras thinks, or thinking by our late dear brothers, our state to be disjoint and out of frame. How strange when Hamlet on page 34 says, the time is out of joint. That's Act 1, Scene 5, about line 188. Hamlet says the time is out of joint. Claudius speaks of our state to be disjoint and out of frame. It's weird to think of them as sounding alike, but there are a lot of passages like this. If you look at page 63, for example, this is Act 3, Scene 1. This is line 50. By the way, this is the first moment when we, as audience, know for sure that Claudius is guilty. It's as if Shakespeare supplies this aside so that we don't go the Cavafy King Claudius route here. If we didn't get this speech, we might still be wondering about Hamlet. But anyway, this is Act 3, Scene 1, line 51. The harlot's cheek, beautified with plastering art, is not more ugly to the thing that helps it than is my deed to my most painted word. Now, I'm not going to do this on the final, but if I gave you this as an ID passage, a bunch of you might say it was Hamlet speaking, because this is exactly the mode I've been talking about in Hamlet, to look at a woman's face and see it as covered over with makeup and to see something ugly beneath it. The harlot's cheek, beauty with plastering art, is not more ugly to the thing that helps it than is my deed to my most painted word. Page 84. This is Claudius's prayer. This is Act 3, Scene 3. Let's see, Act 3, Scene 3, about line 55. In the corrupted currents of this world, offenses gilded hand may shove by justice, and oft 'tis seen the wicked prize itself buys out the law, but 'tis not so above. Now that's right out of Hamlet's to be or not to be speech. And the proud man's contemplate, the law's delay, the insolence of office. Here it is, as the wicked prize itself buys out the law, but 'tis not so above. Again, Claudius is oriented, sees the corruption of this world against the background of the afterlife. And of course, his whole speech here is based, as is Hamlet's response to, in the scene on the afterlife. Or page 95, this is Act 4, Scene 1, line 21. But like the owner of a foul disease, to keep it from divulging, let it feed even on the pith of life. Again, that's Hamlet's vision of the world as disease. And again, Claudius shares with him this notion of diseases. Page 97. So Act 4, Scene 3, line 8. Diseases desperate grown, by desperate appliance are relieved. So again, with obviously all the differences between Hamlet and Claudius, there's the sense in which they share this Christian view of the world as corrupt, diseased, sinful, with people covering over their corruption with a vain attempt at makeup. And the interest, in a way, this attitude produces two responses. It produces the Machiavellianism of Claudius and the kind of resignation of Hamlet. If the world is thoroughly corrupt, make the best of it yourself, which is what Claudius tries to do, and plot and scheme to get whatever you can. Hamlet's view is the same understanding of the world, but with a different reaction, namely, what's the point? You can't reform a world that's so corrupt. So, that's my sense what this play is about, the way this understanding of the world as corrupt and sinful really has a distorting effect on politics, turns the currents awry, especially of heroism in politics. Now, let me make some reference to the possible contemporary allusions in this play. You guys have been asking for it. You guys like your politics down and dirty. So people have been coming up to me and asking me, what about King James, and so on. And so again, I resist this. I've been trying to show you Shakespeare as standing above his time and not simply a creature of the Elizabethan world and his politics. But nevertheless, there really are interesting aspects of Hamlet that are worth dwelling upon, having given you a very general view of it in relation to other plays, and particularly in relation to the Roman plays and the question of the relation of the Christian and the classical world. Let me go through some of the apparent references to contemporary issues in the play. At one and the same time, this seems to be a play most removed from Shakespeare's immediate circumstances, but from another point of view, it seems to be deeply involved in them. And again, I do this with some reluctance, but let's see where it takes us. Now, there's one set of allusions in the play that clearly somehow have something to do with Protestantism and Martin Luther. The references to Wittenberg University, clearly that is not just the university that Martin Luther was at, but that's where the Reformation began. 1517, Luther nails his 95 Theses up on a sort of bulletin board at the University of Wittenberg. His challenge to Catholicism and the Pope's authority in the Protestant Reformation begins. There's one other apparently strong reference here, and that's on page 98. So it'll be Act 4, Scene 3, about line 20. Hamlet's sick lines about Polonius, when he says, Polonius is at supper, not where he eats, but where he is eaten. A certain convocation of politic worms are even at him. Your worm is your only emperor for diet. And as many people have pointed out, this seems to be a reference to the diet of worms, which was not the Renaissance equivalent of the Atkins diet, but diet's also a word of meaning parliament. And the diet of worms, it is spelled the same way, took place in 1521. It was the major Catholic reaction to Luther and the Protestant Reformation. It was convened by Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, again in 1521, and the Catholic powers in Europe declared Luther a heretic, in specifically the proclamation that came out of this sort of parliament meeting claimed that no one could harbor Luther. He must be turned over to a Catholic king in order to be imprisoned, perhaps executed. Anyway, now Shakespeare loved puns, and so he may have just thrown in this diet of worms line because he thought it was a really funny pun. But it's pretty strong to have a play that refers to Wittenberg and to the diet of worms And many people have tried to make something of this. I've been searching around on the internet where you find crazy stuff. And, you know, some people are saying Hamlet is somehow a portrait of Martin Luther. That does not work for me. And part of my problem with these references is none of them seems to add up to a consistent understanding of the play. But I'll say this much, that there is a Protestant stamp on this play. And I'll point it out to you this way, is that we got no bishops and archbishops in this play, as we did in Henry V. The only representative of the church in the play is that churlish priest at Ophelia's funeral. And by comparison with Henry V, the Catholic Church seems conspicuously absent from the politics of this play, so that we're seeing in Claudius's court a rather Protestant court, such as England had at that point, for example, that we're seeing a secular court in Denmark, where the advisors are no longer the archbishops and bishops as we see them in Henry V or in other of Shakespeare's history plays. I'll go even further and say, insofar, I've been talking about Hamlet as a Christian, insofar as he is Christian, he is Protestant, in that he doesn't think of going to a priest to confess or to consult on what should I do about suicide, Father. And indeed, his goal seems to be a very direct relationship to his source of religious knowledge, namely this direct revelation of the ghost to him. So we do see in that effect, in that sense, the transformation of the impact of Christianity on politics from a Catholic to a Protestant situation here. Again, the force of the Protestant Reformation being to establish a direct relationship between the individual and his God. Now, that is complicated, however, by the strange fact that the ghost appears to come from purgatory, which is very much a Catholic notion, and indeed the whole heart of the Reformation really was Luther's denial of purgatory, because his real attack was on the papal policy of indulgences, that you gave money to the church to lessen the time you would have to spend in purgatory. So Luther felt he could undercut the whole indulgence market by getting rid of the notion of purgatory. So Stephen Greenblatt's written a book called Hamlet and Purgatory that examines this issue, and it is very complicated. Where the ghost comes from is not named as purgatory, but it sure as hell sounds like purgatory. So there seems to be some residue of Catholicism there. Anyway, I honestly don't know how to resolve all those issues for you. I bring them up because there's something going on in the play in this regard. I've not yet figured it out completely. One of you might like to write on that subject. Any questions thus far? Okay, now James the First, because this is what I was hit with after one class, and this is very prominent. The play ends, Hamlet ends with a foreigner coming to the throne of England, of Denmark. And many people have connected this to the situation right around when this play was being written and performed, which is 1602, 1603, 1604. There was a tremendous problem of the succession in England at this point. Elizabeth had not married, she had not produced children, she had not designated a successor, and people were very worried what would happen when she died, especially because there were many claimants to the throne and many of them were Catholic, and people did not want the country to go back to Catholicism after all the bloodshed in the 16th century over the issue of Protestantism versus Catholicism in England. Now, what was engineered was the so-called Scottish succession. James VI of Scotland was in the line to the succession. Again, it had gotten so complicated, no one could really say it was first in line, but he was descended from the Tudors on one line, and he became James I of England, I think it's 1604, and that was the solution. He was, his mother was Catholic, but he became Protestant and was solidly Protestant. So the idea was, we'll accept a Scottish king because he has a pretty good claim to the throne and he is Protestant. And people have tried to explain the Fortinbras moment that way, that the Danes accept a Norwegian because it's somehow good for them. Now, nothing in the play brings up the religious issue, so that we learn that Fortinbras is a Protestant, for example. But I can see why people see some connection here between the succession problem now and Hamlet. Now, when you look at James I, things start getting really weird and interesting. James I's mother killed his father and married the murderer. That's pretty damn strong as a background to Hamlet. That is James I. Now again, this is the man who was James VI of Scotland, James I of England. Maybe I should just call him James. James was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots. Mary Tudor, who herself had a claim to the throne and was a great rival of Elizabeth. Mary was married to a man named Lord Darnley. Again, this ain't going to be on the final, don't worry. I don't even claim to understand this. I have to check Wikipedia periodically to get this right. But Mary was married to a Lord Darnley who killed her secretary, David Rizzio, whom Lord Darnley thought Mary was having an affair with. Thereupon, Mary may or may not have participated in the murder of Lord Darnley. There was an explosion in one of his houses, and he was found smothered outside. They think killed by Lord Bothwell, though he was put on trial for it and acquitted, and Mary then married Lord Bothwell. So there it is. I mean, in James's life, his mother participated in the murder of James's father and married the murderer. And that's really pretty strong stuff there. Moreover, I was checking, Bothwell ended up insane in Denmark. Whoa. And then it gets even weirder in that James was married to Anne of Denmark. And indeed, they were married by proxy in Copenhagen, and then she was sailing over to England to have a full marriage, and there was a storm, and she couldn't make it, and so James sailed over and married Anne of Denmark in Oslo. Denmark and Norway were one country at this time, one kingdom, and you can see in Hamlet the hints of that. So again, you think this Hamlet's so remote from England, but James I of England was married to Anne of Denmark in Oslo, and they honeymooned in Elsinore. I mean, it couldn't be better. They stayed at Elsinore Castle on the way home. So it's really, and I just, when I first read this play, I thought, Denmark, Norway, that's probably as remote from Shakespeare as Afghanistan would have been. But turns out, I mean, the British royal family was intermarried with the Danish royal family. Turns out, periodically, the theater in London would be closed down because of plague. At some of those points, Shakespeare's theater company went to Copenhagen, where they could perform. The English composer John Dowland spent time in Copenhagen. scholars have studied that if you picked up the Copenhagen phone book in 1600, it was filled with Rosencrantzes and Guildensterns. Those were very common names. In other words, Shakespeare seems to know something about Denmark in the play, and it wasn't so far away, and there were all these strange connections. Now, having said all that, I don't see how this works out. I just don't see how Hamlet is a portrait of James I of Scotland. It just doesn't compute for me. And what it would be saying, if it did, would have been semi-treasonous, almost as bad as the Mousetrap play itself. I mean, you often, a lot of critics like to see Shakespeare as paying tributes to James I. By the Shakespeare's company was the Lord Chamberlain's men during Elizabeth's reign. Under James's rule, they became the king's men. James was the direct royal patron of Shakespeare's company. And so I can understand why a lot of people try to find these references to James in Shakespeare's plays, but they're so unflattering. For example, if he's Fortinbras, what does that imply about him? And if he's Hamlet, who wants Hamlet as a king, for example? So I find it hard. I mean, I'm really intrigued by all these strange parallels. I just can't see how they work out. What I will offer is the final set of parallels, and that's Hamlet and the Earl of Essex. We've talked about the Earl of Essex in conjunction with Henry V, where there is a direct reference to him. There's a great deal about Hamlet being the kind of ideal courtier in the play, and that's how Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex, was presented during the Elizabethan era, and many of the, he was a great patron of literature and the arts, and he's celebrated much of the literature. And there's been a lot written on Hamlet and the Earl of Essex. Even the famous German jurist and political philosopher Carl Schmitt has written a book that deals with the issue of Hamlet and the Earl of Essex. Again, I don't want to pin it down to some kind of specific identification, but as I've thought through the play, I'll offer you this relevance of it to the contemporary politics of Shakespeare's day, and that I believe that Hamlet illustrates the very problem that Essex life illustrates, namely the inability of Elizabeth's court to channel the ambitions of the young, spirited men in the court. If there were an overall tragedy of Elizabeth's court, it would be that men like the Earl of Essex, the Earl of Southampton, who Shakespeare wanted as a patron, Sir Walter Raleigh, all these men ended up in jail or, in the case of Raleigh and Essex, executed, because the Elizabeth court could not find an outlet for their thumos. Exactly what the Roman Republic used to be able to do, namely channel the energies of its young, ambitious men towards the good of the community. In this case, the currents turn awry. As I thought over this play, in terms of the political world it portrays, it's a very negative view of a political world. The image of the court in Denmark, if this is somehow an image of the English court, it's a very nasty comment on Elizabethan politics, because what we see is corruption everywhere, flattery, backbiting, spying, jockeying for position, and a court that is turning in on itself and, in effect, destroying itself, as we see in the end, where virtually everybody is killed. Now, what struck me as the true parallel to Shakespeare's own times was that the issue in Denmark is diplomacy versus war. a relatively peaceful foreign policy versus an aggressive foreign policy. I think I mentioned to you that that was the division within the Elizabethan political world itself. That Elizabeth and her advisors were very cautious, and with good reason. Again, they were not a great power. The great powers in their world were the Ottoman Turks, the Habsburg Spanish Empire, and the French. And England had a very limited army and was just beginning to develop its navy. And remember, in 1589, the Spanish sent an armada to invade England and turn it back to a Catholic country. And really, it was only a combination of bad weather and bad planning on the part of the Spanish and some heroic actions on the part of the English Navy that saved England from what might have been an absorption into what was effectively the Holy Roman Empire then under the Habsburgs. And you can see why people like Elizabeth and her advisors were trying to be cautious. On the other hand, as I mentioned, there were people within the court, and the Earl of Essex was foremost among them, that wanted to take the fight to Spain. That put together an English armada to try to attack Spain right after the Spanish armada failed. That didn't work out too well. But they did carry out a successful raid on the city of Cadiz. They carried out a raid on the Spanish Azores and robbed a lot of gold-laden ships. These are people like Sir Francis Drake, Walter Raleigh, and Essex, men who were indistinguishable from pirates. And I'm beginning to wonder whether the appearance of those helpful pirates in Hamlet who come out of nowhere may be some kind of tribute to Sir Francis Drake and all those great English pirates. But in any case, the real division in the court was between those who wanted to do what Claudius does, pursue careful diplomacy, not push England's luck, just essentially adopt a defensive position, and then younger men like Essex and Raleigh and Drake who wanted to take the fight to the Spanish. And this has led me to rethink Fortinbras's role in the play. Fortinbras was often written out of productions, but it's very interesting to trace Fortinbras's pattern in the work, starting on page 7. So this is Act 1, Scene 1, when Horatio is explaining the situation to Hamlet. This is where any attempt to allegorize the play becomes ridiculous, because we would now have Essex being explained to Essex here. Now, sir, this is line 95. Now, sir, young Fortinbras of unimproved metal, hot and full, hath in the skirts of Norway here and there sharked up a list of lawless resolutes for food and diet to some enterprise that hath a stomach in it. Now, this is a very negative view of Fortinbras, but think of, flip it. And what we're hearing here is that Fortinbras is an ambitious, spirited young man, full of thumos, has gathered around him a group for some enterprise that hath a stomach in it. This is a very, someone with a defensive foreign policy talking about someone with an aggressive foreign policy. And the whole problem is youth here, young Fortinbras. And then turn to page 11. This is Claudius now speaking about Fortinbras. Page 11, Act 1, Scene 2, about line 15. Now follows that you know young Fortinbras, he's always young Fortinbras, holding a weak supposal of our worth, or thinking by our late dear brother's death, our state to be disjoint and out of frame, colleagued with this dream of his advantage, he hath not failed to pester us with message, importing the surrender of those lands lost by his father with all bands of law to our most valiant brother. Now, think about this. Fortinbras is right to hold a weak supposal of Claudius's worth. Claudius is a usurper, and thinking our state to be disjoint and out of frame, Denmark is disjoint and out of frame. It's exactly what Hamlet says about it. Marcellus says there's something rotten in the state of Denmark. Now again, when you first read these lines, one is disposed to take them as an accurate appraisal of Fortinbras. But what I'm saying is Fortinbras actually knows what he's doing here. And indeed, his whole strategy in the play is to exploit the weakness in Denmark, though Norway isn't doing so well either. Still on page 11, so much for him, line 26. Now for ourselves and for this time of meeting, thus much the business is, we have here writ to Norway, uncle of young Fortinbras, who impotent and bedrid scarcely hears of this his nephew's purpose. Now this is where I begin to see a pattern emerge in this play, that the young are energetic and ambitious, and the old are impotent and bedrid. And this has a really interesting application to the Elizabethan court, which by 1600 was getting pretty old. Elizabeth was getting pretty old, and her counselors were getting pretty old. In particular, this man named Lord Burleigh. Lord Burleigh, whose name was William Cecil. Many people have claimed that Polonius is an image of Lord Burleigh. Now again, all these things are disputed, and you can find evidence on both sides. But the interest, Burleigh was in effect Elizabeth's prime minister. For many years he ran the court, and he was chief behind the strategy of not pressing the Spanish too much. Again, he gave support to the revolt, the Protestant revolt against the Spanish Catholic rule in the Low Countries, but it was always a kind of proxy war. We'll send some aid to them, but let's not overdo it. Burleigh was known for his prolix speech, and that's where many people detect the similarity in Polonius. Page 43, one example of this, Act 2, Scene 2, line 86. My liege and madam, to expostulate what majesty should be, what duty is, why day is day, night, night, and time is time, were nothing but to waste night, day, and time. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit, and tediousness of the limbs and outward flourishes, I will be brief. Your noble son is mad, mad call I it, for to define true madness, what is it but to be nothing else but mad? But let that go. More matter with less art. The queen says, Madam, I swear, I use no art at all. That is mad, 'tis true, 'tis pity, and pity 'tis the true, a foolish figure. Again, contemporary accounts of Lord Burleigh indicated that he used a lot of words. And so this may be making fun of Lord Burleigh. The other interesting thing about Burleigh, Burleigh was a great spy master. He had a very elaborate system of espionage all over the continent, sending out essentially double agents who posed as Catholic renegades and infiltrated the Catholic network all over Europe, even in Rome. Englishmen who'd fled England when it went Protestant and were conspiring to return it to the Catholic fold. Burleigh created this network. Christopher Marlowe may have been one of the agents, for example. All the spying in Hamlet is quite remarkable. After all, Polonius spies on his own son Laertes. Polonius and Claudius are always trying to spy on Hamlet. They use Rosencrantz and Guildenstern to spy on him. They use Ophelia to spy on him. Hamlet, by turn, spies on them. I mean, there was a great fascination with spying at this time, a great fascination with code making and code breaking. Francis Bacon writes a whole section on code breaking and making and the advancement of learning. Particularly struck in reading up on the initial interrogation of Essex after his abortive coup attempt. Burleigh was behind a curtain listening to the whole thing and broke out when he caught Essex lying. Now that's Polonius right there. Polonius is always hiding behind curtains. So again, if there's anything I found really plausible in all these attempts to find specific references, I think it is the idea that Lord Burleigh somehow stands behind the figure of Polonius, and therefore we have a world that's dominated by these old men who are trying to restrain the energies of the young men. So that, for example, one of Hamlet's complaints to Polonius is about old men. This is Act 2, Scene 2, about line 198, when Polonius is inquiring what Hamlet's reading. He says, "Slander, sir, for the satirical rogue says here that old men have gray beards, that their faces are wrinkled, their eyes purging thick amber and plum tree gum, and that they have a plentiful lack of wit, together with most weak hams. All which, sir, though I most honestly and potently believe, yet I hold it not honesty to have it thus set down. For you yourself, sir, should be old as I am, if, like a crab, you could go backward." So Hamlet's very pointed about how old Polonius is. And Polonius seems to dominate this court in Denmark. He's the one that gives the advice and who claims he's never given bad advice. Meanwhile, Norway is ridden by an old and bedridden and impotent king. When you start to head up the politics of this world, it's a gerontocracy. It's a world ruled by old men who are restraining the energies of the young man. And that ties in with Fortinbras's whole plans, it seems to me. This is now page 42. So Act 2, Scene 2, about line 60. Voltaman returns from Norway, having spoken to the old king. So Act 2, Scene 2, line 61. Upon our first, he sent out to suppress his nephew's levies, which to him appeared to be a preparation against the Polak. But better looked into, he truly found it was against your highness, were it grieved that to his sickness, age, and impotence. Again, this is not the healthiest group of rulers in the world here, was falsely born in Ham, sends out arrests on Fortinbras, which he in brief obeys, receives rebuke from Norway, and in fine makes vow against, before his uncle, never more to give the assay of arms against your majesty. Whereon old Norway, overcome with joy, gives him 70,000 crowns in annual fee, and is commissioned to employ those soldiers so levied as before against the Polak. With an entreaty herein shown that it might please you to give quiet pass through your dominions for this enterprise, on such regards of safety and allowance as they are to set down. It likes us well, and at our more considered time we'll read and answer and think upon this business. And then Polonius says this business is well ended. Well, if I'd heard that somebody was sending an army against my country, and now I hear, oh, well, it's going against Poland instead, but the army would like to come through my country on its way to Poland, I'd be a little suspicious of that. And indeed, people who kind of probed this have suggested that Fortinbras is pursuing a brilliant strategy here. His aim is to get back his father's lands that the elder Hamlet won from him, and maybe even get Denmark. And so he's got an army which he's sending to Denmark, but the king of Norway says no, and so Fortinbras says, okay, let me go attack Poland instead, which was my original pretext. He gets extra money and raises more troops, and then there he is on page 100. This is Act 4, Scene 4. Go, captain, from me, opening of Act 4, Scene 4. Go, Captain, from me, greet the Danish king. Tell him that by his license, Fortinbras craves the conveyance of a promised march over his kingdom. So Fortinbras evidently goes off and conquers Poland, and then has his army right there in Denmark at the key moment. Now, a number of directors have really picked up on this, and it's been emphasized, and nowhere more so than in Brano's film. If you do see the Brano film, I mean, in the Brano film, the Fortinbras' armies, they're like paratroopers. They just descend upon the Danish palace and take over. And I mean, in Brano's film, it wouldn't matter if Hamlet gave the election to Fortinbras. Fortinbras has already taken over. But in any case, what all this adds up to me, is a tension in the play between the spirited, aggressive, ambitious young men and this gerontocracy, these old men who are trying to cling to rule and who aren't making room for the young men. Now you see, Denmark is not fulfilling for its youth. Laertes wants to go to France. Hamlet and Horatio and Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, they're off at Wittenberg. Norway is not fulfilling for its youth. Think back to Henry V. And that, it is remarkable when you look at the contrast between the politics of Henry V and the politics of Hamlet. Now is the youth of England all afire for France. That's the great theme in Henry V. And what I was saying about Henry V is that he manages to unify the kingdom by directing its energies towards a foreign power, towards an enemy. He unites his people behind him in the quest to conquer France, and especially the youth. And there's this outlet for their ambitions. They're all going to enrich themselves and win honor in the fight against France. Just think about it for a minute. That's what Claudius should be doing. I'd heard for years that, and you see it in the Cavafy poem, that Claudius is a good king because he's pursuing the diplomatic solution. I wonder if that's Shakespeare's attitude towards it. That in fact, what's lacking in Denmark, what's rotten in Denmark, is any outlet for the ambitions of its youth, and therefore that's again the currents turn awry, and we see the sort of revenge of Fortinbras, who pursues the aggressive policy, who doesn't let the chances go by. It's very curious. Again, looking at this play is so much about the ignobility of this court. I'm trying not to make too much contemporary politics, but in between Henry V and Hamlet is the Essex Revolt and the death of Essex. I don't want to reduce Hamlet to this, but if you want to talk about something in Shakespeare's day that turned his view, at least of English politics, you can see in Henry V the great hopes of the Essex party. We saw it in the chorus before Act 5, that just as Henry conquered in Agincourt, just as the Roman generals celebrated their triumphs, our Earl of Essex is about to have a great military triumph in Ireland. And what a great moment that will be. Now, that did not happen. In fact, a year or so later, Essex was dead in disgrace. And to the extent anything in Shakespeare's day accounts for what I'm portraying as this shift in the portrayal of the court, that would be it. Hamlet is the post-Essex play. And indeed, it works out neatly that way in the chronology. And now that hope is gone. Shakespeare was, as many of his contemporaries were looking for a way that England could become great, that it could pursue the path of empire, that it could follow Roman models, and he offers Henry V as a way of doing that. And it really depends on a very aggressive foreign policy. And now we see a court that I'm saying looks an awful lot like Elizabeth's real court, especially with a figure like Lord Burleigh ruling it. And there are even, I don't know if anyone's made this point, but when Laertes comes back after his father's death and bursts into the court, it's a bit like an image of the Essex Rebellion, with people suddenly saying, out of nowhere, let Laertes be king. Anyway, I think the play is haunted by contemporary politics to that extent, that this play is in some ways the darkest view of politics in all of Shakespeare, because it is so corrupt. Those scenes with Osric at the end are so vicious about courtiers. Indeed, it goes on at such length. This is page 133. These exchanges when Hamlet's, this is page 133, Act 5, Scene 2, Hamlet describes Osric as spacious in the possession of dirt. What an incredible line about, these people that are supposed to be the great men of the court, but really all they are is spacious in the possession of dirt. And then, Osric is presented as the absolutely worst kind of courtier, the flatterer. He's pretentious. Hamlet makes fun of him. Page 134 at the top, so Act 5, Scene 2, about line 113, where Hamlet parodies the kind of exaggerated language that courtiers use. Sir, his definement suffers no perdition in you, though I know to divide him inventorially would dazzle the arithmetic of memory, and yet but yaw neither in respect of his quick sale. But in the verity of extolment, I take him to be a soul of great article, and his infusion of such dearth and rareness as to make true diction of him his semblable as his mirror, and who else would trace him, his umbrage, nothing more. Your lordship speaks most infallible of him. The consonancy, sir, why do we wrap the gentleman in our more rawer breath? So there it is. I mean, he's making fun of the kind of elaborate language of the court, where people just speak and speak and nothing comes out. So it's, I really think you see a reaction in this play on Shakespeare's part against this Elizabethan court world that he lived in and functioned in a sense that it's all corrupt. It's only people striving to advance in the world. They will flatter. You see how much Osric flatters Hamlet, the whole business about whether he has his hat on or not. So this, if this does have contemporary reference, it's pretty negative, and I see it as a collapse of Shakespeare's hopes that England might be able to channel the virtues and the valiantness of its youth towards good ends. The thing about what's so strong in Hamlet, in the politics, is the absence of a common good. You look back to the Roman plays, what a strong sense there was there of the good of Rome. Even in the last days of the Republic, people were making reference to it. In this play, so much of the court is wrapped up in private concerns. Even Claudius, it's hard to disentangle his desire for the throne, for his desire for Gertrude. That is, that maybe he's killed the elder Hamlet to get Gertrude, and not because he sees anything glorious about the throne here. Hamlet hates Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, his old friends, because they become courtiers. Look at page 96, Act 4, Scene 2, about line 14. Take you me for a sponge, my lord. I, sir, that soaks up the king's countenance, his rewards, his authorities, but such officers do the king best service in the end. He keeps them like an ape in the corner of his jaw, first mouthed to be last swallowed. When he needs what you have gleaned, it is but squeezing you in sponge, you shall be dry again. So it's a play that sends up the whole world of the Elizabethan court. Now, it is interesting that the play itself contains a comment, if you will, on the political satirical function of drama, and that is the play within the play, the mousetrap. As we do not have anything from Shakespeare writing in his own voice about the function of drama. No prefaces, no letters, no little essays. It's a shame we don't. But the closest we come, really, is the play within the play, that as we see here drama, and if nothing else, it shows us that Shakespeare saw that drama has a political function. I dwell on this because there's a whole course on Shakespeare and politics, and in a way this is my best evidence, that is that Hamlet uses a play for political purposes here. He's trying to find out the truth about Claudius, and so he stages a drama that reproduces the situation of the murder of Hamlet's father, and it has the desired result of Claudius's unburdening his guilt. But notice it does turn on the idea that drama can have a direct political result. And the reason it does is because of a kind of esoteric nature of the drama, that it's targeted at two audiences. The play is in fact offered as just a play, and in that sense harmless, to almost all the viewers. But two people are going to get its message. Well, three, counting Hamlet, but Claudius will get it because he'll recognize himself in the image of the murder of the king. But Horatio has been forewarned by Hamlet. Look at Claudius. If he do blench, we have our man. And Hamlet, in talking about the theater, and he does so at length, keeps talking about different audiences. And it is remarkable how long the conversations about the theater are. But if you turn to page 55, so Act 2, Scene 2, Hamlet talking to the player. I heard these, it's about line 443. I heard thee speak me a speech once, but it was never acted, or if it was, not above once. For the play, I remember, pleased not the million, 'twas caviary to the general. But it was, as I received it, and others, whose judgment in such matters cried in the top of mine, an excellent play, well digested in the scenes, set down with as much modesty as cunning. So there Hamlet distinguishes between the general audience, who can appreciate a good play when they see it, and a really discriminating audience who can. And this distinction keeps coming up. Page 78, for example. Now I can't. I think I got the wrong page. Oh yes, page 78. Act 3, Scene 2, about line 280. Why let the stricken deer go weep, the heart ungalded play, for somewhat must watch while some must sleep. Thus runs the world away. And again, the idea is a play can have one message to part of its audience while the others sleep through it. Or page 69, the distinction here, the top of the page, this is Act 3, Scene 2, about line 25. Now this overdone or come tardy off, though it makes the unskillful laugh, cannot but make the judicious grieve. Again, the distinction between the unskillful and the judicious here. And so this is the force of drama here. Hamlet takes it very seriously. Page 58, it's Act 2, Scene 2, line 535. He calls the players the abstract and brief chronicles of the time. After your death, you would better have a bad epithet than their ill report while you live. So it is a sense here that he is making a reference to the contemporary events there, or the most famous lines. He speaks here, page 68. This is Act 3, Scene 2, about line 23. For anything sore or overdone is from the purpose of playing, whose end, both at the first and now, was and is to hold us toward the mirror up to nature, to show virtue her own feature, scorn her own image, and the very age and body of the time, his form and pressure. So holding the mirror up to nature, insofar as we... Now again, this is Hamlet speaking, and we cannot simply attribute these ideas to Shakespeare. Still, there seems to be an awfully concerted effort in this play to bring up the issue of drama and have Hamlet, one of the most intelligent characters in Shakespeare, if not the most intelligent of them all, make these comments. And again, the stress is on the inner nature of the text, what it can convey to a judicious part of the audience, and the fear on Hamlet's part is the clowns will add jokes of their own, they'll mess up the text. It's one of the cases, this is on page 69, this is Act 3, Scene 2, line 40. Or reform it altogether, and let that and let those that play your clowns speak no more than is set down for them. For there be of them that will themselves laugh, to set on some quantity of barren spectators to laugh. This is a good example of Shakespeare's regard for his own text. Many people say, oh, Shakespeare really didn't care about the text of his plays. Well, Hamlet sure cares about the text of plays and complains when any of the actors depart from the text. So it's I think you get a sense here of Shakespeare's own view of his drama, that it was popular. It did have to appeal to a very broad audience to be successful. At the same time, he was not entirely comfortable with that. Walter Kaufmann once said of Shakespeare, he gave his pearls the odor of the sty before casting them before swine. I think that's such a marvelous characterization of Shakespeare, that he knew what the audience wanted and he gave it to them, and that's why he was successful. But he didn't let that corrupt his art entirely, and it's a good indication here of how we have to read Shakespeare. That if this play within the play is a comment on drama, its comment is that drama is political, that it does have relevance to political situation, and we can say to the specific circumstances of the court here. So that's why, again, I'm always reluctant to try to pin these plays down to specific political circumstances. You know, I don't want you to go away saying, oh, Hamlet's really about the Earl of Essex, or Hamlet's really about James I, or it's really about Elizabethan politics. It's not in the sense that it's limited to that. But what Shakespeare does do is link up his play with contemporary events, and what he sees in both are general political problems. In other words, it's not that he's a member of the Essex faction and using this play to get back at Burleigh. No, he was able to perceive in his own day the same problem that Machiavelli perceived in the Italy of his day, and that both Shakespeare and Machiavelli see in ancient Rome. Namely, what do you do with thumatic young men? In some ways, it's the political problem. What do you do with the ambitions, the contentiousness, the rivalry of young men? Remember, this play is just filled with rivalrous young men, and especially Hamlet and Laertes, but also Hamlet and Fortinbras, and so on. And the answer is, the Machiavellian answer, and I think to some extent Shakespeare's answer, you've got to direct it somehow towards the common good. You've got to link spiritedness to public spiritedness. You've got to find an outlet for these energies. You've got to direct them outward, say to the conquest of France, or the conquest of Norway, or the conquest of Denmark, in the case of Fortinbras. Otherwise, the currents turn awry. They turn inward, and the rivalrous young men become destructive. They kill each other off, as happens in this play. It actually is a very frightening image of what happens to a court when it has no sense of the common good, when all the energies are turned inward to things like private revenge and personal gain. So I think, again, this is rooted in an experience Shakespeare would have been observing in his own day, but it's not limited to that. And the reason this is a great play is that it refers to a perennial political problem, one of the central of all political questions, and one that Shakespeare also explored in Rome. Okay, I do not claim to have exhausted Hamlet, only to have exhausted myself. This play it is a mystery wrapped in an enigma and a riddle. I mean, we will never figure it out. I've tried to open up some additional perspectives on it for you today, including some that I myself don't know how to pursue. But anyway, next time we will turn to Othello. See it as the flip side of the story of Hamlet. So today we're going to continue with my project of analyzing Shakespeare's investigation of the Renaissance. I took a little break last time from my normal procedure, but knowing that some of you were interested in the contemporary politics, I decided to talk about it. I always do that with some hesitation because I worry that that approach diminishes the plays in our view. I get upset with people who say things like, well, Hamlet is James the First, or Hamlet is Essex, or Hamlet is Martin Luther. I mean, there are all these strange references in the play that confirm those suspicions, but I've never seen anyone work out a systematic correspondence between Hamlet and any historical personage. I'd hesitate, I wouldn't want that to happen because the play's meaning is much larger than anything like that. And I do not believe that Shakespeare wrote historical allegories of his own period. Nevertheless, I do feel comfortable with what I did last time. I better because it's been recorded. That is, I do think that Hamlet does reflect the contemporary politics of Shakespeare's day to this extent that it illustrates the problem of ambitious young men in the regime. That is, Hamlet's a really striking portrait of a regime in which old men rule. Polonius, Claudius, old Norway, they cling to power and they don't give enough room to the ambition of the young men. And you really see that in the cases of Fortinbras, Laertes, and Hamlet. We've been seeing that's a problem Shakespeare looks at all along and in a much broader context. That is, it's exactly what drew Shakespeare to the ancient republic. That is, what seems good about the Roman Republic is it offers outlets for the ambition, the spiritedness, the thumos of its young men. And Shakespeare worries about the Roman Empire as it begins to close those outlets down. We saw in Henry V that Shakespeare hoped that England might learn this from the Roman Republic, that Henry V is a youthful king who understands the youthful ambitions of his nobles and brings the youth of England back to life. Hamlet seems to reflect some kind of disillusionment on Shakespeare's part. That's why I am willing to correlate it with the failure of the Earl of Essex and his execution in 1601. It really is quite remarkable when you think about the Elizabethan regime. We have all these wonderful images of its greatness, and it did accomplish a lot. But on this issue, its record was pretty bad in the sense that Essex ended up executed, Sir Walter Raleigh ended up executed, the Earl of Southampton ended up in prison and then freed. Something was happening there. And indeed, it does seem that in Elizabeth's court, rivalry among the young men seemed to take the place of channeling their ambitions towards a foreign enemy such as Spain. And Hamlet seems to reflect that. The image of Laertes and Hamlet at each other's throats is not a healthy image for a regime. And it seems to reflect exactly what Shakespeare could have observed in his own period, and they may have even driven him, to think about republics as an alternative to monarchy. There's a real sense by 1600 that the Elizabethan regime was growing old. Elizabeth was to die in 1603. Lord Burleigh had died and was replaced by his son. Anyway, I do think there's a lot of contemporary resonance in the play. Having said all that, I do wish to insist that Shakespeare was not just portraying the England of his day. And he had much larger fish to fry. And the biggest fish he was frying was the Renaissance. And I'm trying to show you how, in many respects, the program of Shakespeare's plays is to interrogate the Renaissance, this remarkable effort to revive classical antiquity within a Christian civilization, which therefore created tragic tensions between the Christian view of the world and the classical view of the world. And again, Shakespeare went back to try to observe the classical world in its purest form in Coriolanus. As I suggest in Antony and Cleopatra, he tried to explore how we got from the classical world to the Christian world. We've been now looking at the way politics gets transformed in a Christian community, and in very complex ways. And Hamlet's a particularly complex figure. Shakespeare chose what I referred to as a Renaissance man to be able to explore just this possibility. Hamlet, who was a Christian in so many deep ways, his view of the afterlife, his suspicions of heroism, his worry that 'tis paltry to be a Caesar, all those aspects. And nevertheless, he has a kind of classical humanist education. He refers to Greek and Roman heroes and gods. He wants to hear a speech from the Aeneid. All these things we saw about him that create these tensions in him. And moreover, Shakespeare creates the greatest irony for his modern Christian hero, namely to put him in an Icelandic saga. To take this modern Christian and put him in the most pagan situation, namely the need for revenge. The place where a pagan hero is at home, where one of these Norsemen would take delight, like Conan the Barbarian. But for Hamlet, that's not good. That's right at the fault line of his being when he's asked to perform revenge. So there's a connection between Hamlet as Renaissance man and his tragedy. Now, we're turning back to Venice here, and Venice is the Renaissance city. Hamlet's the Renaissance man. Venice is the Renaissance city. That is, it's the city, now again, Florence would say it was the most Renaissance city, but Venice in its cosmopolitanism is a pure reflection of the Renaissance spirit. Hamlet tries to be everything for everybody. The people like him. He's a good courtier. The theater company likes him. He really is able to, in a certain sense, please everybody. He's such a multiple person. But in the case of Venice, the whole city is that way. It's what we saw on Look at Merchant of Venice, that Venice is this strange city by European standards that tries to bring together people of fundamentally different outlooks, Christians and Jews, Christians and Moors, as we're going to see now. And Venice, therefore, has that same synthesizing power that I associate with Hamlet and the Renaissance, and again sows the seeds of tragedy by bringing conflicting realms of value into juxtaposition. Now, in Merchant of Venice, we had a comedy. And yet we saw how Shakespeare had to strain to keep that play comic, that the tensions in the Merchant of Venice ran really deep for a comedy. They seemed to be fundamental conflicts, very hard for Shakespeare to bring about a comic resolution. In Othello, he explores now the tragic implications of this whole Venetian situation. And he also explores what I'll call the mirror image of Hamlet. In Hamlet, we have a Christian who's placed in the situation of the classical pagan hero, namely the Achilles-like situation of revenge. The alternate to that would be to take a classical hero and place him in Christian circumstances. Now, that would require a time machine, it seems to us. Not so easy. How do we get Achilles back in the 1500s? But Shakespeare understood there was a pagan option, at least in Christian terms, and that was the Turks. Now, the Turks were Muslim and didn't think of themselves as pagan, but it's interesting, and it comes up in Othello itself, that the Turk is the barbarian, is the pagan in the terms of this play, and that is how the Christians tended to image their Muslim opponents, that they were above all not Christian and therefore pagan, and they were seen as fierce warriors, indeed as barbarian warriors, inhuman and inhumane. And so in Othello, Shakespeare portrays the interesting possibility of the Turk turned Christian. I mentioned to you there was a play, it came out in 1612, called A Christian Turned Turk, by an extremely obscure playwright named George Dayborn, and you really don't have to know much about him. But I just offer you that title. Again, it shows the fascination at this time with religious conversion. A lot of it was going on in the Mediterranean world, and quite frankly, it was much more frequent for a Christian to turn Turk than for a Turk to turn Christian. Nevertheless, that did happen, and Othello is a case of it. Now he's a Moor, but the words Moor and Turk were used interchangeably at this time, even though there's quite an important distinction. But in any case, Othello is a Christian, there's no question about it, but he was not born a Christian. He is some kind of convert. And that's the challenge that Shakespeare explores in this play. What would happen if you took an epic hero, a great warrior who steps out of an epic world? It's exactly the way Othello presents himself, and introduced him into the complexities of the Christian world. And I mean especially the complexities of psychology, the complexities of the interior world. As we go through this play, I want you always to contemplate substituting Coriolanus for Othello. That is, ask yourself what Coriolanus would have done in these situations. Coriolanus, who, like Othello, is not used to the complexities of love affairs and to the inner depths of psychology. In many ways, that is what Shakespeare is exploring in this play. And indeed, it's the formulation that Iago himself gives of it when he calls Othello an erring barbarian and Desdemona a super subtle Venetian. That is indeed the whole problem. It's on page 27. I should give you the references. Page 27, Act 1, Scene 3, about line 350. If sanctimony and a frail vow betwixt an erring barbarian and a super subtle Venetian be not too hard for my wits, and all the tribe how thou shalt enjoy her. That really goes to the heart of the tension in this play, that for all his Christianity, Othello is still thought of as an erring barbarian. As your notes point out, that means wandering. He is indeed a barbarian who's wandered into Venice. And there he faces these super subtle Venetians, the most subtle of whom is indeed Iago, and that will be the cause of Othello's tragedy. Well, once again, we can invoke the geography of the play to suggest this, and it's very similar to that of Hamlet in this respect. That is, the two poles between which this play turns imaginatively are Venice and the world of the Turks, the Ottoman Empire. And even geographically, in between them is Cyprus. Now, I do know my geography, and Cyprus is tucked underneath Turkey, and it's not midway between. But imaginatively, that's what we've got here. Cyprus is this island floating in between the Christian West and the Muslim East. And it's very much like Shakespeare's Denmark. Then Denmark, which was caught between a kind of barbarian Norway, out of which these epic warriors like Fortinbras come. Now we've got, torn between that and the super subtle, sophisticated Europe of Paris and the University of Wittenberg. Now we got Venice on one side, the Ottoman Empire, the other, and Cyprus in between. Cyprus seen as a borderland. Shakespeare is fascinated in his tragedies by the phenomenon of borderlands. Notice, we're dealing with the fringes of Europe here. Denmark is up on the north. Venice and Cyprus are down on the south. They're the points, they're the flash points where European Christianity confronts something that is not European Christianity. The sort of Viking world of the north, the world of the sagas, or in this case, the world of the Turks. And Cyprus, during Shakespeare's lifetime, and as it is to this day, was a flashpoint between Christians and Muslims. And Cyprus had passed into the hands of the Ottoman Turks. I think 1571 is the year that Venice had controlled Cyprus for a long time, and the Turks gradually conquered one Venetian fort after another. I think Famagusta was the last to go, and so, the 7-year-old Shakespeare may have heard the news of Cyprus falling to the Turks, but within Shakespeare's lifetime, a major event had happened, and a very serious event when the Turks conquered Cyprus, which they then held for something like 400 years. So again, just in terms of the geography here, we can see the kind of central ethical divide in the work between the world of the Turks and the world of the Christians. Your introduction by Alvin Kernan is very good on that respect. It really discusses the symbolic geography. It's really an excellent essay. Again, sometimes the introductions in these editions are not very good, but when they are, I call your attention to them. So Venice turns out to be a perfect place for Shakespeare to explore further the issues he explored in Hamlet, especially the notion the tension between some kind of epic, heroic notion of heroism and Christian civilization. We really see repeated in Othello the problem we saw in Venice in The Merchant of Venice. Again, this issue of the second-class citizen in Venice. Venice, as we saw already in The Merchant of Venice, is a Christian commercial republic. It needs a money market, and Christians are forbidden to take interest from fellow Christians. Hence, Venice needs Jews, as we saw. And it brings Jews into the city, but it doesn't really. It doesn't give them full status in the city. It both needs them and wants its services, and in that sense exploits them, but it never gives them full citizenship because they're not Christians. And indeed, the thing they're asked to do, namely lend money, makes it all too plain that they're not Christians. And so we get all the hypocrisy of Venice that we see in The Merchant of Venice, including the fact that in his day in court, Shylock is ultimately treated as an alien, as a foreigner practicing on a Venetian citizen, which is clearly a sign that he's not a full citizen. Now, something similar happens with Othello. Again, we have this Christian commercial community of Venice, and it seems to be lacking in warriors. You might think back to Merchant of Venice. I was just thinking that today, that Shakespeare's plays are usually filled with warrior types. I guess the Prince of Morocco is the only one in Merchant of Venice. That is, if you look around Merchant of Venice, you don't see much spiritedness in the city. Shylock is the one who's concerned with revenge, the aim of Thumas to get revenge. the ordinary Venetians are pretty much too fun-loving to want to go to battle. You know, Shakespeare, when he shows young men, they're usually contentious and in rivalry. Just again, if you know Romeo and Juliet, which is not a play about war by any stretch of the imagination, but war almost breaks out in the city between the rival factions of the Montagues and the Capulets, because you got these really spirited young men who insult each other and are looking for a fight. In fact, Romeo and Juliet seems to be another treatment of this problem. What happens when the thumos turns inward and the young men of the city just want to fight with each other instead of having a nice, good external enemy like France to fight against, as we see in Henry V. But Merchant of Venice, there's not much of that. Everybody's, you know, sitting around church thinking about their material goods and how their ships are doing. And it's all well and good. It makes Venice this great commercial community, but unfortunately it's operating in a very dangerous world in the Mediterranean, and they have the problem specifically of the Ottoman Empire and the Turks. The Venetians traded with the Ottoman Empire. They had a special position. To this day, you can go to the Venetian quarter of Istanbul. It's called Galata. There's a huge spice market right there at the bridge, symbolic of what Venice was interested in, all these spices that came from the east through Istanbul to Europe. But at some point, Venice must have decided we need our own Turk. We're fighting these Turks, and so we need our own Turk to fight them. We need our own barbarian to... We're not barbarian enough. We're just Christian merchants. How can we fight these Turkish, these Moorish warriors? So, you know, Othello is the Moor of Venice. Now, again, I can't insist enough that he is Christian, and we'll see how deep his Christianity runs. And indeed, presumably, he could not be fighting for Venice if he were still Muslim. But he is the Moor of Venice. That, you know, we're fighting Moors, we're fighting Turks. We need our own Moor to fight for us, and that's of course the whole problem now. Again, the problem of second-class citizenship. You want this man for the sake of qualities that you actually despise. Just what we saw with Shylock. You need a guy who can lend money, but you despise money lending. That's going to be a problem for Shylock in the community of Venice. And now, essentially, what Venice wants is a barbarian to fight the barbarians. And well and good when he's fighting, but they're always going to regard him as a barbarian and not as a full Venetian. And we see his second-class citizenship in the most fundamental respect here. You can fight for our city, but we don't want you marrying our daughters. And it's very strong. I mean, that's what the play begins with, Brabantio's anger at the idea that his daughter is going to marry Othello. Othello, a very much admired man in Venice. And yet, we really see, again, when push comes to shove, the city does not regard him as a full citizen. Indeed, it's arguable they don't regard him as a citizen at all, because if they did, it would be natural for him to marry a Venetian woman. So, you know, when you put these two plays together, and Shakespeare's understanding the logic of Venice, it's a city that has a deeply problematic basis, that it requires human activities that it then turns around and questions, and it treats very shabbily these men that it depends upon. Indeed, we see here, when charged with a real problem here, that Othello is called upon. They are very much afraid of the threat of the Turks here, which at first they think is to the island of Rhodes, and then they think is to the island of Cyprus. This is on page 16. Brabantio comes to the Doge's court here, the Duke, page 16, about Act 1, Scene 3, about line 50. And again, we see the faith and law in Venice. The citizens feel they can appeal to the law, but it looks at first bad for Brabantio, because if you look at that, this is Act 1, Scene 3, about line 48. The Duke says, Brabantio and Othello enter simultaneously. And the Duke says, "Valiant Othello, we must straight employ you against the general enemy, Ottoman. To Brabantio, I did not see you. Welcome, gentle senior. We lacked your counsel and your help tonight." It's very telling, this moment, that under the pressure of war, Venice turns to Othello. And notice he is valiant Othello. He's got that kind of epic epithet there. He's valiant Othello. And we must employ you against the general enemy, Ottoman. Again, when you got a general enemy, men like Othello come to the fore. And Brabantio's heart must be sinking here, as indeed it should be, that he is not going to get what he thinks is justice against Othello at the moment when the city needs him so much. And we actually, in the course of the play, we get a sense of what Othello means to Venice. If you turn to page 93, this is Act 4, Scene 1. Lodovico says, this is about line 264 in Act 4, Scene 1, as he sees Othello strike Desdemona, which is a really shocking moment. "Is this the noble Moor whom our full Senate call all in all sufficient? Is this the nature whom passion could not shake, whose solid virtue the shot of accident nor dart of chance could neither graze nor pierce?" And Iago says he is much changed. Now, that's what Othello represents to Venice. Indeed, the self-sufficient hero, the great-souled man. This is why, in fact, I compare him to Coriolanus. In effect, Othello is playing the role for Venice that Coriolanus plays for Rome. You want that one guy who makes the difference in battle, who's all-sufficient, who's you cannot shake his nature. Iago himself gives this image of him. This is back on page 79. This is Act 3, Scene 4, about line 135. Iago says, "Can he be angry? I have seen the cannon when it hath blown his ranks into the air, and like the devil from his very arm, puffed his own brother. And is he angry?" This is like General Patton. And again, I feel the George C. Scott portrayal of Patton, that whole movie, is one of the most Shakespearean movies of the 20th century. And the scene in Patton when Scott is just standing there and these planes are strafing and everybody's scattering and running for cover, and he's just standing there because he's so convinced he's invulnerable that a little fighter plane isn't going to bother him. And you can picture Coriolanus doing that, and here's the image we get of Othello here. This is the kind of man that stands in battle and a cannon goes off and he doesn't even flinch. And that's the kind of man you want leading your army. You need that. He's got to exude self-confidence, confidence in himself, in order to impart confidence to his own troops. It is interesting. Alan Bloom, in his essay on this, that's in that book, Shakespeare's Politics, very good essay on Othello. He does make the interesting observation, there's no hard evidence of Othello ever having done anything. Now, in Coriolanus' case, we see him conquer this city of Coriol single-handedly, and generally speaking, was Shakespeare's heroes. Henry V wins the Battle of Agincourt. We only have Othello's claims for all of this. Now, I don't mean to diminish him in that sense, because there must be something to him, because Venice relies on him. Though notice, in fact, he does not conquer the Ottoman fleet. It just sinks, or is dispersed by storms, much as the Spanish Armada was. I actually hadn't thought of that parallel, but that's an interesting parallel there, that your great victory is really a product of the weather. But in any case, you see, whether it's true or not, the Othello myth is very strong in this play. You've got a problem with the Ottoman Turks. Cyprus is threatened. You send Othello there. He's your man. And that's why I'm trying to show you how he comes up in the terms of the epic hero in the play. If you turn to page 19, the beginning of his narrative of how he seduced Desdemona. This is Act 1, Scene 3, about line 128. Her father loved me, often invited me, still questioned me the story of my life from year to year, the battle, sieges, fortune that I have passed. I ran it through even from my boyish days to the very moment that he bade me tell it. When I spoke, and here's where it really goes epic on us, when I spoke of most disastrous chances, of moving accidents by flood and field, of hairbreadth escapes in the imminent deadly breach, of being taken by the insolent foe and sold to slavery, of my redemption thence and portents in my travels history, wherein of Anter's vast and deserts idle, rough quarries, rocks, and hills, whose head touch heaven, it was my hint to speak, such was my process, and of the cannibals that each other eat, the anthropophagi, and men whose heads grow beneath their shoulders. This is almost romance now. It's like the Odyssey. Again, Kernan has a good discussion of it in his preface. This is the world that Othello steps out of. It's the world of Achilles. It's the world of Odysseus. It's the world of the epic hero. And that's why the city needs him. But there's going to be the great source of tension. We've seen this again and again in Shakespeare, that the qualities that make you valuable in war do not necessarily make you popular in peacetime. It's certainly a problem with Coriolanus. We saw that Henry V is remarkable because of his ability to make a smooth transition from wartime to peacetime, even on the turning on a dime when need be. Othello is another one of these portraits in Shakespeare of a man whose very qualities as a warrior are going to be the source of tragedy when he tries to make it in the domestic world. And this is a play that sharpens the opposition between the warrior's world and the domestic world more than any other work I know. Indeed, at the very heart of this play is the tension between the warrior's world and the domestic world. There's an absolutely audacious image for this on page 24, which I've never seen anyone notice even. This is Act 1, Scene 3, about line 267 on page 24. Let housewives make a skillet of my helm. You realize what that image is? You take a warrior's helmet and you cook dinner in it. I mean, it's absurd. It's grotesque. In a way, only Shakespeare could get away with this, but it goes to the fundamental tension in this play. It is, in a way, Othello's deepest fear that his whole heroic world might be bastardized by being reduced to the domestic, that housewives might take his epic helmet and cook meals in it. Now, I want to explore his romance with Desdemona in light of that tension. I may not even get to Iago today. Iago's very important in this play, but I think it's also important to analyze the romance between Desdemona and Othello without putting Iago into the equation at first. Iago is the great destructive force in this play. He destroys Othello, he destroys Desdemona. There's no question of that, and I don't wish to deny his active role. But I do think that a lot of people, by not analyzing the love of Desdemona and Othello, treat them as pure innocence, as having no role at all in what happens to them, as being the mere victims of Iago's scheming. And in some ways we would like to think that. And I'm not going to attempt to place blame on Othello and certainly not on Desdemona. But I do want to show that there's something extraordinary about their love that makes them, and especially Othello, susceptible to Iago's machinations. And I do want to insist that this is a tragedy of both Desdemona and Othello, and therefore I don't want to see them as purely passive victims. Shakespeare's heroes and his heroines are not passive. They take an active role. There's something about them that makes the tragedy happen. And these are not issues of moral blame in Shakespeare, because of his tragedies are beyond good and evil in any conventional sense. They are showing very extraordinary people. And I want to suggest there's something extraordinary about Othello, and especially about Desdemona, and especially about their love, that might even have made it a tragic love, even if Iago hadn't gotten involved, though as we're going to see, he does get involved. So what is so distinct about this love? And if we look at it from Desdemona's side, we can see a nice contrast to Portia here, because Portia wanted the boy next door, and Desdemona does not. Yeah, I mean, again, to use the terms from Merchant of Venice, Desdemona opts for the Prince of Morocco. Now, Othello is not the Prince of Morocco, and that's why she opts for him. But I do want you to see that sharp contrast as a way of beginning to understand Desdemona and why she is in her own way a tragic figure. This love of Othello and Desdemona is truly a case of opposites attract. Now, today, for all sorts of reasons and our interest in racial issues, we focus on the fact that this is a love between a white woman and a black man. And a lot of discussion of the play has focused on that. But of course, it's also the marriage between an old man and a young woman. It's the marriage between a stranger and a homegrown Venetian. In every way, they are opposites. And opposites do attract. That's one of the great themes in romantic love. It's something Shakespeare portrays again and again. Romeo and Juliet fall in love for all sorts of reasons, but one of them is that one's a Montague and the other's a Capulet. What appears to be the obstacle to their love is one of the things that fires it up. And Shakespeare again and again shows us that there's something strange about love that actively craves its opposite. You know, Antony and Cleopatra, the Roman and the Egyptian. Shakespeare's fascinated by this kind of love story, and Othello is one of the greatest examples of it. And when we look at the kindling of their love, we can see what indeed was going on. I just was reading you Othello's narrative that begins on page 19. When remember he's been accused of using witchcraft by Brabantio. My daughter would never have fallen in love with a man like you. And Othello is saying, okay, I'll tell you what my witchcraft was. And now turning to page 20, continuing that same speech from Act 1, Scene 3, so at about line 144, these things to hear would Desdemona seriously incline, but still the house affairs would draw her thence. That's so wonderful, the house affairs. We're getting this epic narrative of Othello as the great hero, and yet Desdemona has these house affairs that take her away. Whichever she could with haste dispatch, she'd come again, and with a greedy ear devour up my discourse, which I observing took once a pliant hour, and found good means to draw from her a prayer of hers heart, that I would all my pilgrimage dilate. Whereof by parcels she had something heard, but not intentively. I did consent, and often did beguile her of her tears when I did speak of some distressful stroke that my youth suffered. My storing being done, she gave me for my pains a world of kisses. She sworn faith was strange, 'twas passing strange, 'twas pitiful, which was wondrous pitiful. She wished she had not heard it, yet she wished that heaven had made her such a man. And there is the clue to Desdemona. That she wished that heavens had made her such a man. Now, when Othello is a man, he is a manly man. That is, the heart of this play is a sense. And this is, what you want in warfare. This valor is the chiefest virtue. Manliness is the chiefest virtue. She's responding to this, and she wishes that heaven had made her such a man. And again, you see this so often in Shakespeare, we see the frustration of the female characters. They are in a world where women's opportunities are very restrained. I mean, here's Desdemona, mainly concerned with house affairs, we're told in the same speech. And what she is responding to is the manliness of Othello, and the manliness in Desdemona is responding to it. And again, as we've seen throughout Shakespeare, thumos is not a quality confined to men. And we've seen a lot of manly women, this course beginning with Coriolanus' mother, Volumnia. So she thanked me and bade me if I had a friend that loved her, I should but teach him to tell my story, and that would woo her. Upon this hint I spoke. She loved me for the dangers I had passed, and I loved her that she did pity them. That only is the witchcraft I have used. That's a remarkable formulation of this love and why it turns out to be a tragic love. She loved me for the dangers I had passed, and I loved her that she did pity them. Desdemona is responding to all those epic aspects of Othello, exactly the characteristics he would share with someone like Coriolanus. She's responding to his pure foreignness. She's been hearing these stories of cannibals and men whose heads do grow beneath their shoulders, all this exotic stuff. And notice, unlike Portia, she doesn't make fun of the exotic. She's not interested in marrying a Venetian. And maybe we can see why when we think back to Bassanio and to Gratiano. These are not the most manly men. They're kind of frivolous compared with a man like Othello. And Desdemona is responding precisely to his heroic character. But notice Othello is responding to her pity. And I loved her that she did pity them. This is one thing that tells you his difference from Coriolanus, that Othello was in a Christian world and responding to pity. Coriolanus does not respond well to pity. He doesn't offer it much, nor does he desire it. And I cannot picture Coriolanus saying of Virgilia, I really liked her because she pitied me. Coriolanus is a little too tough-minded to respond to pity. But this is my opening here to the fresh complexity of Othello's world, being a Coriolanus type in a Christian world. Valor is Othello's chiefest virtue, but pity now is a virtue in this Christian world. As I said, it seems so simple when Comenius says it is held that valor is the chiefest virtue. You could not say that in our society. You're as likely to hear it as held that compassion is the chiefest virtue in our society. And here we see in this one speech here a society in a way alternating between valor and compassion as their chiefest virtues here. In a way, again, this tension between classical and Christian values is at the heart of this moment. Desdemona is responding to Othello as a classical hero, as the great warrior. He's responding to this woman who pities him for the dangers he had passed. Now, it goes even deeper than that when you think more about this relationship here and what it means. Turn to page 23, and you'll see what I'm getting at. This is Act 1, Scene 3, about line 240, 2. Othello has to go to Cyprus here for the good of Venice. And he's just gotten married. And as we learned, the marriage has not been consummated. Desdemona's answer is, I want to go to Cyprus with him. This is her speech at 2:43. That I love the more to live with him, my downright violence and storms of fortune may trumpet to the world. You see, that's not feminine aspects here. The violence, the trumpet. There's something warlike about Desdemona. Again, there's a tendency to. She's a young woman. What happens to her is horrific, but there is a tendency to be patronizing to her, as if she is just a helpless, passive victim. And why did all this happen to her? Now, again, without trying to blame her, what I'm saying is she wanted danger. That's what attracted her to Othello, that this man was dangerous. Remember, I said Portia did not want a dangerous husband. She found the ideal solution in Bassanio, a nice Christian merchant, with the emphasis on merchant. Make a good husband for her. She'll be in control, and she does everything to ensure that she'll be in control. Desdemona is a more heroic figure than Portia. Not saying she's better, but she is a tragic figure, whereas Portia is a deeply comic figure who wants life and wants things to work out. Desdemona has that character that Shakespeare's tragic figures have. That she's not ordinary, she's out of the ordinary. She wants something out of the ordinary. And so we see the language here is the language of a warrior, downright violence, fortress, trumpet. My heart subdued even to the very quality of my lord. I saw Othello's visage in his mind. We'll have to come back to that. And to his honors and his valiant parts did I my soul and fortune consecrate. So that, dear lords, if I be left behind, a moth of peace, and he go to the war, the rights for why I love him are bereft me. She wants to go to war with her husband. It's very heroic. It's very admirable, both in terms of her loyalty or devotion to her husband. He's my husband, I will go with him. But also it shows an amazing disposition on her part. The way that many people talk about her, she's this frail little girl and these terrible things happen to her, but she's very heroic. And, she is responding to this heroism that she's seen in Othello. And she doesn't care if he's black. She doesn't care if he's old. She doesn't care if he wasn't born in Venice. None of these things matter to her because what she sees is a hero, a warlike hero. And that's what she wants. Also, I'm going to say, is he's her ticket out of Venice. And again, it's quite striking, this scene. 3 years ago, I almost booked a cruise that went to Cyprus, and I said to myself, well, I don't know, things in that area of the world. And it happened that the cruise also went through Libya. And fortunately, I didn't book it. I went to Tuscany instead. But, I got nervous about going to Cyprus. Mainly that Libya was on the itinerary. But, I'm no hero. I look at these countries and say, do I really want a trip that goes from Tunisia to Libya to Cyprus? But no, Desdemona, she wants to go to Cyprus. Now, here's the problem. Othello is Desdemona's ticket out of Venice. Desdemona is Othello's ticket into Venice. If you look at what's going on here, their love is deep and it's heroic, and yet in a certain sense it is at cross purposes. If you look at page 8, this is Roderigo. And I don't mean to cite people like Roderigo and Iago as speaking for Shakespeare, but Shakespeare does give them interesting perspectives on the characters that tell us something. So this is Act 1, Scene 1, about line 131. I say again, hath made a gross revolt, tying her duty beauty, wit, and fortunes, in an extravagant and wheeling stranger of here and everywhere. That's the common Venetian view of Othello. Remember, he is a kind of mercenary. I even suggested a paper topic on just this subject because of Machiavelli's interest in mercenaries. He is the Moor of Venice. How can you be the Moor of Venice? Just as how can you be the Jew of Venice? Venice is not fundamentally a city of Jews. It's not fundamentally a city of Moors. To be the Moor of Venice is always not quite to fit in. To be seen as this stranger, an extravagant, willing stranger of here. And so clearly, again, Othello loves Desdemona, but he also loves what she would represent, namely full Venetian citizenship. And I don't mean this in terms of his getting a green card or immigration status. What I mean is if a Venetian woman would marry him, that's full acceptance into the community. And indeed, it's not only any Venetian woman, but one of the most attractive, one of the most sought after. And so there's a kind of aspiration on both sides. Desdemona is rebellious. She does rebel against her father. We learn she effectively kills him. He dies of grief over this. She wants to, she wants to get out of this ordinary world of Venice. You can kind of understand she probably doesn't want to marry the Cassio types, or definitely not the Roderigo types. Othello is her chance to do something heroic, and she jumps at it the first moment. She says, "Let me go to Cyprus in the middle of this war." And again, I think we really have to see that as heroic on her part. At the same time, Othello is trying to get full acceptance in Venice by this moment of marrying a Venetian woman. It's the marriage of true opposites. It's the attraction of like for unlike. It's in a way heroic on both sides, but you can see how problematic it is from the start. That in a way they are at cross purposes. If Desdemona would have her way, Othello would be traveling all around the Mediterranean, fighting Venice's battles, and she could go from Cyprus to Rhodes to Malta to Sicily, whatever, and they'd never see Venice again, and she wouldn't have to put up with a boring father and his friends. But if Othello could settle down in Venice, Desdemona would be upset, especially if he turned into a full Venetian, just like the other men in the city. She wants him because he's not Venetian. He wants her because that will make him a Venetian. And at the same time, there is a kind of resistance here. If you turn to page 11, I think is a very telling speech. This is Act 1, Scene 2, about line 18. Again, when Othello is talking about his background, and really he is the only source we have of this information. So it's Act 1, Scene 2, about line 17. "'Tis yet to know, which when I know that boasting is an honor I shall promulgate, I fetch my life and being from men of royal siege, and my demerits may speak unbonneted to as proud a fortune as this that I have reached. For know, Iago, but that I love the gentle Desdemona, I would not my unhoused free condition put into circumscription and confine for the sea's worth." That's a very revealing statement there. Othello really does think in terms of his unhoused free condition. He is the extravagant and willing stranger of here and everywhere. He is not tied to any one community. Indeed, here's the image of the hero as self-sufficient again. Remember what happened with Coriolanus. He discovered how self-sufficient am I? I'm tied to the city of Rome. So he left Rome. He banished Rome. And he went over to the Volsces to show that he truly was self-sufficient in this sense, that he could fight for any city and make that city win. He was not dependent on Rome if he could fight for the Volsces, and the Volsces would beat the Romans. Othello has that kind of status. That is his unhoused free condition. He is a man who seems to go from city to city, who has roots in no one city, and prove his valor, his virtue, by the fact that he wins for that city. But notice what Desdemona means here. Desdemona has put into circumscription and confine Othello's being, that for her sake, he's willing to, in a sense, abandon his self-sufficiency. And think about it. I mean, what does self-sufficiency mean? Well, we see it in Coriolanus. Alone I did it. It's to stand alone. Desdemona represents precisely a challenge to Othello's self-sufficiency. He is saying, I am not complete without this woman. And indeed, there are all these ways in which she completes him, in the sense that she is his opposite and supplies everything that is lacking, and especially supplies that pity. Again, his line on page 20, she loved me for the dangers I had passed, and I loved her that she did pity them. This is what's been absent in his life, some sense of pity. In general, of the domestic, look at page 90. This is late in the play when Othello's mind is very much shaken, but it's page 90, Act 4, Scene 1, about line 190, where he is, developing this great hate for Desdemona. Hang her! I do but say what she is, so delicate with her needle, an admirable musician, or she will sing the savageness out of bear, of so high and plenteous wit and invention. She's the worst for all this. Oh, 1,000 times. Notice what he thinks of when he thinks, he thinks he's lost her now. He's grown to hate her. He's getting the idea of killing her. But what is he thinks of? So delicate with her needle. She's a wonderful seamstress. Remember, she would leave his talks to go about the household affairs and maybe, sew something up. An admirable musician, and then, oh, she will sing the savageness out of a bear. Othello is that bear. What he craved was for Desdemona to sing the savageness out of him. But in a way, it's what he most feared or didn't want to happen. This theme of singing the savageness out of a bear, I think, is very much at the heart of the play. It's what Othello wants and he does not want. We must picture him as a Coriolanus type, and even more, one who does not have a mother, does not have a wife. Coriolanus at least had attachments to Rome. We must picture Othello as a man who is totally the product of war. Look at, let me see, I think it's page 17. Yeah, look at page 17, Act 1, Scene 3. Reveals a lot as he speaks here. Line 81, Act 1, Scene 3, line 81. Rude am I in my speech, and little blessed with the soft phrase of peace. For since these arms of mine had 7 years' pith, till now some 9 moons wasted, they have used their dearest action in the tented field, and little of this great world can I speak, more than pertains to feats of braws and battles. That's a very important admission. Now remember, Henry V said this to Catherine when he was wooing her. I'm a soldier, I don't know how to woo you. He was half joking there, and indeed he was wooing her very well. And again, it's a very good sign of what makes Henry V distinctive. that he can make that transition from war to peace. And although he can give great speeches on the battlefield, he knows how to talk to a woman and indeed to turn to an advantage his kind of awkwardness as a soldier. But this is serious stuff here. Rude am I in my speech. This is in the town of Venice, which is filled with characters like Cassio, with smooth-talking courtier types. From my speech, I'm a little blessed with a soft phase of speech. For since these arms of mine had 7 years' pith, till now some 9 moons' ways, they have used their dearest action in the tender field, and little of this great world can I speak, more than pertains to feats of broils and battle. This is going to be his problem. This, indeed, as we're going to see next time, is his great weakness that Iago is going to be able to exploit, that Othello does not understand the domestic world. He has been absent from it a bit too long here. Page 22. Act 1, Scene 3, the Duke reveals how much Venice needs Othello, line 218 in Act 1, Scene 3. The Turk, with the most mighty preparation, makes for Cyprus, Othello. The fortitude of the place is best known to you, and though we have there a substitute of most allowed sufficiently, yet opinion, a more sovereign mistress of effects, throws a more safer voice on you. So we need you. And notice, we need your reputation. He doesn't even say you're the better soldier. It's that everybody thinks you're the better soldier. And Othello says, line 226, the tyrant custom, most grave senators, hath made the flinty and steel couch of war my thrice-driven bed of down. I do agnize a natural and prompt alacrity. I find in hardness and do attend to take the present wars against the Ottomites. Again, a daring image that Othello's bed, his thrice-driven bed of down, is really the flinty and steel couch of war. This is a man who loves war, who's lived his whole life in war. You have to understand that's why he's so attractive to Desdemona. She's so good with her needle. She's such a good musician. These are all the things that have been lacking in his life as a warrior, all the dimensions that have been absent from his life. And yet he's not comfortable with these aspects of life because they're unfamiliar to him. And as we see, this is how Iago is able to exploit Othello's suspicions about this. And indeed, there is an undercurrent in the play that shows Othello's reluctance to succumb to the domestic world. Now, again, this is a tragedy because he's deeply attracted to it, but at the same time repelled by it. And again, I keep going. I'm not going to bring in Iago here to show you there are problems even without him. And you see the problem on page 32 when Cassio, so this is Act 2, Scene 1, about line 74, when Cassio says of Desdemona, she that I spake of, our great captain's captain. That's the problem for Othello. He's now got a captain, and she's a woman. And again, it's what he wanted, but it turns out maybe it's not what he wanted. That it's not, there's something in him that rebels against this. And this is an interesting motif in the play. It's repeated on page 51. This is Act 2, Scene 3. Iago speaking this time, line 314, our general's wife is now the general. Now, again, that could be interpreted innocently, but I want to show you the problem for Othello here. This is a man who is used to ruling. He's used to being the general. He's used to being the captain. He's not used to taking orders. And he has worked himself into a situation where he now does have a captain and a general, and it's a woman. And I want to show you how that plays out in a sequence. I think Shakespeare is very careful to work this in. Now, of course, what happens, and again, we'll get to Iago in detail next time, but as you know, he creates this plot to make Othello suspicious of Cassio. He engineers this sequence of events where Cassio gets fired as Othello's lieutenant, and Cassio comes to Desdemona to help him get his position back, precisely because, as Iago says, our general's wife is now the general. And with a totally good heart, Desdemona tries to help Cassio regain his position. This is the top of page 58. So Act 3, Scene 3, about line 25. My lord shall never rest, I'll watch him tame. Tame the savageness of a bear. In a weird way, this play is about the would-be taming of Othello by Desdemona. And again, there's Iago's very important in the play, but unless you see this drama going on, I think you're missing the psychological complexity of the play. I'll watch him tame and talk him out of patience. His bed shall seem a school, his board a shrift. I'll intermingle everything he does with Cassio's suit. Now, this is a tragic error in the simple sense as this is playing right into Iago's hands. This is what is going to convince Othello that Cassio and Desdemona are having an affair. It is totally innocent in any moral sense. What Desdemona is doing here is a good thing. She's trying to help out this decent man, Cassio. But I want you to concentrate on the terms of it. I'll watch him tame and talk him out of patience. His bed shall seem a school, his board a shrift. I'll intermingle everything he does with Cassio's suit. This is not what Othello wants. It is to thrust the domestic on him in an overwhelming way. This is a man who is used to having his own way on the battlefield. He does not want to be treated like a schoolboy. Bed shall seem a school, his board a shrift. And so look what happens on the next page, is page 59. Again, people don't even talk about these passages as far as I can see, and I've been criticized for dwelling on them. But look at line 55, Act 3, Scene 3, line 55. Good love, call him back. Desdemona wants Othello to speak to Cassio. Not now, sweet Desdemona, some other time. But shall it be shortly? The sooner, sweet, for you. Shall it be tonight at supper? No, not tonight. Tomorrow dinner, then? I shall not dine at home. I meet the captains at the citadel. Why, then tomorrow night, or Tuesday morn, or Tuesday noon, or night, or on Wednesday morn. I prithee name the time, but let it not exceed 3 days. Now, I've been criticized for saying that Desdemona is nagging Othello here. But I don't know how else to describe this scene. Her insistence. He does not want to hear about this now. And she keeps pressing him on the matter. And making it, just as she says, I'm not going to stop talking about this until I get what I want. And notice it says, I meet the captains at the citadel. He's trying to say, this is still wartime, and we've got this problem with the Turks, and I can't be bothered with this now. And she presses it. Now, again, I'm not saying she deserves to die because she nagged her husband. I am trying to show you, though, what is happening here, that Othello wanted domestic life, which he'd been denied all his life, and now this is part of the deal, guy. You get married, she's going to tell you things that you got to do now, and maybe when you're going to have dinner. And I think Shakespeare really goes over the top in this stuff. Look at the next page, page 60, still in Act 3, Scene 3, line 75. Why, this is not a boon. This says, I should entreat you wear your gloves, or feed on nourishing dishes, or keep you warm. This is what he wanted. He wanted a woman to take care of him, who would pity him, who would give him a domestic life. And now she's telling him, Othello, put your gloves on, it's cold out. Or, eat your porridge, it's good for you. Be sure to wear a coat. She's actually mothering him here. And notice he says, line 85, "When I do beseech thee, grant me this, to leave me but a little to myself." That's the Coriolanus in him speaking there. That's the all-sufficient hero who never worried about whether he had his gloves on or whether he was dressed warm enough for the weather, or whether he was eating the right food. That's what it is for the woman to pity him. She's supposed to take care of him. That's what he wants. And now it's happening, and it's not quite working out the way he thought it would. And this keeps going on. Again, I really do think Shakespeare emphasized this aspect. We're seeing the lion being trapped in the cage here. That's the cage of marriage. That is this great epic hero who wanted this, is now faced with the fact that he's not self-sufficient anymore. And so page 67, again, we'll have to supply the whole context here. Othello's being tormented by Iago here, but again, I'm trying to abstract from that today. Page 67, Act 3, Scene 3, line 278. "How now, my dear Othello, your dinner and the generous islanders by you invited do attend your presence." I mean, this is the classic thing. Coriolanus wants to go out and kill Volsces, and his wife says, "You're missing dinner. Remember that dinner party I set up? You swore, I told you it was going to be tonight. How can you go off and kill Volsces? We're supposed to be having the dinner party." And here it is, you're missing your guest. "I am to blame." And then comes the moment with the handkerchief. "I have a pain upon my forehead," here says Othello. "Why, that's with watching. 'Twill away again. Let me but bind it hard. Within this hour it will be well. Your napkin is too little." He pushes the handkerchief away, and it falls. Now, this is, in a way, the turning point of the play. Again, I hope I'm not spoiling it for people, but Iago's going to get this handkerchief, and it's going to be the key part in his convincing Othello that Desdemona's betrayed him with Cassio. It's right here at the center of the play, the turning point of the action. Now notice it was a gesture of compassion on her part. She senses Othello is in pain, and she tries to bind his head with the handkerchief. He rejects it. He rejects this moment of kindness on the part of his wife. It's on 67. She's really just trying to help him, and with a kind of contempt, he thrusts it away. This is when she loses it. And it's his rejection of her pity here. That pity that he so much craved. He married her for the pity. Now she's pitying him. But can you picture this huge warrior when this little girl is trying to bind his head and he rejects it? "I don't need your goddamn pity," is basically what he's saying here. "I don't need handkerchiefs to stop my pain." Again, because of Iago, his pain is beyond belief deep at this moment. But it's fascinating to me that everything turns on this. Now, there's a critic named Thomas Reimer from the 17th century who hated Shakespeare and wrote all sorts of essays showing how stupid Shakespeare's plays were. And he particularly hated Othello because he said, the whole play turns on this handkerchief. And he said, as far as I can tell, the moral of this play is, housewives, look to your linen. Don't lose your handkerchiefs. That leads to tragedy. Now, Reimer is useful for showing us that we better look carefully at this handkerchief, that Shakespeare makes so much turn on this, and that's why I'm trying to fill in this moment for you. It's the culmination of Othello's rejection of domestication, of being tamed. of this woman pitying him, trying to heal his wound. It's as if she went to put a Band-Aid on him. You know, Coriolanus comes back from battle, and Virgilia comes up. Oh, gee, you got a nick. Let me put a Band-Aid on it. Eat slugger. That's his attitude. And there's something of that in Othello here. Now, the handkerchief, things go much more deeply than this. Look at page 77. Why is this handkerchief important? When Othello raises the issue of page 3, Act 3, Scene 4, page 77, at line 55. That handkerchief did an Egyptian to my mother give. She was a charmer and could almost read the thoughts of people. She told her, while she kept it, it would make her amiable and subdue my father entirely to her love. But if she lost it, or made a gift of it, my father's eyes should hold her loathed, and his spirit should hunt after new fancies. She, dying, gave it me, and bid me, when my fate would have me wive, to give it her. I did so, and take heed on it. Make it a darling like your precious eye. To lose it or to give it away were such perdition as nothing else could match. Is it possible? Asked Desdemona. And indeed, is it possible? Because we have another account of the handkerchief in the play. Let me see if I'm having trouble finding that word. It's right towards the end. Where he says it's something my father gave my mother. I'll have to find it for you. I'll give you the reference next time. But in any case, later in the play, Othello says, he just dismisses it. It's just something my father gave my mother. In other words, we have two accounts of the handkerchief in the play, and contradictory. One is something that her mother gave to him, one that his father gave his mother. We've seen this sort of thing before in Shakespeare. We saw the double revelation of Portia's death. We saw the double command to kill the prisoners. And we got to get suspicious whenever we see this thing. Later in the play, when Othello has no particular reason, it seems, to be lying about the handkerchief, he just kind of dismisses it. For Desdemona, he builds it up into something incredibly important. And that's very important to the plot, because if this, once Othello has made this handkerchief into this talisman of their marriage, Desdemona can't simply say, I lost it. It would be so easy if she did, but he's actually Othello has invested the handkerchief with so much mystical significance, that he's made it very difficult for her to admit that she simply lost it. And this then leads to the whole crisis over the handkerchief and the death of both of them. Now, many people don't even notice the difference. I was just reading last night an article of someone who notices the difference but simply dismisses the second account of the handkerchief, saying, oh, Shakespeare just forgot what he said about it. I think we've learned from the case of the double revelation of Portia's death and the double order to kill the French prisoners, that Shakespeare doesn't make mistakes as easily as this. And indeed, Shakespeare supplies us with a very interesting rule of how to read him within this work. If you look at page 15, remember when the news is coming to the Venetian council about the Turkish threat, first they're attacking Rhodes, then they're attacking Cyprus, then they're attacking Rhodes. Look at page 15, it's Act 1, Scene 3, about line 18. When the news is coming that the Turks are attacking Rhodes, one of the senators says, this cannot be by no assay of reason. 'Tis a pageant to keep us in false gaze. When we consider the importance of Cyprus to the Turk, and let ourselves again but understand that as it more concerns the Turk than Rhodes, so may he with more facile question bear it, for that it stands not in such warlike brace, but altogether lacks the abilities that Rhodes is dressed in. If we make a thought of this, we must not think the Turk is so unskillful to leave that latest which concerns him first, neglecting attempt of ease and gain to wake and wage danger profitless. Nay, in all confidence, he's not for Rhodes. Now, what this senator says, if your enemy appears to be making an obvious mistake, he's not. Here, why would they, Cyprus is more important than Rhodes. Cyprus is undefended, but Rhodes is. Why in the world would the Turks attack Rhodes? Therefore, they must be attacking Cyprus. We must not think the Turk is so unskillful. We must not think that Shakespeare is so unskillful. By the way, Machiavelli gives this rule for reading him in his discourses. When you see your enemy make an obvious mistake, don't be taken in by it. It's probably a deception. Look to some other way. So I say, Shakespeare says, don't ever count on the unskillfulness of someone. So I'll say we mustn't count on the unskillfulness of Shakespeare. When we see him make an obvious mistake, 2 revelations of Portia's death, 2 accounts of the death of prisoners, 2 accounts of the handkerchief, we must assume there's something going on here. And I think in this case, Shakespeare is indicating that the second account is true. The first account is Othello puffing up the importance of the handkerchief. And here I'll say, Rymer, in all his thick-headedness, really tells us something. How in the world could the moral of this play be housewives look to the linen? Well, Othello says, housewives make a skillet of my helm. This play is somehow about housewives and their relation to epic heroes and the tension that occurs. Desdemona was headed to being a housewife, and instead she wanted to marry Othello and experience something of the heroic world. Othello wanted a housewife. Having lived this life on the road as an extravagant and wheeling stranger here nowhere, he wanted to settle down. He wanted to have a woman to pity him and take care of him. And now when he's faced with it, it turns out to be not so much what he wanted. There's a very, very peculiar touch in this play. It's page 104. Bottom of page 104, so Act 4, Scene 3, about line 36. Desdemona in this scene with Emilia. No one pity me here. This Lodovico is a proper man, a very handsome man. He speaks well. I know a lady in Venice would have walked barefoot to Palestine for a touch of his nether lip. Why in the world is Desdemona noticing Lodovico at this point? Lodovico is Bassanio. He's Gratiano. He's the kind of man in Venice that Portia went for. I've really been pilloried for focusing on this moment. I think there's this recognition, I think, is beginning to dawn on Desdemona that maybe she made a mistake. In one sense, she did make a mistake. Othello's about to kill her. And she's beginning to think, there are other kinds of men in Venice. They're not all like Othello. This Lodovico is a proper man. He speaks well. He wouldn't slug me. He wouldn't call me whore. It's kind of a belated recognition that maybe the boy next door wasn't so bad after all. Now, again, I've been pilloried for bringing up this detail. Why does Shakespeare throw that in? Except if Desdemona is beginning to realize there was an alternative, I think it spotlights what choice she made. So this play at its heart is the tension between the warrior's way of life and the domestic way of life, and the tragedy grows out of that. Now, next time, Iago, he's really to blame, he's the villain. We'll show you how he exploits this tension. But what I want to show you today is the tension is there before Iago even went to work. And that Desdemona is thinking of alternatives at the end. Okay, next time we'll spend most of the time on Iago and his temptation of Othello. Again, I watched these two Othellos over the weekend just to make sure they're both worth seeing. And if there's any one of these plays you're going to see, Let It Be Othello. It is the most dramatic work Shakespeare ever wrote. Doesn't make it the best or most profound, but there's nothing like it for intense drama, and both productions capture that. Again, I don't recommend the one with Lawrence Fishburne, particularly because the Desdemona doesn't speak English. I remember that the BBC one actually stars Anthony Hopkins before he was Anthony Hopkins. I remember it as being very bad, but I haven't seen it since it came out in the late 70s. Bob Hoskins plays Iago, and I remember him as being very good in that. But these are both so good. The Olivier is heavily cut, and Olivier overdoes the Moorish quality of Othello, to put it politely, but it's still worth seeing. But the Willard White is just stunning. It's one of the greatest Shakespeare performances I've ever seen, and all the more remarkable, it's the first time he ever acted on stage. Now, he's an opera singer, and so knows how to act, but it is amazing. I met him and talked to him about it. It was the first time he'd ever act. He's the great Porgy in Porgy and Bess of our age, and he'd done a Porgy and Bess with Trevor Nunn. And Trevor Nunn said, have you ever considered playing Othello? And fortunately, Willard White agreed to do it. Again, Ian McKellen is the Iago in that. It's uncanny as I listen to it. Willard White has the same voice as Worf in Star Trek Next Generation, as Michael Dorn. So you get to see Worf against Gandalf in this production. It's quite extraordinary. White's voice is so magnificent. Olivier has to fake it a bit, artificially deep in his voice. But Willard White's one of the great bass singers of our age. So anyway, the Laurence Olivier has Derek Jacobi as Cassio. It's a very interesting touch, though he overacts a bit. But anyway, either one is very good. If you choose one, I'd choose. The Willard White one is virtually uncut. Again, it's directed by Trevor Nunn. You cannot appreciate this play fully until you've seen it. I've been very fortunate. I saw James Earl Jones as Othello. I saw a very good Othello in Washington, D.C. When it's on stage, it is the most overwhelming piece of drama you'll ever see. So I highly recommend it. It's a great shame that James Earl Jones's Othello was never recorded. Then you have Darth Vader as Othello. You really need a deep bass voice to play the role, which is why I'm so pitiful when I try to read passages from it here. Okay, let's continue. We're going to get to Iago today, but again, my goal here is to analyze the love of Othello and Desdemona as potentially tragic, even in the absence of Iago. And I say this not because I'm trying to be nasty about them, but I'm trying to show that they are of tragic stature, that this love is a kind of heroic love. It's an extraordinary love. Everybody within the play recognizes it as such, and they present it as such. In that sense, it was dangerous even without the presence of Iago. And in particular, what I was saying is their love is at cross purposes. It's Desdemona's way of getting out of Venice. It's Othello's way of getting into Venice. They end up meeting halfway in Cyprus, I guess you could say. But the point is this: beware of what you wish for, especially in love. Desdemona wanted an epic hero. She didn't want these ordinary men in Venice. Look at the way people talk about her. Page 13. So Act 1, Scene 3, Brabantio, her own father, says, line 66, Act 1, Scene 3, line 66, so opposite to marriage that she shunned the wealthy, curled darlings of our nation. Does it ever occur to Brabantio that Desdemona doesn't want wealthy, curled darlings? She doesn't want the weak, effeminate, merchant-like men of Venice. She wants a real hero. It's the same thing that Amelia points out later on page 99. Act 4, Scene 2, line 123. Has she forsook so many noble matches, her father and her country and her friends, to be called whore? Well, indeed, she didn't want the noble matches, the matches that her father wanted and that her country wanted and her friends wanted. Desdemona is a rebel. She really is quite extraordinary. She wanted this great heroic man, Othello, and she got him. And then she discovers he can't be tamed. She wanted a hero, and then she finds heroes are difficult. They don't always do what you tell them to do, and above all, sometimes they want to be alone. This is the great self-sufficient hero, Othello. In that sense, maybe not the most eligible bachelor. By the same token, Othello wants a woman to pity him. He's led a long, difficult life on the road as a mercenary. He's been sold into slavery. This guy's had hard times. No one's ever pitied him. And suddenly this woman pities him. And it's a wonderful moment for him. And so he marries her. And he gets what he wanted, a woman to pity him. And yet that pitying grates on him. It's trying to staunch a pain with a handkerchief. It's telling him, put on your clothes, you'll catch cold. The pitying turns into a form of mothering and threatens to become a form of smothering to him. And the hero in him rebels against this. He is the man who wants, like Coriolanus, to stand alone as if a man were author himself and knew no other kin. And suddenly he's got this woman who's telling him what his social calendar has to look like, which parties he has to show up at. And it's just not the life he's led. And again, he sensed it when he said, this is back on page 11, Act 1, Scene 2, line 23, for no Iago, but that I love the gentle head Desdemona, I would not my unhoused free condition put into circumscription and confine for the sea's worth. This is what he's had to do for Desdemona, to put his unhoused free condition. That's Coriolanus for you. That's the great souled man. That's the great hero. Is now putting into circumscription and confine, and Othello chafes under that. It grates against his very heroic quality. So again, page 20, Act 1, Scene 3, line 160 says, she loved me for the dangers I had passed, and I loved her that she did pity them. That is a formula for tragedy, because they're coming into this love with opposite expectations. Now, I want to claim that this marriage, therefore, is a microcosm of Othello's relation to Venice, and indeed of the individual hero's relation to the political community. If you think back several weeks ago when we were doing Coriolanus, I described the hero's relation to his city as a marriage because I wanted to use the phrase, the polis, you can't live with it, you can't live without it. The hero, you can't live with him, you can't live without him. I took that phrase that's often used of marriages, and now let me turn it back and apply it to a marriage. Othello, you can't live with him, you can't live without him. Desdemona, you can't live with her, you can't live without her. This very vulgar, common phrase with which we describe a complicated marriage is exactly what we see in Othello. That is, from Othello's point of view, and the deepest tragedy of the play is he can't live without Desdemona. I'm going to examine that at length. But I mean, once he falls in love with her, he can't live without her. But in a way, he can't live with her either, because there she is making these demands upon him that don't fit with his self-image. By the same token, for Desdemona, once she falls in love with Othello, she can't live with him, she can't live without him. She can't live with him because he's too bristly. There's too much of the savageness of the bear in him. On the other hand, she can't live without him because she's devoted her whole life to him. So this is very much an image that we've been seeing with the whole problem of the hero in the city, and especially the notion of the self-sufficient hero. Look at what Othello represents to Venice. They need him. Iago says this from the beginning. This is page 8, Act 1, Scene 1, about line 144. For I do know the state, however this may gall him with some check. This marriage may create problems for him. cannot with safety cast him, for he is embarked with such loud reason to the Cyprus wars, which even stands in act, that for their souls another of his fathom they have none to lead their business. It's very important that Venice needs him so much this way. And remember, he is, page 93, we learn, this is Act 4, Scene 1, line 264, is this the noble Moor whom our full Senate call all in all sufficient? That's what they want. They want this great soul man, this great heroic figure. He is that. That's the language that's even used of him. If you look at page 127, bottom of the page, Act 5, Scene 2, line 357, for he was great of heart. That's magnanimo, magnanimous, greatness of soul. This is the great souled man, and Venice recognizes and needs him. He's even presented in epic terms. I've mentioned several times Reuben Brower's book, The Hero and Saint, and he analyzes, as he does for Coriolanus, the way in which the language of Elizabethan translations of Homer get worked up in the texture of Othello. Look at page 73. This is the most clear example. Act 3, Scene 3, about line 450. Never, Iago, and I can hear Willard White's voice in my mind, in my dreams, like to the Pontic Sea, whose icy current and compulsive course ne'er keeps retiring ebb, but keeps due on to the Propontic and the Hellespont, even so my bloody thoughts with violent pace shall ne'er look back. That's a Homeric simile. If you know your Iliad or your Odyssey, comparing something in the human being to something out in nature, like to the Pontic Sea. It even has the perfect shape of a Homeric simile, especially as it appeared in Chapman's English translation. And it's even the Pontic Sea, as your notes point out, is the Black Sea. The Propontic is the Bosphorus. The Hellespont is now what's called the Strait of Dardanelles. Even the names are taken from the classical world here. This is a classical simile with a vengeance. And this is the kind of hero we see in the epic. Look at page 124. This is Act 5, Scene 2, about line 260. Recalling his own greatness, Othello says, I have seen the day that with this little arm and this good sword, I have made my way through more impediments than 20 times your stop. Remember remember Coriolanus? On fair ground, I could beat 40 of them. Well, Othello can only beat 20 of them, but it's the same gesture. So we've got all these heroic, even epic gestures on the part of Othello. This is why the city needs him so much. But it needs him only in wartime, though, notice. And notice the very end, page 128, so very last page, Act 5, Scene 2, about line 360. Gratiano, keep the house and seize upon the fortunes of the Moor. What an amazing touch that is. Remember, they're having trouble with the Turks, so immediately they appoint him general of Cyprus. But as soon as the Turkish threat is gone, they relieve him and put in place someone more tame, Cassio, someone they're not afraid of. There's an Englishman named Fynes Morrison who wrote travel accounts. Whether Shakespeare knew of this or not, we don't know. But this is something he said about Venice. Besides that the state is not sufficiently furnished with men, and more especially with native commanders and generals, to undertake of their own power without assistance a war against the Sultan of Turkey. This want of courage, and especially the fear lest any citizen becoming a great and popular commander in the wars might thereby have means to usurp upon the liberty of their state, seem to be the causes that for their land forces they seldom have any native commanders and always use a foreign general. It's an amazing passage that seems to describe the situation with Othello. And again, Venice, as we see from the Merchant of Venice, deficient of spirited warriors. And having to hire one. And it's interesting that Fynes Morrison supplies this extra motive that this commercial republic would not like a general to become so powerful that he might take over the whole city. And so they hire foreign generals. And you do see Othello is disposable, and they even seize his money at the end, just as Shylock's money got seized. Shakespeare throws in these touches. Again, these plays fit together. That's one thing I'm trying to show you. And again, Shylock, needed by the city, is in the end treated as an alien and his wealth is seized. Othello, needed by the city, in the end is treated like an alien, his wealth is seized. I would like to think that that Gratiano is the same Gratiano we know from Venice. It's crazy, but I don't know how common the name Gratiano was. But in any case, you see here Venice's relation to Othello is exactly parallel to Desdemona's relation to Othello. Venice wants a great warrior hero, and yet it can't quite live with him. He's great fighting their enemies, but in the city they worry he's a barbarian, that he's too dangerous and too bloody, and they happy to get rid of him once they don't need him against the Turks anymore, and once they can seize his wealth. And of course, the same problem, just flip it to the other side. You see Othello needs this city. He doesn't have roots anymore. He's an extravagant and wheeling stranger of here and everywhere. He needs an army to be a great general, so he needs Venice, but on the other hand, Venice then sets limits to him. So again, it's like his relation to Venice is like his relation to Desdemona. So it's really, this is an extraordinary love. I want to stress, again, how extraordinary it is, because that's what makes it all the more tragic when it collapses into Othello's jealousy. It is a quest for a perfect love. And Othello's quest for perfection is at the heart of his heroic stature. Look at page 11. So this is fairly early in the play, Act 1, Scene 2, about line 30. This is when Othello is not worried about defending himself. I must be found. My parts, my title, and my perfect soul shall manifest me rightly. Now, if you got this signet, my perfect soul is glossed here, clear, unfloored conscience. No, I think my perfect soul means my perfect soul. I don't know why these editors gloss things like this. I mean, he's claiming that he has a perfect soul. That's an extraordinary claim, and I think it's meant to be an extraordinary claim, that what Othello is looking for is perfection in souls, and he thinks he's found it in Desdemona. That's why so much is at stake here. This is not the relationship of Coriolanus and Virgilia. It's much more like the relationship of Antony and Cleopatra. That is, Coriolanus and Virgilia, that's a very Roman marriage that takes place in the context of the city. Remember what Portia complained about to Brutus, that she was only in the suburbs of her love, that she wasn't at the center of his life where Rome was. And we saw when the Republic collapses, love takes on this much greater importance in the lives of Antony and Cleopatra, so that they think of it as now representing new heaven, new earth. It becomes the focus of their lives. They demand so much more of love. Therefore, faithfulness in that love becomes such an issue for them. It's the same thing, especially with Othello. He is a heroic man. He's now looked for a heroic love. That will be a new form of perfection for him. It saturates his language about the love, even in retrospect, page 120. Act 5, Scene 2, line 140. had she been true, and at this moment Othello still doesn't realize she was, had she been true, if heaven would make me such another world of one entire and perfect chrysolite, I'd not have sold her for it. And there's the language of perfection, and also the language of the infinite. Remember that Antony and Cleopatra introduced, that love becomes something infinite. In the Roman Republic, it was decidedly something finite, very much contained in the larger context of the regime. But here's the idea of a love which is worth the whole world, just as it was in Antony and Cleopatra. And that's what makes it so dangerous, so heroic and yet so dangerous. Othello has an all-or-nothing attitude. A woman must be perfect or she is a whore. Remember that in Hamlet. We're going to see a pattern here that there's a new notion of the absolute in this Christian world, introduced by the ideas of the absolute and infinite, which Christianity introduces into the world. Hamlet had a very hard time finding the middle ground in life. I could be counted a king of infinite space. I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself king of infinite space were it not that I have bad dreams. Hamlet's mind thinks of infinite space, and it contrasts it with little pieces of ground that are dirt, spacious in the possession of dirt. Othello's mind works similarly, especially after Iago goes to work on it, that he's expecting a love that's perfect. Let me show you that. I mean, this happens so often in the play, it's important to identify. Look at page 25, Act 1, Scene 3, line 289. My life upon her faith. At this point in the play, this is a kind of throwaway line. We do not expect it, we do not focus on it, and yet it's the keynote of the whole play. Brabantio has challenged Othello with words that will come back to haunt him. She deceived me, her father, she may deceive you. Look to her more if thou hast eyes to see, she has deceived her father. My life upon her faith. That's a simple oath here. I place my life upon her faith. But that's indeed what Othello has done. He's placed his whole life now upon her faith. And that's an awful lot to demand of any human being. It does mean that more is at stake in their love than is normally true. You cannot picture Coriolanus saying of Virgilia, my life upon her faith. Maybe my life upon the Roman Republic, but not my life upon my wife's faith. One cannot even picture Brutus saying it, or Julius Caesar. Antony does say it. In effect, the whole of Antony and Cleopatra is Antony saying, my life upon Cleopatra's faith. This is what happens when you have no political context, and again, Othello has no homeland, and you put your faith in this woman as validating you. And you see it again, page 36. By the way, this is Act 2, Scene 1, about line 179. They're greeting in Cyprus. Notice this reversal. Oh, my fair warrior, my dear Othello. Desdemona should be the dear, and Othello should be the warrior. But this is the reversal they're trying to bring about here. That they're trying to bring together these antithetical worlds, the domestic world of marriage and the military world of the battlefield. Oh, my fair warrior, my dear Othello. Desdemona often thinks of herself as a warrior. It's one of the curious aspects of the language of the play. Again, we see them reaching out for their opposite of the other. And then look at how Othello portrays their love. This is line 187 now on page 36. If it were now to die, 'twere now to be most happy, for I fear my soul hath her content so absolute that not another comfort like to this succeeds in unknown fate. This is that quest for the absolute that we saw Antony and Cleopatra engaged in, that we saw Hamlet engaged in. By the way, we will see Macbeth engaged in it. The next page, 37, line 195, Othello says, "It is too much of joy." He's demanding everything of this love, that it give him an absolute happiness. Look at page 60. This is Act 3, Scene 3, line 90. "Excellent wretch." That's what's known as an oxymoron in poetry. "Perdition catch my soul, but I do love thee. And when I love thee not, chaos is come again." That's indeed what will happen. Othello will descend into chaos. He descends into madness when he ceases to believe that Desdemona loves him. This is that all or nothing attitude that we saw in Hamlet. Again, a woman's either an angel or a whore. The world is either heavenly or it's a quintessence of dust. No middle ground for these characters. It is a kind of absolute... The city had provided the middle ground in the ancient world, as we saw in a play like Coriolanus. But Antony and Cleopatra was the world of no midway between these extremes at all. And that's what we see here as well. If he loves her and she loves him, then he has everything. He has perfection. But if she doesn't, then it's a catastrophe. Everything falls apart. Look at page 64, Act 3, Scene 3, line 189. "For she had eyes and chose me." There you see how much this love has come to mean to him. It is his ultimate validation. He's a stranger in Venice. He senses he's a second-class citizen. He's not fully accepted in the city. For Desdemona to choose him would be the ultimate validation. Because remember, she had the choice of any young eligible man in the city, and she chose him, and he knows it. "For she had eyes and chose me." That's what she comes to mean to him. And therefore, page 67, this is Act 3, Scene 3, line 276. "If she be false, heaven mocked itself, I'll not believe it." Her faith in him, which is almost like the faith in a god, as I'll explain in a few minutes, it now becomes the source of his sense of his self-worth. This is a man who for years was like Coriolanus, who validated himself on the battlefield. And remember, the battlefield allows for a fairly clear method of validation. The last guy standing wins and is the hero. A nice objective standard of value that you see at work in Homer. Love introduces such a subjective element now into things where your greatness depends not on anything you can do with your own hands, your own sword, but on whether this woman loves you. Her faith in you becomes bound up with your faith in yourself. So if she be false, heaven mocked itself. That's why he's so tortured by the idea that she has betrayed him. One of the most moving of all the speeches, page 96, and again, both Olivier and Willard White delivered this so well. It's page 96, Act 4, Scene 2, about line 46. "Had it pleased heaven to try me with affliction, had they rained all kinds of sores and shames on my bare head, steeped me in poverty to the very lips, given to captivity me and my utmost hopes, I should have found in some place of my soul a drop of patience." You will see a similar moment in Macbeth where he says, just give me a real opponent that I can fight and I'll handle it. This is the torment of the epic hero, the great warrior, who's been used to battling other men in the most dangerous circumstances with his life endangered, and he can handle that. That's what he's used to handling. But alas, to make me the fixed figure for the time of scorn, to point his slow and moving finger at. Yet could I bear that too well, very well. But there, this is the key passage, but there, where I've garnered up my heart, where either I must live or bear no life, the fountain from the which my current runs, or else dries up, to be discarded thence, or keep it as a cistern for foul tolls, to not engender him. It actually never completes this sentence. But you see what the love has come to mean to him. It's there where I have garnered up my heart, where either must live or bear no life. This bears on the issue of why both Othello and Desdemona let this go on. Why they are locked into this love. Why Othello, for example, doesn't say, I'll get a divorce. He has staked too much on this. What has happened to both of them is they've staked so much on this marriage. They've done it in defiance of, certainly of Desdemona's father, presumably of public opinion in Venice. The only way they tolerate this is they need Othello at this moment. And they don't want to be proven wrong. In some ways, their deep tragedy is they have such a stake in this marriage. Othello does not want to have to say, I made a bad choice. Although he starts a question, why did I marry? Yes. And above all, Desdemona does not want to question her choice. We see this in some remarkable passages, but especially page 105. This is Act 4, Scene 3, about line 18, where she's explained to Amelia, my love does so approve him that even his stubbornness, his checks, his frowns, pretty unpin me, have grace and favor. This is a man who's just called her whore, who slapped her in public. Now, I don't want to use the phrase spousal abuse, but I will use it here just to kind of make this real for you. Many people look at this play and say, this is ridiculous. No woman would put up with this. But, you know, when people study spousal abuse from the woman's side, this is exactly what they point to, that the love is so great and there's an unwillingness to admit you might have made a mistake. That here she even his stubbornness, his checks, his frowns have a grace and favor. And notice 105, line 53, in this song, this beautiful willow song she sings, let nobody blame him, his scorn I approve. That's the deepest problem with Desdemona here, that she is so invested in her choice in Othello that she doesn't question it. Now, she does. I point out to you just on this very page 104, so Act 4, Scene 3, line 35. This is where she says, this Lodovico is a proper man, very handsome man. He speaks well. I know a lady in Venice would have walked barefoot to Palestine for a touch of his neck. Again, this is a touch that Shakespeare supplies that is so deep that goes by most people. By the way, I noticed, if you turn back to page 28, so Act 1, Scene 3, line 33, Iago says, Cassio is a proper man. How fascinating, that echo. A proper man, a proper man. Cassio, Lodovico, these are proper men. Both films make the mistake of having Lodovico cast as an older man. He should be cast as a young man that Desdemona would notice. And there is part of her that is now taking the Portia side of things. Remember, Portia did not choose Othello. She did not choose the Prince of Morocco. And you can imagine, you know, what Desdemona needed was a friend like Portia who'd say, by the way, general principle, never marry a North African prince. Find some nice guy in Venice, because he'll be manageable. That's the point. Portia turns down Prince of Aragon Prince of Morocco. She turns down these aristocrats because she'd like a manageable man. Indeed, she makes him very manageable by the end of the play through all the trick with the rings. And there's a fact, again, I'm trying to show you Shakespeare's plays constitute a universe. And we have to travel through them all. We're doing only 8 of them in this course, but I'm trying to show you how they work together and how Merchant of Venice, the comedy, and Othello, the tragedy, comment on each other. I've said before that in Shakespeare, destiny is character plus circumstances. Put Portia in Desdemona's circumstances and no problem. No Iago would fool Portia. The minute Othello started showing signs of jealousy, Portia would recognize it and call him on it and investigate it and find out what was going on. A great example would be exchanging Othello and Hamlet. Othello and Hamlet's situation, Ghost tells him Claudius killed him. Othello marches right down to court and cuts off Claudius's head. Similarly, Iago confronts Hamlet. Hamlet would have this thing investigated by 42 private detectives before he'd believe a word from Iago. So Shakespeare's always placing a certain kind of character in certain kinds of circumstances. And who you see the tragedy of Desdemona is she's too invested in the Othello myth. I mentioned, I have a wonderful library at home in Charlottesville, but I couldn't bring it all with me. So, I've said I brought an iPad and a flash drive. Had to do much of my research for this class on the internet. This worked out pretty well. And Amazon.com has a brilliant comment on Othello. It's in one of the reviews of the Willard White Othello. And this guy says, comedy is where women run the world. Tragedy is where men run the world. Now, I don't know if that's going to replace Aristotle's Poetics for us, but it really works for Merchant of Venice and Othello. Now, what we see in Merchant of Venice is a world that's run by women, chiefly Portia, which the men get pretty much led around by their noses. Now, Othello, we see what happens when the women don't run the world and the men run the world with all their contentiousness and their competitiveness. And it's very interesting to realize that Portia and Desdemona are complete opposites. And Portia wants happiness, a settled place in society, a true domestic world, and particularly one in which she'll run the family. Whereas Desdemona is looking for this heroic love. She wants to go to war with Othello, go off to the battles with him. And so, indeed, she is deeply invested in her belief in Othello. And that's why the handkerchief scene is so important to the play. I couldn't find last time, but it is in the play. Page 122, at the bottom, Act 5, Scene 2. This is about line 215. This is Othello's, I believe, honest account of the handkerchief. It was a handkerchief, an antique token my father gave my mother. He has no reason to be lying at this point. In fact, it's a rather offhand comment. This is likely the true account. But it's very different from the account he gives on page 77 in Act 3, Scene 4, about line 55. Here, his mother gives it to her father originally. Now, why do I say he's lying here? And again, I don't believe this is a simple mistake on Shakespeare's part. We've seen enough of his skill to see he does things like this deliberately. Well, Othello is deliberately building up a myth around this handkerchief to make it a serious issue for Desdemona, and she believes it. Line 68, is it possible? Line 75, indeed, is it true? She does not for a moment to think, come on now, I saw a handkerchief like this down on the Rialto for sale for 32 ducats. No, she believes it. This would be an example of how invested she is in the Othello myth. Now, in Alan Bloom's essay on the play, he claims is the etymology for Desdemona's name, Desidaimonia. That is, the normal etymology is Duxdaimonia, which is unfortunate in Greek, badly demoned. You have a bad fortune. And it is interesting, in the source, which you have in your signet by Cintio, her name is Disdemona, which suggests more Dixdaimonia, badly fortunate. Bloom argues that the change to Desdemona means Desidaimonia, which is Greek for superstitious. Now again, it's hard to prove. The change from Disdemona to Desdemona in Shakespeare does point in this direction, and it would be very interesting if there were some sense of the superstitious about Desdemona. Independent of that etymology, I think you can say part of her problem is she has too much belief in Othello. She is so invested that this is the great, heroic, epic hero she married, that she tries not even to have bad thoughts of him in the most awful situations that he presents her with. So what I'm getting at is Othello and Desdemona are magnificent figures. They're magnificent lovers. It's arguably the greatest love presented in all of Shakespeare, and it's no accident that the greatest opera ever made of a Shakespeare play is Giuseppe Verdi's Othello, because it's such an operatic subject, this love between Othello and Desdemona. And yet that's what makes it tragic, that they both are so heavily invested in this as perfection, as giving them their absolute content, giving them all they want. And nothing is perfect in this world in Shakespeare, not even and especially love. And so when the love does not live up, especially to Othello's expectations, things turn out deeply tragic. Now, let me pause here. Any questions? Okay, let's now move on to Iago. I've kept Iago back for 1.5 lectures. He is arguably the most fascinating character in the play, and it isn't a tragedy without him. And I've been suggesting that there were problems with this love of Othello and Desdemona, even in the absence of Iago. But let's face it, it's Iago who destroys their love, and he does it with incredible psychological intensity, as we'll see. Now, there's a great question about Iago in the massive commentary on the play. If you'll turn to page 150 in the Signet, if you got it, this is a quotation from Samuel Taylor Coleridge, just below the midway in the play. Coleridge refers to the motive hunting of a motiveless malignity. And that has become, in a way, the standard question. Hamlet, the question is, why doesn't he kill Claudius sooner? With Iago, the question is, what is his motive at all? Now, he is a deeply demonic, deeply devilish figure, certain sense, evil beyond belief. And as with Hamlet, I don't want to claim I can solve the mystery of Iago's motives. Nevertheless, Shakespeare does give him a lot of motives. That is Coleridge's point. There's too many motives. It's overdetermined. But I think from what we've been seeing in this class, it's not all that incomprehensible. That Iago fits into a type we've been seeing, namely the discontented, ambitious man. Certainly that's the way Shakespeare presents him from the beginning. This is page 3. So Act 1, Scene 1, about line 7. This is the first thing almost in the play we hear, that the issue is preferment in military promotion. 3 great ones of the city in personal suit to make me his lieutenant, off cap to him, and by the faith of man I know my price. I am worthy no worse a place. So Iago is angry because he was not chosen as lieutenant of Othello, but Cassio was instead. But he, as loving his own pride and purposes, evades them with a bombast circumstance, horribly stuffed with epithets of war. This is very daring on Shakespeare's part. This whole opening is daring because he allows Iago to give us the first view of Othello in the play. And it's kind of dangerous from Shakespeare's point of view because Iago threatens to poison our view of Othello from the beginning, that he's actually the Prince of Morocco and not Othello. That he's filled with bombast circumstance, horribly stuffed with epithets of war. Now, this is indeed the way Othello speaks. But when we hear it, it rings true with us as glorious, epic rhetoric. None suits my medias for certes, says he. By the way, both Laurence Olivier and, both Frank Finlay and Ian McKellen imitate Othello. I can't possibly do it, but when the Iagos in those two films say, certes, I've already chose my officer, McKellen does a great job of imitating Willard White's voice, and Frank Finlay does a good job of imitating Laurence Olivier's voice here. I stress that because that's a profound insight here, that Iago questions Othello's greatness. That this great man is really just full of bombast. He's horribly stuffed with epithets of war. And Iago loves to make fun of him behind his back. And I have already chose my officer. And what was he? Forsooth, a great arithmetician, when Michael Cassio, a Florentine, a fellow almost damned in a fair wife, that never set a squadron in the field, nor the division of a battle knows more than a spinster, unless the bookish theoric wherein the tongued counsels can propose his masterly deceive. Mere prattle without practice is all his soldiership. But he, sir, had the election. And I, of whom his eyes had seen the proof at Rhodes, at Cyprus, and on other grounds, Christian heathen must be belied and calmed by debtor and creditor. And then line 34, preferment goes by letter and affection, and not by old gradation. So this is a dissatisfied, ambitious man who feels he's denied the place he deserves. We see, if this is true, the Venetian Republic is not functioning like the Roman Republic. It's not rewarding merit. Now again, this is Iago speaking, so why should it be true? But at least from Iago's perspective, is that merit is not being rewarded. People are being rewarded for irrelevant factors. And notice it is interesting that what Iago objects to is the bookish theoric here, that Cassio seems to be a theoretician, that mere prattle without practice is all his soldiership, that in the case of Iago, he had proven himself on the battlefield, of whom his eyes had seen the proof. By the way, those words come back to haunt the whole play with the issue of what Othello sees with his eyes as proof. But we see here a man who objects to choosing a military official on the basis of just his theoretical background, who wants practice as the indication here. Now, there's lots of other reasons that Iago gives. If you jump ahead to page 27, Act 1, Scene 3, about line 377, I hate the more, and his thought abroad that twixt my sheets he's done my office. I know not if it be true, but I from your suspicion I kind will do is for surety. And what we do learn several times, it comes up again on page 40, page Act 2, Scene 1, about line 294, but partly led to die at my revenge, for that I do suspect the lusty Moor hath leapt into my seat. And then line 307, for I fear Cassio with my nightcap too. This is the obsessive, repetitive character of Iago's statement of his motives that has led people like Coleridge to speak of the motive hunting, of a motiveless validity. But let me suggest that the erotic component of this is subordinate to what we would call the thumatic component. What's at the heart of all this is Iago's masculine competitiveness. he's very frustrated that Cassio has gotten the position that Iago thought belonged to him. I think that's fundamental. We've seen that a lot in Shakespeare. And indeed, we're seeing in Venice the problem we've seen in so many communities, according to Shakespeare, where the competitiveness of the men is not channeled against a foreign enemy, but gets directed within the city against rivals. And I do believe that the erotic rivalry follows from that. That because you feel in competition with these other men, you think you're in erotic competition with them. And that, for example, any other man wants your wife. So Othello must want Amelia, Cassio must want Amelia, and so on. It's not as diverse a set of motives as it first appears. And so I think the psychology of Iago is not all that mysterious. That what he looks at in Venice is people who are rewarded for something other than real merit. And Iago is a very intelligent man. He uses his intelligence in a corrupt way, in an evil way, but this man is a man of great mental talents and agility, as we see him operate in the play. And A.C. Bradley, another very good book on Shakespeare, Shakespearean Tragedy by A.C. Bradley, he analyzes this aspect of Iago. This is a man who's frustrated by living in a world where merit does not go by sheer intelligence. And Cassio is a particular frustration to him, because Cassio has conventional merit. His social standing is higher than that of Iago. Look at page 33. So Act 2, Scene 1, about line 98. When Cassio goes to kiss Amelia and says, "Let it not gall your patience, good Iago, that I extend my manners. 'Tis my breeding that gives me this bold show of courtesy." Well, it does gall his patience to be told that Cassio is better bred than Iago and therefore has the right to kiss Iago's wife, Amelia. Or in that drunken moment, page 44, this is Act 2, Scene 3, about line 100. Cassio has gotten drunk at Iago's provocation, and Iago is getting this fight started. Derek Jacobi actually does a good job of portraying the foppishness of Cassio. He's another one of these courtiers, not quite as bad as Osric, but not all that far. So line 100, "And there be souls must be saved, and there be souls must not be saved. It's true, good lieutenant. For mine own part, no offense to the general nor any man of quality, I hope to be saved. And so do I too, lieutenant. I, but by your leave, not before me. The lieutenant is to be saved before the ancient." Now that really galls Iago. Iago should be the lieutenant. And now he's being told it will cost him heaven, that the lieutenant will be saved before the ancient here, the ensign. Finally, just one more example of what I'm talking about. Page 109, what Iago says. This is Act 5, Scene 1, about line 19. He says of Cassio, "He hath a daily beauty in his life that makes me ugly." The women fall for Cassio. They don't fall for Iago. I think there's when you add all this up, there's a real psychological truth here about Iago. He's a deeply frustrated man. He's a man of great talents, especially talents at plotting. He shapes this great plot of the play, even as Shakespeare shapes it. He has many of Shakespeare's own dramatic skills, great sense of timing, for example. And he's frustrated when he looks around Venice and sees who's honored, this Florentine Cassio, this Othello, this foreigner Othello. And above all, I want to argue that he attacks Othello as a fraud. To him, Othello is some kind of liar. Look at page 38. This is Act 2, Scene 1, line 220. So page 30, Act 2, Scene 1, line 220. Mark me with what violence she first loved the more, but for bragging and telling her fantastical lies. To love him still for prating. Now this is one of the remarkable things that Shakespeare does in this play. When Othello gives that speech before the Senate of how he wooed Desdemona, we are under its spell of the beautiful language of it. But as Bloom stresses in his essay, we never have any proof of these great deeds of Othello. The way we, again, do, there was a battle of Agincourt. Coriolanus did defeat the Volsces and so on. I'm not saying we need to doubt the reality of Othello. In fact, when he shows up in Cyprus, the soldiers are glad. He's a good soldier, glad he's here. But so much depends upon reputation. And Iago does raise the issue, is there any truth to this? And that opening stuff about bombast and stuff with epithets of war. Now again, Shakespeare had shown us in The Prince of Morocco what bombast is. That in that comedy, when we hear the great warrior speak, it's supposed to sound to us made up and phony, and he's so wrapped up in himself and his own glory. But Iago raises the question about the Othello myth. Desdemona never questions it, Iago does. And so turn back to page 5. This is Act 1, Scene 1. Iago continuing to explain himself at about line 40. We cannot all be masters, nor all masters cannot be truly followed. And now turn to page 125, right at the end of the play, so Act 5, Scene 2, about line 287, Lodovico says, O thou Othello, that was once so good, fallen in the practice of a cursed slave. All right, Othello's a master and Iago's a slave. And I want to suggest that we've seen this already in Antony and Cleopatra, that in fact what Iago does is to enact the slave revolt, that he destroys the master, that this is the revenge of the slave, of the subordinate on the master. What Iago sees is that there's something rotten in the state of Venice, that this hierarchy is not authentic. These people who are ruling, they don't deserve it in his eye. There's something phony and artificial and conventional about it, and he's going to bring it all down. And I think that's the deepest motive of it. And I'm going to suggest now my weird contention about Iago is that he is a demonic parody of Christianity, that he sets in motion the Christian critique of the great-souled man. And here I want to say something about his name. Where in the world does this name come from? You have in your signet the source of Othello. It's a short story by Giraldi Cintio. I really advise you reading this, about 10 pages long. If you had any doubts about Shakespeare's greatness, read this story and see if in your wildest dreams you could ever get Shakespeare's play out of this story. The story is so bad and so stupid in a way. How Shakespeare read this and saw Othello in it. It's just, I mean, in some ways, to me, it's the greatest example of his genius. But anyway, I've mentioned it several times. There's an amazing amount of the details are in it, but no names except Desdemona. Desdemona is the only figure named. So Shakespeare comes up with the name Iago. And where in the world does Iago come from? Iago is James in Spanish, coming from Jacob. But there's a mysterious figure that may be behind this play. Santiago Matamoros, St. James the Moor Slayer, the patron saint of Spain. Santiago de Compostela, one of the great pilgrimage sites in Europe, one of the top 3, I believe, is devoted to Santiago Matamoros. I cannot believe, and again, I'm not the only person to see this. A lot of people have noticed this, that the patron saint of Spain is Saint James the Moor Slayer. And there's a famous, iconic statue of Saint James on a white horse slaying Moors. In researching this on the internet, I learned that in May 2004, this is a report from the BBC News, a statue in the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela showing St. James slicing the heads off Moorish invaders is to be removed to avoid giving offense to Muslims. Amazing moment. They got rid of them. And Santiago Matamoros is the patron saint of the Reconquista, of the reconquest of Spain. He is said to have appeared at all these Christian battles against the Moors in Spain to help the Spanish Christians win. He got associated with El Cid, the great Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, the great warrior of the Reconquest. I mean, there's a huge amount of material about Santiago Matamoros. This is Spain. I can't believe that Shakespeare wasn't aware of it. So I want to talk about Iago as the Moor Slayer, as the man who, as the perversely Christian saint who shows that this epic hero out of the ancient world is really a sham and filled with bombast and stuffed with epithets of war, and is not the real hero that Venice thinks he is, and is not the real hero that Desdemona thinks he is. It's a power play. So it really is, again, the Nietzschean terms seem to be profoundly applicable to Iago, that this is the slave revolt, the slave using his cleverness to bring down the masters. Because again, as Iago says on page 5, we cannot all be masters, nor all masters cannot be truly followed. And the secret is that Iago will turn Othello into Hamlet. He will take this self-sufficient man and turn him into a creature of doubts. And indeed, as Iago says, this is page 28, so Act 1, Scene 3, about line 390. The Moor is of a free and open nature that thinks men honest, that but seem to be so. Iago is going to introduce Hamlet's obsession with seeming into Othello. That it's the nature of the great-souled man that he, in some ways, takes the world at face value. He's so heroic he doesn't have to worry about it. He's self-sufficient. Why should he worry about villains? He can handle them. And Othello is indeed a man of a free and open nature as the play begins. And what Iago does is to make Othello think like Hamlet. Just to sketch this out for you, the outcome will be that Othello will think that human beings actually mask their desires, and their desires are corrupt, and specifically that women are corrupt, and they are more sexual than they appear to be. These are all the things that obsessed Hamlet. Othello will come to understand that reputation is often phony, and you can't believe it, and you can't trust what people say. All of these things Iago will insinuate into Othello's mind. And it's a brilliant process. It's taking this man who lived on surfaces, the way a hero like Coriolanus does. With Coriolanus, what you see is what you get. With Achilles, what you see is what you get. What so complicates Othello's world is he's introduced in a world where appearances mask deeper realities that are corrupt. Now, we see, I want to spend a long time now analyzing what's often called Iago's temptation of Othello. It really is a kind of corruption. And we see it at first as he works on Brabantio. This starts on page 6. So Act 1, Scene 1, about line 75. Notice almost the first thing Iago says, line 77 on page 6, is your daughter and your bags, my daughter and my ducats. It's Shylock again, the concern of these fathers in Venice. They're concerned with their family and their money. But what we see here is Iago works through what I'll call a preemptive pornographic imagination. It's really quite brilliant. He works by, it's almost like the movie Inception. He plants pornographic images in the minds of people where they did not exist before. This is still page 6, line 85. An old black ram is tupping your white ewe, emphasizing the difference in age, the difference in color between Othello and Desdemona, and above all, presenting it as an animal act, the sexual act at its most animal. An old black ram is tupping your white ewe. The devil will make a grandsire of you. And then he goes on, page 7, about line 108. You'll have your daughter covered with a Barbary horse. You'll have your nephews neigh to you. You'll have a courser for cousins and genets for Germans. And then the most pornographic, perhaps, of all the images, your daughter and the Moor are making the beast with 2 backs. And this is what colors the moment from the beginning for Brabantio. It colors it for us too. And again, if you think, I mean, we all approach this play, we know it's the story of Othello, we know Othello's a hero, Desdemona's a heroine, and so on. Even so, it is really extraordinary the negative images Shakespeare allows the play to begin with. It shows how much Iago's imagination dominates this play, the way Hamlet's imagination dominates Hamlet. By the way, Hamlet is the longest part in all of Shakespeare. I believe Richard III is the second longest, and Iago is the third longest part in Shakespeare. Iago speaks far more in this play than any other character, and he's allowed to characterize the play. If you thought about this play, you'd say this is a play about a very corrupt world. In fact, there is almost no corruption in this world. Desdemona hasn't had an affair with Cassio, and Emilia hasn't had an affair with Othello or with Cassio. So, yet, it's hard to believe that this play isn't about a corrupt world, because Iago has corrupted us as well as the audience. We're given so many images, especially of sexual corruption, as Hamlet gives us as well, that the image of the world that emerges is a very negative one, even though in reality almost nothing bad happens in this play except as a product of these images of corruption. But we'll see this as Iago's strategy later with Othello, that he will introduce these ideas into Othello's mind. Now I say introduce them. Do notice line 139. This accident is not unlike my dream. What a strange hint that is, that these pornographic images were there. Leslie Fiedler has a wonderful essay on this play in his book, The Stranger in Shakespeare, and he's a kind of Freudian critic and dwells a great deal on this. What kind of a dream was Brabantio having with beasts with 2 backs here? And so, again, an interesting touch, these sort of things that Shakespeare throws in. I would like to suggest it's important because Iago, again, needs something to work with. He manufactures these pornographic images, but in some ways they work because they touch upon something that's already there, like Brabantio's dream here. So, his plan, as he formulates it, on the run is that he will convince Othello that Cassio is having an affair with Desdemona, and that will bring down everybody at once. It'll bring down this whole hierarchy in Venice. And indeed, what Iago produces is more problematic even than it first appears. We obviously concentrate on the destruction of Othello and Desdemona, but he exposes something in Venice as well. Iago is the kind of man dreaded in Justice Holmes' famous free speech ruling. Iago would cry fire in a crowded theater. And indeed, on page 6, we learn that. Act 1, Scene 1, about line 73. Do it like timorous accent, dire yells when by night in negligence the fire is spied in populous cities. He is going to introduce an element of anarchy. Al Kernan is very good in his introduction to your second edition on this, that Venice is this settled, civilized city, and Iago is going to bring it down. Notice page 7, Brabantio says, line 105 in Act 1, Scene 1, what tells thou me of robbing? This is Venice, my house is not a grange. We see here Venice's self-conception, that it's a civilized city and everything's in control. And we don't have to worry about that. But in fact, Iago is going to expose the kind of anarchy that lurks beneath the surface in Venice. Now notice, even in military terms, notice how Othello presents his mission to Cyprus. This is page 23. It's actually an interesting sequence here. You'll see here the claims that Othello and Desdemona make. They've claimed theirs is an extraordinary love, transcends all the normal patterns in Venice. I read this line last time, but I'll stress it again. Page 23, Act 1, Scene 3, line 247. Desdemona says, I saw Othello's visage in his mind. Now that's an answer to the people saying, how can you like this old, grizzled black man when you got all these handsome Cassio types running around? And she's saying, I saw Othello's visage in his mind. This love transcends the mere body. This is not a physical attraction. It's all the better for that. It's all the more impressive for that. And that's what Othello claims now on 255. Remember, Desdemona's asking to go along not just to a settled military outpost, but in the middle of what appears to be a war. She wants to accompany this general. And Othello says, let her have your voice. Vouch with me, heaven, I therefore beg it not to please the palate of my appetite, nor to comply with heat. Saying this, again, you guys are all chuckling, you think there's a big sexual thing here, but it's not. It's not to please the palate of my appetite, nor comply with heat. The young affects in me defunct. Now that's a very interesting admission that will come back to haunt him. He's actually claiming here he's not all that sexually active. The young affects in me defunct. That's, of course, going to go to poison his mind to think that Desdemona may be playing around with someone in whom the young affects are not defunct. Proper satisfaction. But to be free and bounteous to her mind. There it is again. This, don't snicker about the old Othello marrying the young Desdemona. We're above that. And heaven defend your good souls that you think I will your serious and great business scant when she is with me. No, when light-winged toys and feathered Cupid seal with wanton dullness my speculative most is that my disports corrupt and take my business. Let housewives make a skill of my help. That again, that extraordinary image of the heroic being converted into something utterly domestic. So he's saying, don't worry about this. So my wife is going along. How can a woman possibly corrupt military issues? I mean, who ever heard of that happening? That women getting involved with high-level military matters and perhaps secret intelligence operations. It's unthinkable, right? And here Othello is claiming, don't worry. Don't worry. So the woman I've just married so my honeymoon's going to correspond with my command in Cyprus. Now, in fact, Othello is incredibly lucky that this storm came along and defeated the Turks, because otherwise it doesn't look as if he was going to do very much, because he was so concerned with Desdemona. That is, in fact, his mind is completely absorbed in Desdemona when he gets to Cyprus. Now, again, it's lucky that he didn't have to start fighting the Turks, but clearly she's on his mind. Look at page 41, Act 2, Scene 2. This proclamation, it is Othello's pleasure, our noble and valiant general, that upon certain tidings now arrived importing the mere perdition of the Turkish fleet, every man put himself into triumph. Now, let me just say, maybe he should be checking out the fortifications. Maybe the Turkish fleet wasn't completely destroyed. Maybe there's another Turkish fleet going to show up. But no, what are we going to do? Some to dance, some to make bonfires, each man to what sport and revels his edition leads him. For besides these beneficial news, it is the celebration of his nuptial. Now, what the hell does that have to do with military protocol? That he just got married. This is a very strange detail that Shakespeare supplies here. That Othello is too prompt to proclaim the victory and to relax discipline. Some to dance, some to make bonfires. All offices are open, and there is full liberty of feasting from this present hour 5 till the bell have tolled 11. Bless the Isle of Cyprus and our noble general Othello. Now, it so happens that Iago exploits this moment to create this brawl that is very dangerous, that indeed on page 47 leads Othello to say, this is Act 2, Scene 3, line 169, are we turned Turks, and to ourselves do that which heaven hath forbid the Ottomites, for Christian shame put by this barbarous brawl. And again, Kernan's very good on this, that here is the eruption of the fire in the city. Here is the city turning into the Grange, the kind of wasteland, the kind of borderland. Here is this eruption of Turkishness, of barbarianness. Now, it's Iago who's planned this, but it's Othello who's made it possible. Othello who has set loose these forces here. Look at page 42. Act 2, Scene 3, Iago says, Cassius is saying, let's go to the watch. And Iago says, not this hour, Lieutenant, 'tis not yet 10 of the clock. Our general Cassius us early for the love of his Desdemona, who let us not therefore blame. He hath not yet made wanton the night with her, and she is sport for Jove. And it's a big question of whether Othello and Desdemona ever consummate their marriage. At this point, evidently, they have not. And so Othello's proclaimed a holiday so he can enjoy the fruits and profit of his love. Turn to page 48. No, actually 56. Let's go to 56. This is Act 3, Scene 2. Very brief scene. Why does Shakespearean supply it? These letters give Iago to the pilot, and by him do my duties to the Senate. That done, I will be walking on the works. Repair there to me. Well, my good lord, I'll do it. This fortification, gentlemen, shall we see it? We'll wait upon your lordship. Well, Othello waits till Act 3, Scene 2 to do his job. To check out the fortifications, because again, that's what he was sent to Venice to. Now, again, I think Shakespeare sets this up very clearly. He's got Othello claiming, I'm not going to let my personal feelings intrude at all. I'm going off to Cyprus to do exactly what you want to do. The fact that my bride is with me and we haven't consummated our marriage yet, don't worry about it, because the young effects of me are defunct and it won't be a problem. And it's nearly disastrous. Had the Turks been sneaky and faked shipwreck of the fleet and snuck back at 10 o'clock, it would have been disastrous for Cyprus. Now, again, I'm not trying to say here Othello's a terrible general, but it is the idea that personal motives won't intrude upon his work in Cyprus are simply belied by the facts of the text here. And again, because he is making so much of the love. The love is supposed to be above sexuality. I saw Othello's visage in his mind, and being bounteous to her mind. It turns out they have a sexual interest in it. And all of this is the situation that Iago is going to exploit. Page 34, Act 2, Scene 1, about line 113. Nay, it is true, or else I am a Turk. And there it is. Othello is the Turk turned Christian. Iago is the Christian turned Turk. He is that element of the barbarian lurking with the city, ready to set things loose, but more so by releasing the barbarism that's buried beneath the surface in Othello. And so we're going to go through next time in great detail the way Iago breaks down Othello. But turn to page 51. Just a casual moment in Iago's conversation with Cassio. This is Act 2, Scene 3, line 310. As Iago says, "And good lieutenant, I think you think I love you." "I well approved it, sir." "I think you think I love you." That's the kind of mysterious world that Iago takes into. What would be the reply to I think I love you? Well, it might be, "I think you think I love you." And then right that would be, I think you think I love you. This is opening up an abyss here. The depths of the interior. That is going to be the core of Iago's attack on Othello. This is a man who was lived on the surface of things. And you'll see this begins on page 60, just to introduce this and let you think a bit about Act 3, Scene 3, line 95. "Did Michael Cassio, when you wooed my lady, know of your love?" "He did, from first to last. Why dost thou ask?" "But for satisfaction of my thought, no further harm." "Why of thy thought, Iago?" I did not think he had been acquainted with her." "Oh yes, and went between us very often." Indeed, I indeed. Discerns thou on that? Is he not honest?" "Honest, my lord. Honest, I honest. My lord, for aught I know. What dost thou think?" "Think, my lord? Think, my lord, by heaven thou echoest me." The way the word "I think" plays throughout this sequence is amazing. And what Iago subtly and slowly introduces into Othello's mind is the gap between what men think and what they profess, or the gap between what they think and what they do, or in general, the gap between what's going on in their minds and what appears on the surface. And that Othello has never contended with. Again, to think through this play, keep substituting Coriolanus for Othello, and see what would happen to Coriolanus in these circumstances. It's the best way, I think, of grasping how inadequate Othello is when Iago introduces him to this new Christian idea of the depths of human interiority. The thing that Hamlet was so acquainted with, the thing that was so much at issue in Hamlet. What's going on in people's minds? What is Claudius thinking as he prays? Can I kill him now? I have to know what he's thinking. Well, Othello's never lived with those kind of thoughts. What Iago does is introduce them to him suddenly, and it unhinges him and drives him to the brink of madness. So that's what we will examine next time. So let's try to finish up on Othello today. Essentially, we've been looking at the weird forms of hybridity between classical and Christian culture that develop in the Renaissance as Shakespeare sees it. Again, these two very antithetical views of the world come together in the Renaissance. The hope was to achieve some greater synthesis. And I'm going to go back to Henry V just to remind you of what Shakespeare's hopes may have been at that time, that the point of Henry V was that you could bring together classical and Christian values, that you could bring together Christian kings and English Mercuries, so that we hear of how King Henry V, he is as full of valor as of kindness, princely in both. That's really full of classicism and Christianity. He himself presents it as a challenge. In peace, there's nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility. But when the blast of war blows in our ears, then imitate the action of the tiger, stiffen the sinews, conjure up the blood, disguise fair nature with hard-favored rage. Even Henry recognizes how problematic this is. This is like the lion and the lamb in the same person. It's like Coriolanus becoming a sweet guy for a change. And it is the challenge which Henry does rise to. But it is presented as something extraordinary in the play, something extraordinarily difficult to achieve. And Henry's positive synthesis of the warrior and the Christian gentleman is parodied in the play, as we saw, by MacMorris, and his great line, "So Christ save me, I will cut off your head." I want to say that Othello is a tragic counterpart to the comic MacMorris. That what we're seeing in Othello is the tragic side of this hope for the great Renaissance synthesis theater, that Othello, really his mode is, "So Christ save me, I will cut off your head." That this man who is a Christian and in some degree prides himself on it, it's his way of becoming part of Venice, nevertheless keeps that barbarian in him, and ultimately that barbarian is what breaks loose, and indeed, as I'll try to show, in some ways his Christianity is so distorted that it actually makes him more barbaric. I'll keep coming back to that line in Hamlet's "To be or not to be" speech, "Their currents turn awry." In some ways, this is what I'm offering you as Shakespeare's view of the Renaissance. These two great currents of classicism and Christianity come together, and in weird ways, their currents turn awry. The notion of heroism is distorted. And what we're looking at in Othello is a variety of attempts to bring together these antithetical worlds. I've stressed that aspect of Desdemona. If you'll turn now to page 80, for example, this is Act 3, Scene 4, about line 151. "Beshrew me much, Amelia, I was unhandsome warrior as I am, arraigning this unkindness with my soul." Again, warrior? It really shows you something about Desdemona, that she really is extraordinary. She is trying to be heroic. She's trying to move from the domestic to the epic world of Othello, even at the same time as Othello is trying to move from his epic world of war to the domestic, and that clash is at the heart of the tragedy of the play. And again, I've stressed so much that this play might have been a tragedy even without Iago. That what Iago says, give them time, they will grow apart. There are real hints in the play that that's true, especially this Lodovico is a proper man moment. A year later, they might have been in trouble even without Iago. But having said all that, and remember, I'm not trying to blame them or suggest they're responsible for their deaths or any kind of moral calculus like that. Shakespearean tragedy is not about a moral calculus. In fact, it's about the clash of different and antithetical moralities. So Shakespeare doesn't take one side or the other. But Iago is the immediate cause of this tragedy. And so we started looking at him last time, and I'm offering Iago as acting out what Nietzsche calls the slave revolt in morality. It's a remarkable anticipation of Nietzsche, as we saw in Antony and Cleopatra. But here we actually see someone take down the great-souled man of antiquity. And as I pointed out last time, the language of slave is frequently associated with Iago. Perhaps the most interesting case is on page 99, where Amelia, this is Act 4, Scene 2, about line 130, when Emilia, not knowing she's talking about her husband Iago, says, when she knows someone's poisoning Othello's mind, I will be hanged if some eternal villain, some busy and insinuating rogue, some cozening slave to get some office have not devised this slander. And again, there's the word slave applied to Iago. And indeed, she actually gets his psychology right here, to get some office. I've emphasized that, again, Iago's evil goes beyond any normal human range. He is, in some sense, the devil. But if there's any truth to his psychology, it is what's laid out in the opening scene, the frustration of this man who's been denied an office that he thought he deserved. And to describe him, I will use the term that Nietzsche uses, ressentiment. It's basically the French word for resentment, but we have to use the French word because no people are as mean-spirited and petty as the French. And so we have to use the French word for it. That was Nietzsche's attitude towards it. I mean, basically, this word is the word we use, our word resentment. But Iago is a classic case study in what Nietzsche calls ressentiment in works like Genealogy of Morals and Beyond Good and Evil. That is, it characterizes someone who thinks the world is unfair to him, who thinks that his merit is not sufficiently rewarded, and what's worse, the lack of merit in other people is rewarded. The creature of ressentiment, as Nietzsche analyzes him, is a deeply frustrated man who feels, for example, that other men are good-looking and women are attracted to them and not to him, even though he's so much better than those merely good-looking men. When you read Nietzsche's analysis of ressentiment, it's a perfect analysis of Iago, that the man of ressentiment feels the world rewards false values and doesn't reward the true ones, and in particular looks around at the people who are successful in the world and says, why not me, with a sense I'm better than they are. For example, I'm smarter than they are. By the way, ressentiment is the root emotion of all academics, I should point out, but we won't go into those details. But it's absolutely true when academics look at the world. They keep saying, well, we're smarter than those guys. Why do they have all the money and all the positions of power and so on? Iago could have been an assistant professor denied tenure. It just occurs to me that could explain the whole thing. It's essentially the situation he's in the first scene, come to think of it. Cassio's gotten tenure and Iago hasn't. But I suggest that so you'll understand how this psychology works. And you really see in Iago, he is obviously a very smart and in certain ways very talented man. And you would assume he might make a good lieutenant. But the sense is he looks around. Cassio has gotten rewarded because he's handsome. Women like him. He probably was great at Venetian parties, and the women helped him advance his position, and it's his social standing. Iago is just brimful of ressentiment, and he wants to translate into action, and notice, bring down Cassio, bring down Othello. And in particular, he wants to bring down the great-souled man, Othello, who is great of heart, who's worshipped by all of Venice, given these great positions of authority. Iago says he's just a braggart. He's just stuffed with epithets of war. He's full of bombast. That is a certain nasty, narrow-eyed view of greatness. In a way, we're all often tempted to adopt it. We look at people who are rich and successful, and we say they're phonies. And it's very similar to what Nietzsche sees as the Christian critique of the great of the world. It's what we saw with his paltry to be Caesar in discussing Cleopatra. It is this idea, what Nietzsche calls the slave revolt morality, this Christian turn that what's regarded as good in the ancient world is really evil. And indeed, in effect, Iago's critique of Othello is that he's just proud. And Iago adds to it the fact that he's proud for no good reason. Now, again, this is the interesting aspect of the play that Alan Bloom points to, that we have no objective evidence of Othello's greatness. Now, I do believe he's a good general, and a lot of people in the play assume that, but there's no proof of it. Again, unlike Coriolanus, unlike Henry V, there are no battles we can point to that Othello even ever won. Look at page 11 again. Keep coming back to this passage. This is Act 1, Scene 2, line 18. "'Tis yet to know, which when I know that boasting is an honor I shall promulgate, I fetch my life in being from men of royal siege, and my demerits may speak unbonneted to as proud a fortune as this that I've reached." Now, at some point, you feel like saying, okay already, produce the documents. Let's see that you fetch your life and being from men of royal siege. And notice that when I know that boasting is an honor, that's this whole paradox that we've been seeing as the classical and Christian worlds meet. Remember Henry V's line in the St. Crispin's Day speech, "But if it be a sin to covet honor, I am the most offending soul alive." And as I pointed out, in Christian terms, he is the most offending soul alive because it is a sin to covet honor. And now here we see Othello saying something rather similar. "'Tis yet to know, which when I know that boasting is an honor." You see the paradox there. The Christian part of him doesn't want to boast and lay claim to this honor. And so that's Iago's whole strategy. He will destroy the Othello myth. He will bring down the great-souled man. And it's an incredible struggle. And I'm going to analyze it in detail because I think it's so fascinating. Again, I've said that there is a basis for what Iago does. Again, indeed, this play would lack psychological truth if Shakespeare didn't show some grounding in Othello that makes him susceptible to what Iago does. But having said all that, it's still a very difficult process. And this came up in the discussion section on Tuesday. You have to understand this play, you have to imagine what would it be like if Iago just walked up to Othello one day and said, "Your wife Desdemona is cheating on you with Cassio." Othello would probably kill him on the spot. "How dare you say that about Desdemona?" Let's take it further. He says, "Your wife is cheating on you. How do I know? I was in bed with Cassio and he let out in his sleep talking that he's having an affair with Desdemona." I mean, that is so preposterous as evidence. It would be ruled out in court on triple grounds of hearsay. Yet ultimately it works. And Iago has to prepare for that. And that's the process I now want to trace with you in some detail, because I think it's so subtle the way Shakespeare works this out. It begins on pages 60, 61 in the Signet. So Act 3, Scene 3, about line 100. As I was saying last time, it begins with Iago getting certain words in play, and especially think and honest. Is he not honest? Honest, my lord. This is about line 105. Honest, I honest, my lord, for aught I know, what dost thou think? Think, my lord. And even Othello says, "Think, my lord, by heaven thou echoest me, as if there were some monster in thy thought, too hideous to be shown." And in a way, this is the key move. It shows that Iago is well on his way, because what he understands about the great-souled man is what Iago says on page 28. So Act 1, Scene 3, line 390, "The more is of a free and open nature that thinks men honest, that but seem to be so." As I said last time, what Iago is going to have to do is transform Coriolanus into Hamlet here. Take a great-souled man who's not afraid of anybody, and therefore doesn't worry about their secret thoughts, into Hamlet, who doesn't believe a thing he sees. "Seems, madam, I know not seems," as he says. And in a way, Iago has accomplished half his purpose just to get Othello to say, "As if there were some monster in thy thought, too hideous to be shown." Suddenly, Othello is thinking of depths, the depths of human interiority. This is the world that Christianity opened up. thoughts about human sinfulness, for example, thoughts about hypocrisy, all those things that you don't see in the world of Coriolanus or even the world of Julius Caesar. And then Iago's wonderful phrasing, line 116, you know, my Lord, you know I love you. And now Othello says, I think thou dost. And there, this gap is starting to open up. Othello is starting to become suspicious. And then the bottom of page 61, line 125, I dare be sworn, I think that he is honest. And again, everything is twisting inward here. And nothing is as it appears to be. And so Othello says, I think so too. And Iago now says, this is the top of 62, so line 125, men should be what they seem, or those that be not, would they might seem none. Certain, Othello says, men should be what they seem. Now that was his belief. His life was based on that fact. He's a warrior. He's used to fighting on a battlefield with an objective outcome. Again, that idea that in a man-to-man combat, there's a certain objective character to the victory. And again, you don't, you prove yourself in the battlefield. Othello's used to being in a world where men prove themselves in battle, and therefore what you see is what you get. But I prithee speak to me as thy thinking is, give thy worst of thoughts the worst of words. And then Iago pulls the first of his trump cards here. Line 133, good my lord, pardon me, though I am bound to every act of duty, I am not bound to that all slaves are free to. Now he identifies with slaves here. Here's the slave revolt in action. Utter my thoughts, why say they are vile and false, as where's that palace whereunto foul things sometimes intrude not? Who has that breast so pure? But some uncleanly apprehensions keep leet in law days and in session sit with meditations lawful. Again and again, he is drawing Othello to think of the depths of the human soul, something that Coriolanus never even imagined, and that Mark Antony began to see into. And notice particularly who has that breast so pure? Whose breasts are on Othello's mind? I mean, Iago is cleverly shifting this to Desdemona. They're talking about men here, but seems to, and again, you can talk of a man's breast, but I think that's, again, a subtle move here. And again, the notion that palace, whereunto foul things sometime intrude not. The key to what Iago succeeds in doing in these sequences is to get Othello to think there's something foul lurking within Desdemona. Not the easiest thing to do, because she is in fact pure. Iago subtly introduces the notion of jealousy in line 147, as I confess is my nature's plague to smite abuses, and of my jealousy, shape faults that are not. Again, Iago works by planting thoughts in people's minds. We saw it originally with Brabantio, the beast with two backs. For example, he makes Brabantio think of the most obscene image of his own daughter. And here it's really quite remarkable. He acts at a subconscious level. He plants these words. But what he's getting at, you see on page 63, line 161, by heaven, I'll know thy thoughts. Suddenly, this great-souled man, the great general, needs something he's never needed before. He needs to see into the souls of men and women. Remember Hamlet, his need to see into the soul of Claudius when he had the chance to kill him. And because he couldn't see what thoughts were in Claudius's mind, he pulled back at that moment. And this is going to be the problem for Othello. I'll know thy thoughts, and Iago says, you cannot if my heart were in your hand. The way Iago works here is to create a deep need in Othello for something he cannot have, namely immediate insight into the soul of another human being. That ultimately is how Iago will entrap Othello to accept the flimsiest evidence in lieu of what he truly wants, namely a godlike view of what's in the soul. And then Iago, Othello has said nothing of jealousy at this point. But Iago says, well, beware, my lord, of jealousy. He gets the word on the table. And then starts to, tell Othello that cuckold lives in, again, he doesn't come up and said, Othello, you're a cuckold, because he could easily be killed if he did that. But what he does, he talks in generalities about cuckold. Let Othello apply the word to himself. And what we see in Othello, now again, in his reaction, line 177, why is this? Thinkst thou I'd make a life of jealousy to follow still the changes of the moon with fresh suspicions? No. To be once in doubt is to be resolved. That's not Hamlet. This is a very different man here. Indeed, again, we see the tragedy that Hamlet delays too long in killing Claudius. Othello is too precipitate in killing Desdemona. Hamlet's impulse to delay, to doubt, to reconsider things, in Othello's position, obviously, he would have delayed killing Desdemona long enough for the plot about the handkerchief to come out. But the thoughts that Iago has implanted here go deeper. And again, I don't normally go through a play this carefully, line by line, but this is dramatically the greatest scene Shakespeare ever wrote, which makes it the greatest dramatic scene ever. So line 183, 'tis not to make me jealous, to say my wife is fair, feeds well, loves company, is free of speech, sings, plays, and dances, where virtues is, these are more virtuous, nor for my own weak merits. And this is the Achilles heel of this Achilles figure, his sense that he has weak merits. Now again, this is the all-in-all sufficient war. This is the legend of Venice, now admitting he has a sense of weak merits, and it's his doubts about his own inferiority that are going to poison him in the scene. Nor for my own weak merits will I draw the smallest fear or doubt of her vote, for she had eyes and chose me. Remember, I read that last time. This is so key here that he has now staked his self-respect on Desdemona's love for him, a situation unprecedented in his life. This is a man whose self-respect presumably has been derived from the battlefield, from all his great victories, assuming that there are some. If there are none, then there might be more reasons why he's nervous here. But again, I wouldn't press that line on the play. But still, here it is. He is now resting his sense of his own worth on the fact that this woman, who could have had any man in Venice, has chosen Othello, the extravagant and wheeling stranger from here and everywhere. And so, no, Iago, I'll see before I doubt. When I doubt, prove, and on the proof there is no more but this, away at once with love or jealousy. And Iago very cleverly at line 196 says, I speak not yet of proof, because he has no proof. His strategy overall in this sequence is to create such a need for proof in Othello that he will accept the flimsiest evidence. But now Iago really goes on the offensive. This is just stunning how he maneuvers Othello here. Line 200, look to it. I know our country disposition well. In Venice, they do let heaven see the pranks they dare not show their husbands. Their best conscience is not to leave it undone, but kept unknown. Dost thou say so? That's a terrible moment for Othello. It's a Shylock moment in that he's suddenly being told you're not a Venetian. Iago is talking to him like some country bumpkin who has come to the Big Apple and needs to be told how people operate in a city. I know our country disposition, in Venice, they do not let heaven see the pranks. Really, Iago really had to soften up Othello a lot to the point where he began speaking of his weak merits so that he can now talk to him as an outsider. And then, it's one blow after another. Line 206, she did deceive her father marrying you. And when she seemed to shake inferior looks, she loved them most. And so she did. And this takes us back to that moment on page 25, which would be Act 1, Scene 3, Brabantio's farewell words to Othello, look to her more, if thou hast eyes to see. She has deceived her father, and may thee. And those words come back to haunt Othello here. Remember, that's when he said, my life upon her faith. And indeed, we will see him lose her life, his life upon her faith. He has made so much of her faith in him. It's as if his faith in himself now rests on Desdemona's faith in him. And now, Iago takes 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Line 225. Othello says, I do not think, but Desdemona is honest. Long live she so, and long live you to think so. Again, keeps coming back to that word think and opening up the distinction between what merely seems and what is. Something that's all over the place in Hamlet's imagination, but was not there in Othello. And then in some ways, the most awful moment of the sequence, line 227, when Othello says, and yet how nature erring from itself. He, for a moment now, contemplates that his love with Desdemona is unnatural. This is exactly what Brabantio claimed. It's what a whole bunch of people in Venice are thinking. It is not unnatural. We've seen the greatness of this love. It's precisely the result of opposites attract. An old man and a young woman, a black man and a white woman, a non-Venetian and a Venetian woman. In every way they're opposites, but that's what makes the love great. But for a moment here, and this is again Iago's genius, he gets Othello to adopt the standpoint of Venice, how nature erring from itself. This is custom, not nature. It's all customary ideas that make people think that this marriage is inappropriate. It's customary for a married couple to be in the same age or from the same country or from the same race. People mistake that custom for a law of human nature. But Othello now buys into it. And now Iago goes for the jugular. This is what he's been looking for this moment. And there's the point, as to be bold with you, not to affect many proposed matches of her own clime, complexion, and degree, whereto we see in all things nature tends. What may smell in such a will most rank, foul disproportions, thoughts unnatural, but pardon me, I do not in position distinctly speak of her. I like to think of this as a stage direction. I think that Iago sees he's 1 minute away from death here. He sees something in Othello's eyes that say one more word along these lines and Iago's a dead man. Now, I've never seen it staged that way. The 2 movies I referred to really just gloss over this line, but I'll make the argument that this is a really dramatic moment. Iago is a lion tamer who's in the cage with the lion here. It's great in the very opera, Othello is called Il Leone, the lion. I think you can't understand how dramatic this scene is until you conceive of it. Iago is risking his life here. This is a man who's got at least 3 swords on him, as we learn later in the play. He is not unused to using his sword. He would not be averse to killing a man who was questioning the virtue of his wife. And Iago knows that. And again, I think at this moment, when he pulls back here, it's because he's seen he's 1 step from death here. Now again, I can't prove that, but I just feel that way about the speech. I should say that in both the Willard White version and the version I saw in Washington, D.C. with Avery Brooks and Patrick Page, they had Iago keep a chair between himself and Othello. They're maneuvering around the stage, and I think they did understand my point. Not that I told them this, but they did picture it both in the Trevor Nunn movie and in this Washington, D.C. production, that this was like lion taming. And that Iago, and I think it's a good way to conceive this scene. Iago needs to keep a chair between him and Othello because he understands that lion could come out at any moment and he would be dead. So he gets very far here, but notice he withdraws at this point. But he has raised the fundamental doubts here. As Iago withdraws, this is top of page 66, line 240, Othello now says, painfully, why did I marry? And go back to page 9, again to Brabantio. This is Act 1, Scene 1, about line 161. Who would be a father? These are the two most painful questions in the play. Both provoked by the innocent Desdemona, by the way, but Brabantio, who has to ask who would be a father, and Othello who asks, why did I marry? This is a tragedy of domestic life, and we see it here. So Iago times things perfectly. Again, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. He's really gotten where he wants Othello to be, so he pulls back, and then we see what Iago has accomplished. Bottom of page 66, line 262. Haply, for I am black, and have not those soft parts of conversation that chambers have, or for I am declined into the vale of years, yet that's not much, she's gone. And there you see all the self-doubts in the great-souled man who is supposed to be all and all sufficient, and, you know, Coriolanus doesn't stand around doubting, gee, am I nice enough to people? Why don't people like me? Maybe I shouldn't call them scabs anymore. No, that does not happen. That's why here are the soliloquies. You know, Coriolanus, the soliloquies are kind of inert because there's nothing to examine inside himself. But here you see a man digging deep. Happily, for I am black. He's worried about the racial difference. And have not those soft parts of conversation that chambers have. You know, that's Iago's problem with Cassio as well. These smooth-talking Venetians, these Bassanio's, these Gratianos that always get the women. And for I am declined into the vale of years, yet that's not much. There's the Shakespearean touch. I mean, you know, nobody could write this speech but Shakespeare, but there's the ultimate Shakespearean touch. You know, he's worried about his age. Remember, he said to the Venetian Senate, the young affects in me defunct. This is the days before Viagra, remember. Othello's got some performance worries here from declining. Yet that's not much. That's incredible 4 words there, that he tries to puff himself up there. Maybe I'm too old for it. Yeah, no, that's not much. But you see here all the doubts coming to the surface. And then lines I've read before on page 67, line 277. If she be false, heaven mocked itself, I'll not believe it. And again, you see this is not accomplished in one stroke. Iago has to chip away at the great-souled man to cut out the feet of clay that he detects in him. Now, this Desdemona's timing is always so bad. This is the scene we looked at in the first lecture where she comes in and reminds him about his dinner obligations. You know, the last thing he needs to hear at this moment. And this is also the moment when Desdemona loses the handkerchief, which is, in a certain technical sense, the turning point of the play, right here in the middle, Act 3, Scene 3. Notice page 69, so Act 3, Scene 3, line 318, what Iago says of this handkerchief. Trifles light as air are to the jealous confirmation strong as proofs of holy writ. And that's truly an extraordinary line that Iago is associating this talisman of marital fidelity with the Bible itself. And it does show you why faith is so important in this play as it is, for example, not in Coriolanus. Because this is a Christian world where faith in God, faith in Jesus, this has become the core of the religion. These monotheistic religions which are based on faith, unlike the ancient pagan religions, which were simply based on practices, rites, customs, where people were never catechized, they were never asked what they believe in. They manifested their religion not in an act of faith, but in acts of piety, of performing certain rituals. But one reason faith is so important in this play is that it is this Christian world where belief has become so important. Again, I could go over every single line in the scene. It is just, when you see this on the stage, it is so gripping. As so many people remarked, you can barely sit there and not shout out at Othello, "The guy's a villain! Don't you understand? It's all lies." But anyway, let me skip a bit here. If we turn to page 70, where we now see the result on Othello's being in his "Farewell, the Tranquil Mind" speech. This is line 344 in Act 3, Scene 3. "Oh, now forever, farewell the tranquil mind, farewell content, farewell the plumed troops and the big wars that makes ambition virtue." Remember Coriolanus? "'Tis held that valor is the chiefest virtue." And here it is. This is the world Othello comes from. It's the world Coriolanus comes from. It's the world of big wars where ambition is the virtue, where your thumos manifests itself as your virtue. And this is what he's saying farewell to. By the way, this is one of the high points of the very opera. It's one of the most operatic moments in the play, and it's the great aria "Ora per sempre addio" that Othello sings at this moment. And I have to say, it's one point where Boito and Verdi outdo Shakespeare here. But you see what it is. Why in the world is he talking about war here? Why is he saying farewell, the neighing steed and the shrill trump, the spirit-stirring drum? The reason is that he has invested the whole of himself in this woman Desdemona and her love for him. He can't say what, in a way, could have been his reaction here. "Okay, I was mistaken. Why did I marry? Forget about Desdemona. I'm going back to war. That's where I'm a great man. That's where I prove my virtue." But he has staked everything on Desdemona's love for him, and he will lose everything. And remember, the tragedy of the love is the blending together of war and love. He was taking his bride to the battle, and she wanted to go. She wanted to become, as we've seen numerous times, a warrior. They are trying to fuse what is so normally different, war and love. I'll take you back to Henry V in his wooing scene with Catherine in Act 5, where he says, "I speak to thee, plain soldier. If thou canst love me for this, take me. If not, to say to thee that I shall die is true, but for thy love, by the Lord, no. Yet I love thee too." And I pointed out to you then how contrary that was to all the myths of romantic love, the famous "I'll die for you." And Henry's too clever for that. I mean, he's saying, I love you, not enough to die for you, but I still love you. And just take me as a soldier. I'm not going to be like some French courtier that you used to, but, this is a good deal. It's a good deal for you. It's a good deal for me. It's a good deal for England. It's a good deal for France. It's a very practical marriage he's proposing there, very different from what we see here in Othello, which is this absolute love that makes such demands upon love, it eventually becomes tragic and destructive here. So Othello is shaken to the depths of his soul. When his identity as a warrior is mixed up in this love, he's lost. He has no retreat. He has no fallback position here. It's all or nothing now. And so this is the moment when he says, line 356, and this is a very pointed line, "Villain, be sure thou prove my love a whore." Not, "Villain, be sure thou determine the truth about Desdemona." No, it's specifically, "prove my love a whore." What you see here is he would rather know for sure that she's a whore than remain in doubt whether she is or not. He's in a way now, he's so desperate for certainty that he will take the worst news. Indeed, he cries out for it. "Be sure of it, give me the ocular proof, or by the worth of mine eternal soul, thou hadst been better been born a dog than answer my naked wrath." And you're seeing here the strange combination of his classical heroism and his Christianity. I mean, it's not very Christian to talk about his wicked wrath. It is Christian to talk about his eternal soul. And we see the same tragic turning awry of currents that we saw in Hamlet there, where in a very Christian moment, thinking about the afterlife, he wants to damn Claudius's soul to eternal hell. And here's the problem, that he now wants ocular proof. Line 361, "Make me to see it, or at the least so prove it that the probation bear no hinge nor loop to hang a doubt on, or woe upon my life." And here, Iago quite justifiably says, "What are you doing here? I mean, I was just trying to help you. I'm just trying to be honest, and now you're threatening me with death, and you're asking me to come up with something I can't come up with." And you see Othello's dilemma, line 380. "Think my wife be honest, and think she is not. I think that thou art just, and think thou art not." He is of two minds. The great-souled man is not of two minds. Again, Coriolanus is not of two minds. Coriolanus doesn't say, I think the tribunes are nasty, and I think the tribunes are noble. I think Volsky's are my friends. I think that's not the way the great-souled man's mind works. But Iago has opened up this split in Othello. Again, the split between the way people seem to be and the way they are. No, I mean, again and again, Othello thinks like Hamlet in this scene, and especially the view of women, that women's attractive exterior conceals a sinful sexual nature that men are not aware of. And now, Shakespeare's unrelenting here. I can't, the actors who play Othello, I mean, they must be exhausted by the end of the play. I don't know how anyone could endure playing the part. But "my name that was as fresh as Dian's visage is now begrimed and black as mine own face." And this is a terrible moment, because Othello here has accepted the conventional view, black is evil, white is good. I mean, he's accepted the customary view in Venice, that there's something, these black foreigners, there's something wrong with them. And now to use his own face as an image of what's wrong. Again, you see how Iago has undermined Othello's sense of self-worth. And, it's remarkable when this is a man who just exudes self-confidence. "Put up your swords, for the dew will rust them." I mean, it's a man who can walk into a situation and take it over and just projects absolute confidence. Now, again, we don't know any basis for that, any real objective basis for that. And maybe that is a really interesting aspect that Shakespeare stresses here, the degree to which Othello's self-control and self-possession is a myth. But the way Iago works on it, he assumes there are chinks in Othello's armor, that this great man has feet of clay. Again, that's why I call this resentment action, why it is the slave revolt in action. It's taken down the ancient hero. It's taken down the magnanimous man, showing that he is Alexander the pig not Alexander the Great, as Shakespeare would have it. And now Iago really clinches it all. Othello's asking for ocular proof, and Iago shows him, you can't handle the truth. The truth, you can't. Nay, and I will, line 391. And may, but how? How satisfied, my lord? Would you, the supervisor, grossly gape on, behold her topped? Yeah, it's incredible. Othello's asking for ocular proof of his wife's infidelity. What does that mean? He has to see them in bed together, death and damnation. And Iago is merciless. It were a tedious difficulty, I think, to bring them to that prospect. Damn them then, if ever mortalized, to see them bolster more than their own. What then, how now? How should I say? Where's satisfaction? It is impossible you should see this. Were they as prime as goats, as hot as monkeys? Turn to page 93. I mean, Shakespeare has such a... so this is Act 4, Scene 1, about line 261. Othello has called Desdemona a whore. He struck her. He exits the scene saying what? Line 263, goats and monkeys. That's when I talk about the way Iago operates subliminally, you see it there. Those words, prime as goats, as hot as monkeys, that just seared into Othello's mind. So that it just explodes out later, goats and monkeys. Again, this is a play that can seem psychologically implausible if you just narrate the plot. And again, as an exercise, just read the Cintio story in the Signet and see how bad that is, and compare it to what Shakespeare made out of it. It's with details like this. And then Iago offers the proof. And notice again, this is page 72, line 405. Othello says, give me a living reason she's disloyal. Again, not tell me if she's loyal or disloyal, or prove to me what's going on here. It is, give me a living reason she's disloyal. He wants the bad news now, because the one thing he can't live with is uncertainty. Again, he's a soldier. He's used to clear-cut situations, making fast decisions on the battlefield. Here are the troops. There are the troops. We attack them there. He's not a man like Hamlet, for example, who's comfortable with living with doubt. So give me a living reason. And then Iago comes up with this spectacularly preposterous proof, which would not be admitted in any courtroom in the land. I lay with Cassio lately, and being troubled with a raging tooth. That's a great detail there. I could not sleep. There are kind of men so loose of soul that in their sleeps will mutter them affairs. One of this kind is Cassio. In sleep I heard him say, sweet Desdemona, let us be wary, let us hide our loves. And then, sir, would he gripe and wring my hand, cry, oh, sweet creature, then kiss me hard, as if he plucked up kisses by the roots that grew upon my lips, laid his leg o'er my thigh, and sigh and kiss, and then cry, cursed fate that gave thee to the more. Oh, monstrous, monstrous. Nay, this was but his dream, but this denoted a foregone conclusion. And there you see it. I mean, that Othello can accept this as evidence, a second-hand account of a dream. It's the flimsiest evidence imaginable, but nevertheless, Iago has made it work by creating this need for it. There's a desperate need for certainty. The one thing Othello cannot live with is uncertainty, that he will accept this evidence. And that's when we get this great speech on 73 that I read last time, the Pontic Sea epic simile. And we end with a marriage between Othello and Iago here. Again, this is a great moment in the opera, the Si per ciel duet between Iago and Othello. There are very few redoings of anything by Shakespeare that are worthy to be in the same room with Shakespeare, but the Verdi Boito opera of Othello is a great, great work, and this is one of the finest moments in the opera. Now, by yon marble heaven, in the due reverence of a sacred vow, I here engage my words. And Iago says, do not rise yet. And witness, you ever-burning lights above, you elements that clip us round about. Witness that here Iago doth give up the execution of his wit, hands, heart, to wrong at Othello's service. Let him command, and to obey shall be in me remorse. What bloody business ever? I greet thy love. And it ends with, now thou art my lieutenant, I am your own forever. And it's like a demonic parody of a marriage here, that the two warriors have lined up against Desdemona to destroy her. Now there are, this does not end here, but I mean, this is, the distance, the psychological distance traveled in this scene is extraordinary. And again, it happens so quickly, but you see how, and Iago knows just where to attack, when to withdraw. It's an extraordinary scene, and in fact has utter psychological plausibility. And again, in both those movies, Willard White and Laurence Olivier handle this scene wonderfully. The Iagos are not quite as good. Anyway, just to finish up on this, turn to Act 4 now, and here are the words again, Scene 1, page 83. Will you think so, Iago? Again, the great-souled hero like Cornelius doesn't think very much. He doesn't think about stuff. He doesn't have to. He gets things done, so he doesn't have to think so much about them. Hamlet thinks a lot about things, and now Othello thinks a lot about things. And that takes him out of the element, what makes him prey to Iago here. And Iago now is just in his high pornographic mode. Still page 83, line 4. Or to be naked with a friend in bed an hour or more, not meaning any harm. This is almost comic here, and it's one of the extraordinary things about the play is how it teeters on the brink of comedy here. This is so ridiculous that if Othello weren't such a great man, and if so much weren't at stake here, this would seem like comedy. Naked in bed, Iago, and not mean harm is hypocrisy against the devil, and so on. And then bottom of page 83, so about line 15, Othello says, she is the protectress of her honor too. May she give that. Her honor is an essence that's not seen. And that's the core of Iago's strategy, the idea that what's really at stake in human life is something invisible. It was the same issue in Hamlet. It was, after all, the issue at the focal point of Hamlet when Hamlet does not kill Claudius. Claudius's soul is something unseen. As we learn, in fact, Claudius wasn't going to be saved if he died at that moment, but Hamlet cannot see that. Hamlet's need in Act 3 is to see into the depths of Claudius' soul, but that's an essence that is not seen. This is what happens when we move from the ancient world where what you see is what you get. And again, Hector and Achilles doesn't care what's going on in Hector's soul when they meet on the battlefield. It's just last man standing wins. But Hamlet is in such a different situation where what's going on in someone else's soul is what's at stake, and that you cannot see. And Iago's trick is to maneuver Othello into Hamlet's world, where the essence of human virtue is something that's unseen. Therefore, to again create this need. And indeed, this is the moment when Othello has his fit. Notice on page 84, line 36, he breaks down into prose. It's a typical moment in Shakespeare when we see the mental unhingement of a character. It's often reflected by the blank verse breaking down into prose. So, it just dawned on me, suddenly Othello sounds a lot like Hamlet here, in his ability to play with words. Lie with her, this is line 36 in Act 4, Scene 1. Lie with her, lie on her. We say lie on her when they belie her. Lie with her. I won't do this on the final, but if I were to give you these lines, you might guess they were Hamlet. This is more in the Hamlet mode. Othello doesn't play with words, but he does now. Handkerchief, confessions, handkerchief, to confess and be hanged for his labor, first to be hanged and then to confess. I tremble at it. Nature would not invest herself in such shadowing passion without some instruction. It is not words that shake me thus. And of course the irony is, it is only words that shake him. There is no reality to what Iago's talking about. It is only words. But this is Iago's great triumph, that the words can shake him. And you can just imagine what Iago's feeling here. Noses, ears, and lips. What Iago has gotten to do here, gotten Othello to do, is to focus on the body. Remember his initial claim about his love for Othello had nothing to do with the body. She says, I loved Othello for his mind. He loves her for her mind. This is not a physical attraction. The young affects me defunct. And what Iago has gotten to do here is to get Othello to start thinking in sexual terms about her. And indeed, it's something we see again and again in Othello. And now he completely breaks down the top of 85. I have to say again, this is a moment where Verdi trumps Shakespeare, because at this point Iago says, Ecco il leone, behold the lion. And it psychologically is absolutely true. It's one of the few lines anyone ever outdid Shakespeare, because that's the resentiment triumphing. Behold the lion. This was the great Moor of Venice. Look at him now. He's foaming on his mouth, groveling at my feet. I did it. I reduced this man to that. It is the triumph of the slave over the master. It's the flowering, full flowering of resentment. It's an incredible moment. And again, I hate to say it, but Verdi outdoes Shakespeare. That is so psychologically true here. And of course, this is what Iago has accomplished here. He's gotten Othello to think of Desdemona as a flesh and blood woman. Now, Iago himself thinks that way. If you go back to page 38, when he's talking to Roderigo and diminishing Desdemona in his eyes. This is Act 2, Scene 1, about line 231. The wine she drinks is made of grapes. Again, I don't think any line could capture Iago's philosophy more perfectly than that. The wine she drinks is made of grapes. This is a flesh and blood woman. She's not some spiritual creature. This wine is just a physical property here. And that's what he's gotten Othello to think of. Look at page 76. Again, these scenes between Othello and Desdemona are almost too painful to read or watch. But so Act 3, Scene 4, line 36. Give me your hand, this hand is moist. What a discovery, that you marry a living woman. You know, her hand is not made of alabaster, as he hopes later in the play. You know, we say a man puts a woman on a pedestal. Othello put Desdemona on a pedestal. He imagined her as this perfect statue. And now he touches her hand and he realizes this is a flesh and blood woman and therefore sinful. And what does he say? He says, get thee to a nunnery. Line 37. This argues fruitfulness and liberal heart, hot, hot and moist. This hand of yours requires a sequester from liberty, fasting and prayer, much castigation, exercise devout. For here's a young and sweating devil here that commonly rebels. 'Tis a good hand, a frank one. Again, this is Iago has turned Othello into Hamlet here. This is just like the get thee to a nunnery scene. You're a woman, you're flesh and blood, that means you're sinful. And you need a sequester from liberty. You need to be in a nunnery, fasting and prayer, much castigation. And this, again, we see here the same problem we saw in Hamlet, that he cannot accept a fellow human being, and especially a woman, in human terms. He wants an angel, and if he doesn't have an angel, he thinks he has a whore. He cannot find a middle ground here, which is where human life occurs. It's especially where marriage occurs. The middle ground between two human beings where they have to make compromises and accept their weaknesses and accept their problems. But no, he wanted an angel. I mean, the irony is he pretty much got an angel. But even Desdemona's hand is moist. And so this leads to the really tragic resolution here, where everything that's worked for Othello now works against him. Page 90, where, is that right? Yeah, page 90, Act 4, Scene 1, about line 205. Give me some poison, Iago, this night. I'll not expostulate with her, lest her body and beauty unprovide my mind again. Now, again, I'll remind you what he said to the Senate. Keep coming back to these things. When he told them, this is back on page 23, Act 1, Scene 3, when he wants Desdemona to accompany him to Cyprus, line 256, vouch for me, heaven, I therefore beg it not, to please the palate of my appetite, nor to comply with heat, the young effects in me defunct, and proper satisfaction, but to be free and bounteous to her mind. You know, there's no body involved here, according to Othello. But now, you know, we may presume that he was sexually attracted to Desdemona, who is presented as the most sexually attractive object in Venice here. And here, bottom of page 90, I'll not expostulate her, lest her body and beauty unprovide my mind again. Or page 97, when he is confronted with her. This is actually start at the bottom of 96. So Act 4, Scene 2, line 66. O thou weed, who art so lovely fair and smells so sweet that the sense aches at thee. You know, he denied her sensuality before the Senate, but now he admits to it. I hear an echo in this of Shakespeare's sonnet 90, the famous sonnet 94, lilies that fester smell far worse than weeds. This notion of Desdemona as a weed here. So it's a very difficult moment for him here. And he now can only think of killing her. And it's acted out in a very frightening way. It's on page 114, starting, so Act 5, Scene 2. Again, we see how his Christianity gets involved in making it worse. That's what's so tragic about this scene, that he, you know, he's doing something very unchristian. He's murdering. Even more so, he's murdering out of a sense of revenge, and yet he wants to present it now as if it were a Christian act. Look at the opening of Act 5, Scene 2. So on page 114, it is the cause. It is the cause, my soul. Here he is addressing his own soul, and he does need a cause to do this. Let me not name it to you, you chaste stars. It is the cause. Yet I'll not shed her blood, nor scar that whiter skin of hers than snow and smooth as monumental alabaster, yet she must die. People have pointed out, and you know, Othello is a magnificent speaker, and we get that speak like to the Pontic Sea. He speaks in such glorious blank verse. We see the disruption of his mind when he descends into prose and just spouts out words, noses, lips, goats and monkeys. he has recovered what G. Wilson Knight calls the Othello music here. Again, this is that glorious blank verse that he speaks. And notice he's trying to present it as now a spiritual act. I'll not shed her blood. It won't be murder if I don't shed her blood. He's going to stifle her with a pillow instead. But notice the whole idea here, again, is whiter skin of hers than snow and smooth as monumental alabaster. That's the way he wants to conceive of her. This is his sense of her purity, that she's not a woman of flesh and blood, that she is like a statue. And yet he can't stop kissing her in this scene, and you can see that the mixture of sensuality is there. And then line 21, this sorrow's heavenly, it strikes where it doth love. That there's something of a crusade in this, that he will kill her for her own good. This sorrow's heavenly, it strikes where it doth love. I'll remind you of a line from Antony and Cleopatra, let him that loves me strike me dead. I offered that towards the end of that play as one of the paradoxes that starts to emerge in late antiquity as we move towards a Christian world. Let him that loves me strikes me dead. And here it is, that sorrow's heavenly, it strikes where it doth. And so we get a very complex interplay between Othello and Desdemona in the scene. And again, it's so painful because we realize her life is at stake and his life is at stake. He's about to do the most awful thing he could possibly do. And yet he keeps trying to do it in this perversely Christian way. So look at the top of page 115. Have you prayed tonight, Desdemona? Aye, my lord. If you bethink yourself of any crime, unreconciled as yet to heaven and grace, solicit for it straight. This is the opposite of Hamlet now. Remember, Hamlet with Claudius. Hamlet who wanted to kill Claudius when he wasn't absolved, when he was fresh in his sins. Othello has become a kind of priest here who will confess her and make sure her soul is pure. As he says in line 31, I would not kill thy unprepared spirit. No heavens forfend, I would not kill thy soul. Hamlet would kill Claudius's soul. And so you see the infinite complication of bringing together any kind of revenge ethic with a Christian sense that revenge is evil and that beyond that the eternal state of the soul is at stake. And once again, poor Desdemona, in her honest reactions, keeps saying the worst things. I feel like thinking if she had just confessed something now, it would have taken the wind out of Othello's sails. But, think on thy sins, line 30, line 40, they are loves I bear you. And for that thou diest. By her own protestations of innocence here, remember, he is now absolutely convinced she's guilty, he won't believe her. Remember, and again, I forgot to mention this, remember, the absolute proof for Othello is that moment when Iago makes Othello think he's overhearing Cassio confess his sins with Desdemona, and especially gets Cassio to laugh. Cassio is in fact talking about Bianca, but Othello overhears it. Again, the two movies stage this pretty well, that he has reason to think he's hearing what in fact he's not hearing. And again, you see Iago's genius is to make Othello see the world through Iago's eyes. Othello, that's as close to ocular proof as he ever gets. He thinks he's hearing Cassio confess. He's absolutely certain of it in this scene. And yet, of course, it is just a completely contrived scene where Othello is not, in fact, hearing what he thinks he's hearing. But here, he, still on page 116, he stresses everything on the issue of confession. And notice line 164, line 64 on page 116, and makes me call what I intend to do a murder which I thought a sacrifice. Again, the real perversity of this scene, again, the current turning awry, is the idea that what is in fact a brutal murder, he tries to present as an almost religious rite here. And then everything, you might notice, turns on confession here. Desdemona asks, let him confess the truth. And Othello says he hath confessed. Again, he's been completely taken in by Iago then. And I think the force of the scene is best encapsulated in line 86. I that am cruel am yet merciful. And that, that sums up everything that's wrong with Othello in this scene. But it is a kind of pious cruelty. Iago has maneuvered Othello to this point where he thinks he's going to redeem Desdemona's soul by killing her here. And indeed, in one of the many ironies of the play, on page 119, Shakespeare has Desdemona come back to life to do what? To lie. This is Act 5, Scene 2, line 121. We have thought she's dead. Othello thought she's dead. Line 121, a guiltless death I die. Oh, who hath done this deed? Nobody. I myself, farewell. Commend me to my kind Lord. Oh, farewell. And this shows how persistent the Othello myth is in her mind. He has killed her, and she still believes in him. I mean, Shakespeare really takes this to the edge here, but I think it's deeply ingrained in this play how powerful the Othello myth is. And we discussed this in the section on Tuesday. This is, in legal terms, what's known as a dying declaration. A very strong hearsay rule in law, but one of the exceptions to the hearsay rule. In other words, you can't testify in court to what someone told you. That's hearsay. The prosecution has to put on the stand the person who tells it directly. So that person, of course, can be cross-examined and so on. That's why hearsay is generally inadmissible. But one way in which hearsay is admissible in court is what's called a dying declaration, where at least if it's reliably reported, it is assumed that people don't lie at the moment of their death. It is a long-standing principle of English common law that people don't lie at the moment of death, and Desdemona does. And Othello can't let it go. I mean, this is the best news he's heard all day, that his victim is now saying he's innocent. Why? How should she be murdered? Alas, who knows? You heard her say herself, it was not I. He's going to cop a plea here, get himself a cheap lawyer in Venice, and get off. Maybe hire Portia. But she says so, I must needs report the truth, and Amelia's ready to report the dying declaration in court. And Othello says she's like a liar gone to burning hell. 'Twas I that killed her. What a strange moment that is. But you see, in a weird way, this is the great souled man, and sort of like, alone I did it. It's like Coriolanus in that sense. But it is, man, I want her to go to hell, and I got her going now, because she lied in a dying moment, and that sends you to hell. Out comes the Hamlet in him. Again, these are extraordinary touches that Shakespeare supplies here. And in a way, no more extraordinary touch than Amelia's role in this final scene, where after accepting her husband and going along with his plans, she finally realizes there's nothing more important than the truth. And she speaks up at the risk of her own life to tell the truth about Iago here. And the ending, it's the whole ending with Iago is kind of typical. That top of page 126, Act 5, Scene 2. Demand me nothing. So line 300, Act 5, Scene 2. Demand me nothing. What you know from this time forth. I never will speak word. And Lodovico says, what, not to pray? What an ironic moment that is, as if this was some deep need for Iago to pray here. And of course, Othello's death is one of the most moving scenes in all of drama. This last speech on 127, so Act 5, Scene 2, about line 353. Soft you, a word or two before you go. I have done the state some service, and they know it. No more of that. He realizes that all this public service he's done in Venice, it amounts to nothing. After all, they've already recalled him from Cyprus. We're actually 2 minutes from them seizing his wealth. I pray you in your letters, when you shall these unlucky deeds relate, speak of me as I am, nothing extenuate, nor set down aught in malice. Then must you speak of one that loved not wisely, but too well, of one not easily jealous, being wrought, perplexed in the extreme. We discussed that in section on Tuesday, that easily jealous. I mean, in some sense, you want to say, my God, this is the most easily jealous man we've ever seen. Look at him accept this pile of lies about Desdemona. I've tried to show you, though, that Iago has to work very hard and very skillfully to get Othello to believe him. And in that sense, maybe he is not easily jealous. Of one whose hand, like the base Judean, threw a pearl away. This is, I think your notes point out, is a great textual crux. We do have 2 different texts of Othello. Don't vary as much as the different texts of King Lear and Hamlet, for example, but this is one of the famous points. In one text, it's Judean. It's one text, it's Indian. You can see how in someone's handwriting a textual compositor might mistake the one word for the other. Look at Judean and think it was Indian, or look at Indian and think it's Judean. What's interesting is either way it works. In either way, Othello is identifying himself with a foreigner here. A Judean, we all know how Jews are treated in Venice. An Indian would be either Indian from India, or at this point, perhaps American Indian, that is someone from the New World. In any case, it is the sense here of someone different from the main group. Of one whose subdued eyes, albeit unused to the melting mood, drops tears as fast as the Arabian trees their medicine will come. And then I think the greatest dying words in all of Shakespeare: set you down this, and say besides that in Aleppo once were a malignant and a turbaned Turk, beat a Venetian and traduced the state. I took by the throat the circumcised his dog and smote him thus. All the complexity of Othello comes together in this one line. He is both the Venetian and the Turk in this moment. He's thinking back to a moment when he served Venice. Aleppo, by the way, was a very important commercial city. It was the western terminus of the Silk Road. It's in Syria today. I gather there's some beautiful, beautiful stuff in Aleppo. Let's hope it's not being totally destroyed. But in any case, it was a very important city. And much like Venice, it was, if you will, the Ottoman counterpart of Venice. People writing about it talk about the mixture of different races and different nations and different languages in the city. The English Levant Company, which Queen Elizabeth chartered in 1581 to trade with the Ottoman Turks. The English Levant Company was headquartered in Aleppo. So again, Aleppo sounds very exotic to us. It would have had more of a ring for Shakespeare's audience than we might think, that they would have known people who were sending ships to Aleppo. But in any case, here it is. Othello once, in the service of Venice, killed a Turk, killed a foreigner, killed a barbarian, a non-Christian, and he'll do it again now. He will kill himself. And that's, we saw Hamlet had so many scruples as a Christian in killing himself. And Othello does not, because as a Christian, he kills the Turk in himself in the scene. That's the way he presents it. This is not a Christian killing a Christian. This is a Christian killing a Turk. And that's the way Othello gets out of the Christian suicide dilemma here. It is a very powerful concluding image for the tragedy of Othello here, as a man who tried to become an insider but always remained an outsider, and brings his life to an end here, brings his life to a tragedy in a way he has to survive at this point, would turn the story into a comedy. It's true, actually, once he kills Desdemona, he ensures a tragic outcome. I mean, he's in a very difficult situation here in that he is genuinely ridiculous. He is believed a pack of lies, and an incredibly thin pack of lies. If the story came out short of Desdemona's death, he'd be the laughingstock of Venice. There's nothing to laugh at here when he brings about his tragedy. And again, very often Shakespeare's tragic heroes have to reassert their heroic status at the end precisely by acting tragically and bring the story to a close. So again, what we saw work out comically in The Merchant of Venice works out tragically here when we get a hero and a heroine who refuse to compromise and go all the way. So I'll stop there with Othello, and next Tuesday we will begin on Macbeth and see another story of a complex interaction between pagan heroism and Christian belief.